Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's Johnny.
Hey, how you doing?
Johnny's going to be here for 2 days now.
Yay.
Everyone can, I'm just kidding, not everyone. A couple people can yell at me. Why would you, this is what I got last week. Why would you make any changes when you lose the advertiser if you're a week ahead of the goal? I'm like, I'm going to want you to watch next week. It's all going to catch up and go back to normal. You see all these statistics about like how people, like certain amount of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, or you see like homeless camps and stuff like that. And you're like, I get that like shit's bad. I understand that. But then also you listen to some people's attitudes about stuff and you're like, I see how some people just put themselves in the hole.
Yeah.
You know, like they get 5, they spend 6, you know.
They don't really realize how much of their situation is self-made.
Right.
They always
exactly.
sit there going, this always just happens to me no matter what I do. Why is it always me? It's like, why don't you analyze your decision?
Yes. And they're like with me, they're like, well, look, you're ahead for a couple of days. Why not just go crazy and lose money? And it's like, because that's not going to happen forever. You can't just go, oh, I'm ahead to next week for the first time ever. What are the odds that holds? Exactly.
Let's just bet the whole farm on it.
Let's just bet the whole farm. No, we are looking for someone to replace Old Capitol. We've got a couple of places in mind. There's a couple other places I want to reach out to, and this is the lineup going forward. Is Johnny Monday, Tuesday, Corey Wednesday, which I cannot. Look, we had the change with Oz. I've been talking to Oz for a month or so now. That change, there was some kind of change coming no matter what happened with Old Capitol, just because I needed him to get some rest no matter what.
Yeah.
He wasn't very good to himself or here on the show anymore, so there needed to be something that happened.
Plus, the weather right now is shitty to drive.
And yeah, the weather, I mean, I can't have April every Tuesday morning wondering, will I, won't I, will I, won't I, will I, won't I, so.
You mean that's not, conducive to someone's happiness and being on the fence every Tuesday?
It doesn't help someone to be waking up in the morning and going, so am I going to get to rest today or do I have to hurry up and get, Because
it's not like she has other things to do when she's not on the camera.
Exactly. So that happened. So that's our new lineup going forward. God damn it. I hate that Bob Barker. No, I was going to say I really want a VPN. That's just something we got to lean into. And pick up. Lots of stuff to talk about today. It is very, very busy. If Tex farts and says, oof, April looks pretty rough without makeup.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it amazing? And the voice changes. She actually went through menopause over the weekend. So, I mean, take that for what you will.
Decided to start wearing a strap-on and something stuck.
Yeah, it's just, I'm the one who has to live with it. So.
And get pegged.
You figure it. Thought we weren't going to tell them. About.
Well, I mean, they're already doing the math.
It's fine. I understand. I get it. I want to share some good news with everybody. Nobody should care about this, by the way. I'm going to bring this up. Nobody should care. It shouldn't be important. I put the heavy paper in my printer.
Okay.
Hear it? You hear the heavy paper sound? That's the heavy paper sound. I like the heavy paper.
Okay.
I mean, I've only got 3 advertisers to do reads for on it, so it's really more for making notes and everything, but I got heavy paper. I'm excited about this. Oh, so you get rid of odds and you start buying heavy paper.
Someone's living a little high on the hog.
Someone's living a little too good of a life to you.
Went with the thicker cut on the ream. That's not right.
I get it.
Right.
Oh, boy. Well, anyway, Eliza writes, yeah, nobody cares. All right. Fair enough. That's what I wanted. Curly Adams says, congratulations on the heavy paper. Thanks, buddy. That's all I wanted.
Just a little recognition for the effort.
Little recognition for my heavy paper. Yeah, Tex farts and happy paper, living large. Attack of the Flying Taco Sauce. I like this too. Happy Heavy Paper Day. Did you get the TPS report? Well, I forgot the cover on the new covers on the TPS reports.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to need you to stay late.
But I got the heavy paper. Loaded Wrench says, it's amazing what old people get excited about. Saint Erin says, everyone likes the thickness. Who doesn't, right? It's not really about the length of your paper.
It's the girth.
It's the girth of your paper that you should
You want to feel it in your hand and be like, whoa, this is almost too much to handle.
I want to take that girth of that paper in my hand and go, you know what? That's a real man.
This list is going to wreck somebody.
Plus, like, look, let's do a side-by-side. I got the soft paper here, right? Hey, Sonny boy, you got any of that heavy paper back there? I can't use the soft stuff. No, all we have is the soft paper. Oh, that's going to knock the hell out of my hemorrhoids.
Oh, Jesus.
See, look, when I start waving around light paper, see that?
Yeah.
Who wants that? Now I take my heavy paper. You know, guys, here's the thing. Look at that.
It's almost like you're holding a set, like several sheets.
I feel like I'm Letterman. You know, I feel like I'm holding those cards.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, the top 10 list from our blah 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 in Sydney, Nova Scotia. Blah, 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 blah. My beds are Egyptian cotton, says Michael B. Bunch of pores out there. Michael B. calling it kind of faggy. That's not. I mean, look, it's
neither here.
That's
nor
neither
there.
here nor there. The sexuality of heavy paper is not what we're debating here today. All right, guys, we have, like I said, a lot of show, very busy show. Hey, Johnny, you'll be very happy to know we'll be talking about this in overtime. You know how that new documentary on Chris D'Elia came out?
Yeah.
And it turns out when he was giving his apology a year ago.
Is that
he was giving his apology about the.
Yeah, no, I just.
The kind of grooming girls.
I watched your clip of the Chris D'Elia apology thing, and I was like, is that actually an apology?
Not to the layman, but to him, he felt like it was. Well, he was still doing the shit he was apologizing for while he was apologizing. He never took a break. And this documentary kind of showed it. And today we have an update. Don't worry, Johnny. He went to a month of rehab. So everything's fine now. He's also doing this creepy thing. We'll play some clips later. He's bringing his wife on his podcast now.
Oh, Jesus.
To talk about how much into older women he is and shit like that. It's creepy. Too Lazy to Try on YouTube did a video on it, and it was fucking gross.
Just him in general looks kind of creepy right now. I wouldn't want to defend myself from any allegations when I also look like the Crypt Keeper. Like, it's just the two things going together. I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, but you're not the Crypt Keeper trying to finger pop 17-year-olds and trying to get them to pose on all fours while they're at the mall. So.
That's a weird request. Who's that for?
Right, exactly. So anyway, we'll talk about that today. Also, Lizzo went and dressed in a two-piece and yelled about body image. Call coming from inside the house much?
How do you put a two-piece on a beach ball that's just like the northern and southern hemisphere with like the equator shows?
You ever seen a humpback in a bathing suit? It's amazing. Amazing. By the way, Jesse Lee Peterson, holy shit, how great was he on Friday? Oh, my God.
Did he send you a bill for the couples counseling?
Oh, my God. April and I ended up getting couples therapy. It was awesome. And I got a lot of comments from people saying, dude, I had no idea, like, the stuff that I have to talk about with people. Mm-hmm. Just because of the shit Jesse was saying, and they were like, it makes a lot of sense. This was incredibly helpful. It was awesome. I loved Jesse. I mean, I don't know if Michael B says he hit home way too close. I got that from so many people who were like, wow, this is very applicable to my life. And
there were a few for me.
Yeah, that was really helpful and this and that. The parent stuff, I think, for a lot of people. People went, the stuff about the mom, forgiving the mom. A lot of people went, oh, that makes a lot of fucking sense.
I mean, I want to, but she's a cunt.
Well, see, that's kind of what he's talking about is the getting rid of the anger and getting rid of the hostility.
Oh, it's not anger. It's just, that's cold, hard analysis. Just A plus B equals cunt.
Yeah.
So just, we'll see.
That's going to go up today. And then tomorrow evening, we're going to do the evening show different. Mm-hmm. We're going to go 6 to a little before 8 because we have a very special guest at 8 o'clock that we're going to get recorded and put up. It's the
one, the only, the Elmo.
Yes, it's. I thought you were actually going to say.
No, like, God, no.
And then after it's recorded and we put it up, then we can obviously tell you who it is. But we're very excited to have this guest, and it's worth moving the show back an hour tomorrow evening. So be sure to be ready.
I didn't know she was underage.
Now, by the way, and Spiffius, shut up. The Elmo thing.
Mm-hmm.
I heard that guy was like.
The first one I heard did some
Kevin Clash, I heard he was like acquitted, not acquitted, but he like that never like that didn't happen or like they couldn't prove it. And I think he's back voicing Elmo.
That would be creepy.
Who is voicing Elmo?
I feel like,
yeah, Kevin Clash is back.
yeah, because like, dude, I'm sorry, but if I see Kevin Clash,
Oh no, never mind. Sorry, Johnny. Ryan Dillon is Elmo. So they never brought him back, but I don't think
Okay.
he went to jail or anything like that.
I gotta say, like, just the allegations alone, like, if you're a parent and you have 2 cents in your head and you're not just milking your kid for a career, you'd be like, hey, wait a minute. I know he's got his hand up the puppet right now, but
Who's he thinking about?
who's he thinking about putting that? Where is that hand landing next?
Where?
Okay.
And where is that hand to him? You know, we see it for what it is. What's he seeing in his mind's eye? Veldrain says, Jesse Lee Peterson was like, Aaron, you are a beta, your father is a beta, and your wife's father is a beta. Every guy was a beta. Beta. Yeah. Because we didn't know what he meant by beta when he's been saying this whole time. We thought he meant like, you know, not chopping wood for the winter and not doing this and not doing that. And he's like, his whole thing with beta was, oh no, dad didn't step in and say, hey, woman, you leave them kids alone. All right. Do you forgive your father and your husband for being weak? And you're like, fuck, Jess. Old cockblock Peterson over here.
I mean, I don't know that I've forgiven him, but I was well aware like a long time ago. So I don't know.
Yeah, somebody...
Acceptance is kind of the thing.
Curly Adams said, thankfully my mom drank herself into an early grave, so no need to address or forgive that problem. It's not true. Jesse Lee Peterson would say you still have to forgive them, even though they're dead.
But it's like a self-cleaning oven, and she was cremated.
No, what he's saying is you have to forgive them for you as much as you have to forgive them for them, because then you get rid of anger. Anger is fear, and fear is what makes society all fucked up.
I can understand some of the whole anger coming from fear thing, but I don't think all anger is fear.
You think some shit just pisses you off?
I think some anger is just legit like earned rage, like at a person. Like I'm not afraid of members of my family, but boy do I hate a few of them. Like,
I get, yeah. That's the problem with stuff like that, and I have that problem too, where sometimes I'll hear something good and I'll take the whole wafer instead of going like, oh, this is true. This part's not. I get not all anger is fear.
So yeah, I mean, but I understand.
But I think
where
a lot of
coming
fear
from.
gets expressed in anger.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people resort to anger out of fear.
It's like not all people who collapse on a basketball court collapse because of the. Never. What?
What? Huh?
I didn't say. Guys, I didn't say a single goddamn thing.
Say it.
I didn't. Susan, it's fine. I didn't kidnap her. She's just. I have her on Zoom because we're up over 7,500 subs now, and that's nice. 7,500 subs and climbing. Hopefully we get to 10,000 soon. Also, we, damn it, what did I say? Susan on Zoom. Before that, I said something that was going to lead to something else, and I am a worthless sack of shit, not any good
People
at my job.
collapsing from...
Oh, yeah. So there was an 18-year-old mixed martial artist who died. They reported it over the weekend.
Well, they got punched to the head, just landed?
Well, no.
I mean, those are thin gloves.
The media said, the family said to the media over the weekend that she was dead, but apparently it happened a month ago and none of us knew. Like the family didn't tell anybody. So I don't know that. I'm worried about that one. 18-year-old dies and the family doesn't tell you until a month later. That to me says self-inflicted before it says, cardiac arrest kind of a thing. But people were starting to go like, oh boy, another young athlete dead. And I'm like, the family held on to it for a few weeks and then came out and told us that doesn't have the hallmark of a cardiac arrest.
That's someone who really, really loved autoerotic asphyxiation. And
that would have worked so much better had you not butchered it twice. You want to try again? Just slow it down, man. Remember what Leno said about comedy. If you think you're going too slow, slow down. Now try the phrase again.
Autoerotic asphyxiation. I got it right.
Good.
Okay.
You stumbled over it.
The first time, yeah. But you said I stumbled twice. I was trying to figure out where
the autoerotic asphyxiation. There was a...
Whatever.
Wind back the clock. Johnny's disputing it. It's like the commercial. He's got the red flag. He's challenging the ruling on the field. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
All right.
The only time I ever see commercials, by the way, is watching football. Once football season's over, no more commercials.
Well, yeah. How much live TV do you watch?
Right. I mean, it's only, jumping around here because it's Monday. Speaking of ads, I also watch ads if there's certain movies on Amazon or Hulu, and they have to have ads on them. You guys, people get weird about movies when you tell them you haven't seen a movie for a while. I never saw The Purge.
The Purge? Like the first one?
The first one.
Oh, wow.
With Ethan Hawke and Cersei Lannister.
Yeah, before they went out.
Well, I'll get to that part. But I watched the first one, and I always thought The Purge was like a horror movie, and I don't really want to watch a horror movie. But April and I had a nice little movie night on Saturday, and she finally got me to watch The Purge. Wonderful film. Wonderful little movie.
I can't wait to live in that world.
Well, I mean, look. If I had one of those systems, sure, why not? I wanted that kid to die so bad in that movie. I wanted that young boy to die in that. I was hoping that young kid died. I can tell sometimes that movies aren't for me. And just because you're a thriller doesn't mean you're like fucking based as a thriller. You can still be kind of a corny sack of shit Hollywood thriller. I'm watching like the very opening scene where Ethan Hawke is talking about, how many units he sold and how many security things he sold. I'm immediately going, oh, that motherfucker's dead.
Yeah, you're a piece of shit.
Like the whole lesson of this movie is this asshole's profiteering off this shit. He's a dead man. Okay, cool. But there also has to be justice. That little fuck. We have to live in the world we live in. We can't make a new world inside of our current world, right?
Right.
You're kind of, the world is what the world is. So in that Purge world, right and wrong changes. The old saying, sometimes doing the right thing ain't doing the right thing. Mm-hmm. In the Purge world, in the world we're in, letting that black homeless guy into your house is okay because you're like, people are chasing him. That's a crime. They're going to kill that man. Let him in, so on and so forth. In Purge world, are you out of your fucking mind? That is the wrong move, bro.
The door is locked and it stays that way.
We do not bring our big ass metal doors up to bring a homeless black guy in. First of all, you don't know if he's fucking with you. Second of all, you don't know if people are coming after him. And third, it takes a while for those big ass doors to come back down again. I was so hoping that kid died. He didn't, though. Spoiler alert. He doesn't die. And that to me shows me that like Hollywood, even though they're like, hey, we're going to do a thriller and it's going to be hardcore, it's going to be gut-wrenching, they're not willing to lean the fuck in and go all the way.
Yeah, they're never willing to kill the kid.
Game of Thrones would kill a fucking kid.
Well, I mean,
on a lark.
I don't know if they... I will give this one of the like, oh my God, ballsiest moments I ever saw was in the beginning, when Jaime's with Cersei and he's like, the things I do for love, and he just pushes the kid out the window.
Chucks the kid out the window, yeah.
Yeah, that was that. Then I was like, oh dear Lord, we're in for a ride. Yeah. But like, I don't know, man. Most of the time, my experience in movies and video games is just they'll toe the line, but they'll never actually let you kill the kid.
But Game of Thrones would kill a kid.
I mean, would they though?
They killed kids. Remember all of Baratheon's remember all of Baratheon's kids? They just fucking threw in the water and smashed their head on a rock and drowned and stabbed. They fucking slit a baby's throat.
Ugh. Oh, that's right. I forgot
Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones will give it. They burned a girl at the stake. They burned Princess Shireen at the goddamn stake.
Yeah, but she was a witch.
What?
She's covered in them scale things, wasn't she?
She had grayscale.
She was a lizard person.
Oh man,
bitch be laying eggs next year. I guarantee it.
Dub says PC soy son almost got everyone killed. Thanks, son. Exactly. And then the black guy's the hero at the end. Not that I have not that there's anything wrong with that. But it just, like, the end of The Purge kind of struck me as very Hollywoody. I'm like, oh, see, if you take in the poor black man, it'll yield results, and all we need to do is be less judgmental. It's like, 9 times out of 10, that motherfucker steals your shit and leaves out the back door.
Yeah, the worst part about that is it's like, all right, so we want to depict this horrible scene where horrible people are resorting to this base nature, but we're going to just paint all the homeless people as just, oh, it's just a down on his luck, just well-adjusted. Wasn't he a veteran too? Like, or something?
Yeah, dog tags.
Yeah. So just, it's just
They're
Like-
never mentally ill and hurt people.
Yeah, it's never like a crazy meth head with one tooth. It's like, let me and the demons in or we're going to have to raise Satan. Like, oh, Jesus. Like, that's never what you're dealing with.
Right. So you have, it's never like a guy who looks like Stone Cipher from Django. Like, going like, oh, why don't y'all let me in, you know?
That's why I'd love to see the purge happen for real just once in, like, California. Because I feel like a lot of people are like, it's time to solve some problems. And then the homeless people are like, yeah, it is. And I'm like, oh, wow, this is more of a battle than I thought.
We don't see who the problem is together. That's interesting. So now last night, we started falling asleep, so we turned it off. But last night, we're watching the one with Rumlow.
Oh, okay.
Remember when Rumlow was like decided to be the Punisher? Mm-hmm. You know?
Yeah, because they don't vaguely make that look like a thing the whole time.
You're saying they're not going for Thomas Jane Punisher with that guy?
I just, he just happens to wear a long black jacket and just about like all you need is the skull on that's all you're missing.
Yeah, I didn't notice when they had that line where he goes, vengeance? No. Vengeance is an emotional reaction. It's not a rational response. This isn't vengeance. This is punishment. And you're like, hey, I feel like I've heard that before.
It's almost like that's a quote from a...
When Rumlow saw the guy in the back of the truck with the machine gun and he handed him a mine and he says, you ever do isometrics? And you're like, hey, wait a minute. I've seen this bit before. Thomas Jane did that.
The worst part is like he was chasing that old guy out of the alley and he's like, made you kill your wife. And I'm like, hey,
come on. Then he tied him
just lifting now.
Then he tied him to a car and put it in drive and you're like, what the fuck are you? Come on, man. Yeah.
I feel like that scene is also an analogy for like John Travolta's career because where's he been?
I made you kill.
We just drove him into a field, blowing up, and he screamed, and now nobody's seen him hurt.
It'd be funny if Thomas Jane in that scene just started ad-libbing it. He goes, I made you stop doing Saturday Night Fever, and the Bee Gees play in the background. I made you stop doing Grease. You're the one that I want. And then I made you stop doing Tarantino movies. Do you see a sign that says dead? Whoa, Jesus. Just goes through his whole career, and everyone's like, cut, Thomas, what are you doing? He's like, sorry, I thought I was going to be a leading man after Boogie Nights, and, here is the best it's going to get for me. That's all. That's all. Kraken Slappin' says, the purge annoyed me. They had a gun and acted like it was so evil. Use it to take care of your problem. Did they? I thought Ethan Hawke lived and died by that gun.
I don't remember quite that much from the first one.
I mean, he had to kill a guy with a pinball machine, but,
That I feel like that's extra points.
Yeah, right. That's got to be a bonus ball at least, right? Like you lose that third one. Remember when you were a kid and you had no idea what triggered a bonus ball?
Yeah.
And you died for the third time and you're like, shit. And all of a sudden a ball pops out again. You're like, oh, goddamn. Pinball rules. Yeah. I made you kill yours. Yeah. When Frank Grillo is dragging that guy through the street in the Purge Anarchy, and he goes, I made you kill your son. And then you're, and goes, both of them. You're like, come on, man. That's from the same. And then when Frank Grillo's about to kill that other guy, but the guy just leans over and whispers to him, Hail Hydra. And then everything's totally cool. And like, come on.
Oh, Jesus.
Come on, Rumlow. What's Rumlow's, what's his super villain name?
Remember.
Is it Crossbones?
I don't even remember.
I think Rumlow is Crossbones. Who is Rumlow? Yeah, Crossbones. Okay. There we go. Yeah. That's the first thing. Like, I looked at it's funny when you don't know an actor by name, but you look at him and you know who he is. And I was looking at the credits when April and I were going to watch that movie last night. I'm looking at the cast. I'm like, I don't know any of these motherfuckers. And then as soon as I see him in the bed doing a Punisher type thing, pointing the gun and loading his shit, I see him. I'm like, oh, shit, Rumlow. This movie's all right. Then I see the old man of the Latino family, and I'm like, Jussie Smollett's dad in the Mighty Ducks. Hot shit. Good to see him here. The Rock's dad in Walking Tall. Love that fucking guy. He hasn't aged, by the way.
Yeah, that's weird.
Have you seen the Anarchy one?
No.
So you have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about.
Not really, because I saw Rumlow and I'm like, this is a Punisher knockoff. They're just sticking it in the purge.
What?
That's what I saw when I looked at it. And
Wait a minute. So you haven't seen his vehicle? And you still smelled Punisher knockoff?
Do you see his vehicle for like a clip or two?
Oh, you do? Okay. I was going to say, if you didn't see his vehicle and you still were able to sniff out Punisher knockoff, that's pretty fucking good.
No, I'm pretty sure the car was the final straw, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Epochus parabellum. It's like, what? What the fuck? That's not your line. 495 Marauder says 61. Hell yeah, watched that movie so many times. I don't know. You guys must be referencing something else. Sorry, I've been neglecting the chat, apparently. You guys are off on your own thing. But yeah, so we watched that, and then we watched House of Wax. The Paris Hilton movie.
Oh my God, that's so bad.
It's funny, man.
Oh, the worst part is there's a character, or there's an actor in it, not Jensen.
Chad Michael Murray?
No, not Jensen Ackles. Jared Padalecki.
Padalecki. That wasn't Jensen Ackles in that movie?
No, that's Jared Padalecki. It's the other one.
Oh, I thought that was Robin. The
No.
Robin voice. Wasn't he? He was Robin, right? Jensen Ackles? No,
Jensen Ackles was,
Yeah.
Ackles.
I thought it was Robin.
No. Padalecki worked with Jensen Ackles on Supernatural.
Oh.
He landed Supernatural immediately following this movie, partially, I think, because of the...
Well, shit.
But it's just weird because he's still like a skinny little twig, and then like he goes on to Supernatural, and it's just like he's still a little bit of like a skinny little twig, and then like season 2 or 3, he just exploded.
All those guys who do superhero shit, they all end up on TRT and doing steroids and shit. Because it's just a nice little shortcut to get big. But I was watching that movie. I'm like, oh man, if only we because they don't cast horror movies. I mean, maybe a little more now than they used to, but they don't cast them with like huge names because like it's a fucking horror movie. People will go watch it. We'll keep the cost down. It'll be easier. But I'm watching House of Wax, and I'm like, I'm not for remakes, but if you want to give this a shot, first of all, the premise is so far fetched. You're just like,
Oh yeah.
Oh, the whole town, just one day a steel mill closed and everyone just forget it existed and that like 90 people lived there?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
They don't have friends out of state.
But I was thinking, like, one of the bad guys, if we could tone him down a little bit and not just make him generic killy bad guy number one, I would have loved to see a House of Wax with Paul Dano as the bad guy. I kind of want Paul Dano to be the bad guy in everything. I think bad guy Paul Dano is great. Dano.
You're just typecasting him now.
I'm just typecasting Paul. If I need a villain,
Paul Dano.
Do I need a sneaky villain who's just like crazy evil but not physically imposing? Yeah. I'll call Paul. See what he's doing.
Who's the one that did?
If he can't do it, Rumlow will do it. Fuck, he'll do anything.
I want the character from Scary Movie with the messed up hand. I want him to be the villain.
Oh, Chris Elliott?
Yeah.
Just take my strong hand.
No, do you want Chris Elliott or do you want
I want that character.
Handsome the caretaker?
I want Handsome the caretaker.
Okay, so you want Handsome the caretaker. You don't give a shit.
Look, Chris Elliott's great. He obviously is the character, but nobody else can do it. But I need that character. Like, I just always feel like, the big reveal should always be like, it was him the whole time. And he's like,
no, here's the reveal. You don't see his face first. You know how they do that villain shot in the movie where they're mixing up their evilness?
Yeah.
So what Handsome is doing is you just hear, so a shot goes from the floorboards, right? And you show maybe a body or something, and you hear a kind of a mushing, stirring sound.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're like, what's that sound? What the fuck is that? It cuts to a deformed hand stirring mashed potatoes. And he's just like, oh, just whisking them up real nice with my strong hand. And then all of a sudden, ominous music plays.
There we go.
And then you see somebody come into his house because they're off the road, like in House of Wax. Hello, child. How are you? Would you like some supper? I like it.
Could work.
And we just call the movie Handsome.
I mean, it works.
Good? All right.
It's a one-word title that goes well.
Reno Nichols says, I want Opie as a bad guy. That came out of fucking nowhere. Opie doesn't get cast in anything. Opie was live streaming today, but now he only live streams before we get on.
Weird.
So I don't think Opie's on anymore.
It's like he avoids us.
Yeah, Opie, he comes on live. Yeah, he was done 15 minutes. So when we were 10 minutes into our show, he cut his live shit.
So he did an hour.
Yeah, not even. He didn't even do an hour.
Just what are you afraid we might give you more viewers? Like, I mean, just
fucking Ope. We just want to help you. And here you are resisting us. Oh, well. I want to throw a few thank yous out there and give you guys an update as to where we're at and then a lot of stuff to talk about today. Thank you to Blake with $10 on PayPal, Michael with $20, Chris with 15, and Adam with 5. That's very generous of you folks. We are $80 away from knocking out Tuesday morning's goal. So tomorrow morning's goal, we're $80 away. Let's set this. Let's knock it out this morning.
All right.
And let's see if we can knock out tomorrow evening, since it's going to be a shorter show. Let's see if we can knock out tomorrow evening tonight.
Stay one day ahead.
Stay one day ahead. So if you feel like chipping into Steel Toe, there's the Streamlabs, there's the PayPal, and anything over $10 gets our buddy Shaka Zulu. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal. He's so fun. I love that guy.
He'll be a witness at your trial.
He certainly will, and he'll say, "Oh, Lordy, Mr. Aaron is a good folk. He makes me my sweet potatoes just like I like them, and Mrs. Aaron is very good to me as well. But I only get my live feet to tapping when Mr. Aaron gives me the old finger in the back." Because the lever's in the back. And
that's what that totally means. It couldn't be. Why would you take it any other way?
That's the only reason.
Like unwrapped.
Yeah, so $80 away from today's goal. Also, becoming a member helps a lot. We are kind of level. We've leveled out on memberships. What we do with the memberships is we count them up front at the beginning of the month, and we knock down our goal for the rest of the month based on how many members we have. You also get an extra show every single week with a $5 members only membership. And you also get entered in a $100 drawing every single month. I think it's the most profitable way to support this show financially, if you will. 495 Marauder says, how do you become a member of Steel Toe? You hit the join button. So there's a button that says join on the video you're watching currently, and then you become a member. Follow it from there. I think it's easier to do on desktop
probably
than it is mobile. But if you're on mobile right now, just when you get to a desktop computer, go to our channel, hit join, become a member. Easy enough. The other athlete I wanted to mention today with the athletes dropping thing is there was an Old Dominion basketball player over the weekend, and this got I saw no coverage of this. Old Dominion basketball player. It was yesterday, and oh boy, yeah, people are already asking the questions about it. Yeah, you're not allowed to say that. Don't be writing that shit. They'll come get you. Another athlete I don't know if he dropped dead. Had to be tended to by training staff. Sophomore guard appeared to become weak, then collapsed during play in the first half of the contest. After a few tense moments, Essien, who did not appear to lose consciousness, was helped to his feet and walked off the court with the help of trainers. He was responsive throughout and was able to sit with the team for the duration of the game and travel back with them. He's in good spirits, so on and so forth. I wonder how many of these guys, though, that this happens to are going to collapse like that, get checked out by a doctor, and the doctor's going to go, "You have a bigger heart than you used to."
It's kind of weird. I don't know why this has happened. Like, you and your friends, have you guys done something recently?
Last year and a half, 2 years, just ballpark it for me.
Maybe there's some sort of new drug that I know it might seem weird, but just tell us anything you've taken that could be risky.
I want a new drug. One that won't make me sick. One that won't make me get no sniffles. One that won't make my heart 3 feet thick. I want a new drug. All right. One that won't make me dead. One that protects me from a virus or maybe kills me instead. One that won't give me COVID. Wondering what... Anyway. An Old Dominion basketball player collapsed.
Do you have any reason for it happening thus far?
Nothing given. And probably won't be. Probably just go ahead and say, you know what?
Let's just not talk about it.
Shit happens. People fall down. You got an MMA fighter dropping dead at 18. You got a basketball player collapsing on the court in front of everyone. That's going to be the neatest trick they do with all this stuff. And we won't say what the stuff is. But the neatest trick they're going to do with all this stuff is show it to us right in plain sight and go, who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? That's the most amazing part. Like Damar Hamlin, something we've never seen before. Come on, he was just hitting the chest in the right spot. And you're like, are you sure? Because it's fucking football. And I'm pretty sure every human being has been hit in every spot possible at this point.
Yeah, and we've never really seen this before. In fact, we've only lost a player one other time, and I don't remember what the other time was from. But, it just never... I mean, for as violent as a sport as football is, we don't really see the players just drop.
Yeah. By the way, Elza writing, don't press join. You won't get the benefits. First of all, what a shitty thing to write. And second of all, why wouldn't you get the benefits? We have a members only show up right now from last night. That's just for you. That's a real shitty thing to say. Oh, thanks, Elza or Eliza or whatever. That's incredibly mean of you. Curly Adam with $20 says for 2 days of Johnny. Hope Oz is well and comes back. Look, we've got our schedule for now. That's all I'll say. $65 away from tomorrow morning's goal. Like I said, let's knock that out today. That'd be fucking cool. Someone says, oh, snap. They called you. Yeah, sure did. Sorry for putting up shows for you every Sunday. I guess I'm the asshole.
You huge dick.
You giant piece of shit. How dare you put up a show?
Captain Dillhole over here following through on his promises. What are you?
Hour and a half worth of shit no one else is going to see. Asshole.
Way to go, Chad.
So I didn't do it live last night because we had April's dad's birthday. Mm-hmm. We went out to Litchfield for that. And I'm like, well, shit, let me put a members-only show together and put it up for everyone. And not everyone. This will just be members. We're not even going to stream it for everybody first. This one's going to go straight to members only. And I think I'm doing this wonderful thing. And here's one of the members going, you're not going to fucking get it. And you're like, I worked so hard. I just wanted to do the right. Some people are just going to be fucking miserable, I suppose. So yes, we got that. We got the Vikings winning yesterday. Really, a lot of boring games out there, by the way, Johnny. A lot of things were settled already yesterday going into the games with the playoffs and everything else. And the Vikings played their starters for one half of the game and still beat the Bears by, I think, 13 points. And the Bears were playing their second and third string quarterback.
So nobody's really pushing, like no one's really risking their team.
Right. There were a few teams who needed to win to get into the playoffs and who needed another team to lose to get into the playoffs and all that. Last night, Detroit played. This really sucks. Check this out. Even if you're not a football fan, you can appreciate what a dick kick this is. So Detroit was playing Green Bay. Mm-hmm. Going into the game, if Detroit beat Green Bay and Seattle lost, Detroit was in the playoffs.
Okay.
If Green Bay wins, Green Bay's just in. If Seattle wins, Green Bay loses, Seattle's in the playoffs. So Seattle's playing their game at 3:25. The Lions and Packers are playing theirs right after at 7:20. So you imagine you're the Lions, you're getting ready for your current game, but you're also kind of keeping an eye on the Seahawks game because if they win, you're basically out of the playoffs. Rams are winning. Rams are beating the Seahawks the entire game. Seahawks come back at the end, win it in overtime with a field goal. So you're Detroit, and you're just feeling kicked in the fucking nuts because you're about to go out there and play a primetime game on national television.
And now it's for nothing.
Your season just ended. Well, I'll give you some crazy shit. Lions still went out there, played their dicks off, beat the Packers last night, knocked the Packers out of the playoffs. So the Lions were like that spiteful bitch who were like, you know what? If I can't have it, neither can you.
We hate you dicks anyway, so it's time for you to go down.
The season was a puppy that the Lions and Packers had together. And then they were going to take away the puppy, so the Lions just snapped its neck in front of the Packers, the puppy being the season.
I don't get it. Nobody does.
Right. If I can't have the puppy, the Packers won't either. So now the Seahawks are in the playoffs. They're going to play San Francisco. Look, as a Vikings fan, I shouldn't really do this, but I was kind of rooting for the Packers. And the reason I was rooting for the Packers is I think they have the best chance to beat the 49ers in the first round, so we don't have to go to San Francisco. The 49ers have won 10 games in a row. They're unbeatable. They're probably going to the Super Bowl with a third-string quarterback who was the last pick in the draft. I mean, they're just a charmed team. So I didn't want Seattle to play San Francisco because I don't think Seattle can beat San Francisco. But here we go. We'll see. Vikings play on Sunday against the Giants. Hopefully we're able to win that one.
So are you on the we're going to the Super Bowl team yet?
Now here's where I am. I'm on the I really want to go to the Super Bowl train.
Okay.
But I'm also realistic, and I go, look, I want to go to the Super Bowl. So therefore, I need this team knocked off, and this team knocked off, and then we're good. We're going to be okay. For example, I need Tom Brady to beat Dallas
right
this week.
and then suffer a massive heart attack
No,
for no reason.
I don't feel bad. We'll beat the Bucks because we'll play them at home. Then I need the 49ers to get beat by the Seahawks. Then I need the Seahawks to fuck up Philadelphia somehow. And then we can beat the Giants. We can beat Tampa. And then we can host the Seattle Seahawks here for the NFC Championship game. So what I'm saying is, Johnny, I really don't see a clear path to us going to the Super Bowl this year.
Now you come to me on the day my fantasy football team is to play for the Super Bowl.
And you tell me you're depending on the Seattle Seahawks. Sorry. It is like depending on Fredo to do a hit. It's just my whole hope for my team to make the Super Bowl right now lies in the hands of Geno Smith. I'm looking forward to it.
He's gay, as we know.
Geno's gay. Geno can't play quarterback. Because he's gay. Geno's not a good quarterback either. We get it. How many fucking shows are we going to do about this? God damn. I got to tell Kevin Brennan right now. And I like Kevin Brennan, and he's a funny guy. Don't bother going live if all you've got is Geno's gay, Geno's not fun. Save it. Wait a little bit. Let's do quality over quantity. All right? No more shows. I know one of your co-hosts needs welfare, but don't worry about that. That's not your responsibility. He's going to die anyway.
That's a little bit mean to say.
I'm sorry. But when it comes to like doing shows, if all we've got is, Geno's gay, Geno's not funny. Wait, give it a minute. Maybe like sit down with a pen and a piece of paper, jot down some notes and go, ooh, it's about an hour and a half.
I don't think Bob Levy's on welfare.
I'm obvious. How dare you, sir? I'm obviously not talking about the wonderful and talented
Who else could you mean? Everyone else on there's top notch.
Sir Reverend Bob Levy is not who I'm talking about.
I don't watch that show at all, but I don't know.
Six String Man says quality over quantity. Don't throw stones, Aaron. Dick. I've got 19. I don't even get through the stories I want to do every day. I got so much new shit. You guys, here, we'll bring it all together. You guys want to watch a black guy rage at a Walmart?
Wow. Normally that's a white person's game. All right.
Right.
I'm in.
A little cultural appropriation here. So
it's about time they took one.
This wonderful, diverse member of our society that is also our strength apparently applied for a gig here at the Walmart.
Okay.
And they decided he wasn't Walmart material. And then he goes on. This is always fun when people do this. They want something. They don't get it. And then they decide in order to show you you're making a mistake, they go ahead and confirm the decision that you made was the right one, that they shouldn't hire you. Like, there's no better way if you get turned down for a job and they go, oh, yeah, well, I'll fucking kill everyone in here. It's like, well, then I feel like we made the right choice by not bringing this fox into the hen house.
Look, we'd like to hire you, but we're not sure if you're Walmart material. Well, then I'm going to burn this fucker down. All right, again, confirmation bias.
Again, I don't think that's going to help. If they said, I don't think you're Walmart material, and they went, well, I've actually established this formula on theft prevention that would actually increase annual revenues by about 2.78%, which would equal about $47 million every single year, which, I mean, that would itself pay for the employee benefits and raises. So there you go. And they go, wow, you know what? We made a mistake. Hey, welcome aboard. Also, we're actually going to use this for CEO bonus pay. But hey, you were close. You were close. All right. I mean, insurance, schminsurance. We've got Band-Aids on aisle 19. Our employees are taken care of. We even give them a 70% discount on those Band-Aids. That's because our markup and profit margin on Band-Aids is about 72%. So if we give them a 70%, we're still making money.
But they think
on the
they get a
Band-Aids.
deal.
But they thought they'd get a deal. So as long as you don't tell anyone, hey, welcome to the front office.
That's not how it works at Walmart. Like, you want to impress them at Walmart, be like, hey, I managed to drool on my shoes, my pants, and my shirt at the same time. You're hired.
Yeah.
Welcome to Walmart.
But I didn't piss on them. And like, that's the kind of self-control we're looking for out of our team here at Walmart. So let's go ahead and watch this lovely, splendid, diverse strength of our society character get denied for a job at Walmart. And then I want you to watch, because this is my favorite thing when stuff like this happens. Watch how scared all the white people are. Like the white people who are in a position of authority to do something, watch them all just freeze and go, wait a minute. if a black person is angry, am I allowed to do not say anything, not touch anything, but like literally move? Am I allowed to do a goddamn thing? Or is like society now just I wait until
It's
the black guy...
all racist if you do anything.
If the black guy rages, do I just allow him to break all my shit? Can I tell
They're
him?
like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Don't move. They're attracted to movement.
Every time I see my water
Start shaking?
whenever I see it ripple, I go, oh, black people are coming. I go, uh-oh, what the hell's going on here?
Well, the black people find a way.
Blacks find a way. Oh, shit. All right, so here's this upstanding, young, diverse member of our society who is our strength, handling rejection at Walmart.
You're gonna have to leave. No! I want my money! If I can't get money, nobody's getting their money! The fuck? I've been out here with all this whole fucking flow, this whole fucking shit! Ain't nobody getting their fucking money!
Oh, I thought he got turned down for a job. He's at the money service, so he wants like a money order or something.
He got like a check cash or something like that, and they're not doing it or something.
They're either not doing it or they're charging it because they charge you for check cash.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want that. So something happened where he didn't get his money the way he wanted. And here's what I love about people like this. Do you think that fucker in a polo shirt really wants to watch you destroy shit and wreck shit? You think he's just doing this for his enjoyment? No. There's a company policy in place. He probably followed it. You're not supposed to get your money for whatever reason. This is not the guy who's going to be able to change anything for you.
And this poor bastard, he's probably not making enough to justify what he's about to put up with for this shit. And he's going to make his day longer. But I love the security guard over here. I love the Pillsbury Doughboys kid with the beard and the glasses. Just
That's
like,
intimidating, right?
Yeah. And I love how he's not even, don't make eye contact, just stare at the wall like you're not even there.
Don't address the raging black man. Like progressive society has taught people now, like they've actually instructed people on how to be racist by fighting race. Like they're fighting racism as racist. They're like, now look, black people are just genuinely angry. So when they start raging, you just let them throw a tantrum. It's like, you're treating them like they're two. Like this is not the racial paradise that you wanted it to be where everyone's treated equally and everyone gets treated nice. What you're basically saying is enable toddler-like behavior because as progressives, that's all we believe they're capable of. So just don't look at them. Don't
That's
try
equality,
to
you know?
Right.
We're like, look, racist people would sit here and be like, we can't sit there and let this happen. We got to stop this. And that's mean. We're accepting. So be a kid.
Progressives are so the new plantation owners.
Oh, dude.
Socially, it's remarkable.
That was the one thing about Jesse Lee Peterson that really made me stop and reassess a lot of shit when he started saying how a lot of the people that talk about how, racism is a thing and black people being held down were black and they're actually like profiting
civil rights
off
people, yeah.
Yeah. I started kind of doing that math and I'm like, I don't know if I agree. Holy shit, that checks out.
Yeah, it's a business. And if you don't keep people afraid, you're not going to keep your business going. It's pretty wild. Jesse had some good stuff.
It's not fair! It's not fucking fair! Dude! Ain't nobody getting their fucking money!
I feel like the customers should be the ones beating the shit out of him now.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody getting their fucking money. Oh, well, now we got a problem because this Pabst Blue Ribbon ain't paying for itself.
That's right. My cousin needs a pregnancy test. And if she ain't getting her pregnancy test, ain't nobody gonna be happy.
And if I ain't getting my condom, she ain't gonna be happy. I have to reuse that other one again. She just...
I know it's a Walmart and you don't have to deal with too much shit, but like security, really? Like, did you just take him from like film development?
Well, the
and
weirdest
just slap a what do you call it? A windbreaker on him?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And the worst part is like we have to lock up everything now because everybody steals stuff. But at the same rate, if people are stealing stuff, most of the places aren't allowed to do anything about it.
Yeah. So what are you gonna do as the security guy? So you got a little ironed-on badge on your windbreaker. And then what? If somebody tries to steal something, the only way they neutralize you is poke you in the belly and you go, woohoo, and then they just run out?
He just walks behind people, kind of looking off to the side and huffing, just, there, I'm disappointed with you.
If I looked like him, here's how I would try to stop shoplifting as a security guard. I'd walk up behind the person who's stealing before they left, and I'd go, Christ is watching. And then just back off and let them look at you like, what? Jesus knows what you're doing. And then just find out who's honest or not, you know? Maybe the ones who are still God-fearing will put their shit back. The other ones will clock you in the head with it, but you won't die.
That's me, sir. What are you doing Kurt Cobain like that, dude? Nobody's getting your money! So the fuck am I supposed to get a job? How am I gonna do anything? You're assholes, you're racist!
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
You don't get what you want, so obviously they're racist.
Well, that's what I mean by I think he got turned down for a job. He's like, how am I supposed to get a job? I'm like, keep applying and keep going to places. And I'll tell you how you don't get a job. You don't break people's shit when you go there to interview.
Yeah, and even if you're not there to interview, I can't imagine when this is your outburst here that nobody would hire you.
I interviewed once. I never told you this. I interviewed for a job at Goldman Sachs once.
Oh, how'd that go?
Yeah, well, I thought the interview went well, but when they told me they'd call me back, I went outside and I keyed the manager's Beamer. And then he told me I couldn't work there anymore. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? What did I ever do to you?
I just always get too excited. My last job interview, I tried to like depict a story for the guy. Like, here's the other guy's brakes.
Oh, yeah. That's never good. Here comes the meat wagon.
New guy's in the corner puking his guts out.
Coroner gets out and he goes, oh my God. All because you wanted to save a couple of pennies. To me, it doesn't. Get out. All right.
Yes! Put the fucking,
Do you
put a
validate?
fake goddamn fucking X or something!
Wait, can we go back and hear that again? You ever get so mad that you don't even make any fucking sense anymore, and you know you don't, so you kind of have to walk it back a little? It doesn't even with the check. The Derber.
Rational point.
He literally started making South Park noises.
Anything! You're assholes! You're racist! Yes!
He laughed at
Put the fucking, put a fake goddamn fucking X or something!
He literally
In his brain, he's like, throw the next one. We already threw the racist bomb. They laughed it off.
We had heading on our way to the Walmart to deliver the bomb. But you're a racist bomb. Of course, what we didn't know was their rejecting me mission had been so secret. No advanced email had been sent. They didn't list me as unemployed for over a week. Mostly because they couldn't use the computers that I'd broken.
Yes! Put the fucking, put a fake goddamn fucking X or something!
Is he trying to get them to put an extra zero on like the money order or the check?
I have no idea what the thing is, but I love it. We're racist. He smiles and he laughs at it. Yes!
We're racist? All we do is serve Mexicans all day long here at Walmart.
I mean, if we were racist, we'd just get rid of this counter.
Right. Sir, if I were a racist, I'd be at Hobby Lobby right now. I don't really understand. Walmart? Really?
Yes! Put the fucking, put a fake goddamn fucking X or something!
Put a fake goddamn zero or something.
So now you want him to commit check fraud because you don't have all the money?
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah. Hey, you're not giving me enough money. Commit fraud with me. You don't call someone a racist and then ask them to go halfsies with you on a fraud scheme.
So we're racist? Yes! Now commit a federal offense!
Wait, are you calling me a racist? Yes! Felony, please! Sir, not after you called me a racist. Pretty please commit a felony?
Look, maybe for your people. Whoa!
Yes! Put the fucking, put a fake goddamn fucking X or something!
Sir.
So I can give him goddamn money!
Sir,
I've been doing shit all day!
Wow, that security guard don't take no shit, does he?
Sir, let's leave. Like, what, are you guys going to go out for drinks after this?
Old great posture McGee over here. Sir, let's leave. Does this security guard deep down knows this motherfucker's leaving when he wants to, right?
Yeah, and he's not going to do it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if he can in his defense, but more importantly, even if he can,
he won't.
He's not going to.
No.
He's not.
You're going to see how much respect this guy has for the security guard in a minute. You guys can play multiple choice if you want, but I think you can guess.
Oh, no.
You want me to call you?
I don't fucking care. You're white boy.
Imagine that. You're trying to exert your authority on someone. You're like, sir, let's go. Let's see. Shut the fuck up, white boy. And you're like, well, I am white. All right.
I just feel like regardless of skin tone, like at this point, if you're behaving like that in a store and they have a security guard, the security guard should be able to tase you to bring you to the ground while they cuff you and wait for the actual cops to show up. I mean, I just feel like regardless of what, ethnicity or gender you have, this shouldn't be socially acceptable.
And isn't that true equality? True equality is this motherfucker gets kneecapped and dragged outside for the cops.
Yeah.
That's true equality.
Right next to the one-toothed Alabama man who did the same thing.
Exactly. But he was on meth while he did it and running around in his underwear.
God damn, nobody fucking cares about you. I know why you want me.
Let's leave.
And I'm good looking too.
Let's leave.
Oh, did you just blow the security guard a kiss?
I know why you want me. You're showing your wrist.
Black skin, yeah.
Oh, because he's black. It has nothing to do with the fact that he's already broken one computer, tried to smash another, and is screaming incoherently.
And I'm sorry, kid, but you're trying to put on the tough black guy image. You're screaming like a 14-year-old spoiled white boy from the suburbs. I mean, this is a tantrum that we see in, like, toy aisles.
My daughter doesn't even have tantrums this bad anymore. She's 4.5. And even she'll put it in for 1 second. We're like, and we're like, we're not buying it. All right, fine.
Yeah.
I fucking hate you. I hate all of you fucking white people.
Oh, that's too bad, sir, because we really wanted to be friends. I mean, we wanted to hang out. It's too bad you don't like us. Does this mean we can't be? Does this mean we're not friends anymore? Well, then in that case, I got 2 money orders. 1 for each of you.
There was one guy standing off saying, technically, we're not really white people.
They just have to butt in. They're like, now, if you'll excuse me, I don't believe that I'm white. I believe that the Jewish people are from the promised land.
I just don't want any hostility wrongfully directed at us. We have had bad experiences.
The black guy looks back at him. He goes, tell me the deal you signed Chuck Berry to, and be honest about it. What'd you sign him to? Exactly. Shut the fuck up.
How would they send me an ID with no why?
I'm not sure.
Why? I can't do that. I can't. I'm one man. I'm one man. What the fuck did you get?
There's nothing worse than when you're angry and you kick at something and you miss. What's up?
Just literally, like if we could Photoshop a diaper onto him and like maybe a I don't know, a bonnet or a passy.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, that is just a giant baby.
Or I was also getting vibes of Kermit the Frog on the Muppet Show announcing the band. He's like, all right, and now Leo Sayer. You make me feel like dancing.
Ever seen it? Easy not getting green.
Easy not getting green.
Why would they send me an ID with no why?
I'm not sure.
Why? I can't do that. I can't. I'm one man. I'm one man. What the fuck did you get?
Man is a bit of a stretch.
No money for nobody. If I can't get shit, ain't nobody get shit. What kind of bullshit is that, bro?
I feel like that's when somebody gets beat up. Like, again,
right.
As like someone watching this, how do you stand in that line letting this? Like, I get the store can't do anything, but if I'm in that line and I'm a customer, nobody getting money, well, then I'm taking it out of your ass. Like, just the whole line.
You guys all hold my spot in line. I'm going to go to the sporting goods section, grab a bat. I'll be right back.
All right, I gotta run by the house goods and the sanitary. I'm gonna get a pillowcase and some soap. And
motherfucker comes back with a 2x4. Ho! What you doing, tough guy? USA. Jesus Christ, Hacksaw.
You go to the pay window.
Well, you see, baby, when there's an angry Negro sitting at the counter and he goes to the pay window and he can't get his money, that's hard times, daddy. When the Negroes start yelling at everybody, telling them they ain't getting no money, so your daughter can't have a birthday party, that's hard times, Jack. So I'm here to tell you that me and Rick Flair would team up in this line to take out the old junkyard dog right here and get our money orders shipped in so we can go to the pay window, baby, if you will.
That's some fucking horse shit, dog. I've been working my ass off all day. I work my ass off for this shit.
Yep.
I mean,
Nigga.
Oh.
Come here,
that's why nobody threatened to beat his ass. There wasn't a line.
Yeah, there was no
There's
lie.
just
He was
one
the
other
only
person.
one. Well, at least he wasn't inconveniencing anyone then. You know, at least he was. At least he was only. At least he wasn't only an asshole to the people who worked there. People saying selling crack is not that hard. Now wait a minute. How do we know?
We know that's not the case. They pay in cash.
Not only that. That guy is so not from the hood. I mean, he was yelling like a spoiled little suburban kid.
What if he was selling crack and he was stupid enough to take a money order?
That would be funny. It's okay. I got to take some of my crack money. I got to get a money order. I got to send it.
I gotta clear this out now.
Yeah.
Turns out this thing's complete bullshit. No, I already sold the crack. I can't get it back.
Yeah. Eric Nagel says the guy in the video is dressed like freaks and geeks. So odd. That's what I'm saying. That is not like. This is kind of the racism of other people here. Like, they don't want to confront this guy because they have an idea in their head of what they think black people are. It's like, that's not a... Like,
he's not a
guy
down.
who's going to fuck you up.
If you really... He's someone who probably isn't challenged very much when
Right.
he does shit like this. So if someone, especially around the same side... Or size, not side. Someone around the same size...
I didn't know we were taking sides already. I thought we were going to give society a chance first, but okay, here we are.
Well, I mean, just... I'm already on the right one, so what do I care? I mean the male one. That's what I'm talking about. Women's the ones who suck. At least at driving. But yeah, so if you just got challenged just a little bit, he'd back down and it's like, oh, like so. If two cops showed up and go, well, now you're not going to get your money because you owe it to the store for destruction of property, and we'll talk about what the other offenses you've committed. But like, oh, this is racist. Yup, it sure is racist. Turn around. We're going to put them cuffs on your wrist.
Well, he seems like the kind of kid who, like, he tries to use the black thing as, like, intimidation. But then the minute, like, he's one of those guys whose mom would come and go, what are you doing? And he'd be like, I'm sorry, mama. Like, we taking your ass home. Wait until your father hears about this. All right? We're going back to Golden Valley. You're like, oh, don't tell him we live in Golden Valley, Mom. I had him convinced we were Northsiders.
His real name's Clarence. And Clarence's parents have a real good marriage.
Yeah, Eric says he's Napoleon Dynamite.
Oh, no.
I just want my money. God.
Give me my money. Like, whoa. I didn't know that. How do you square that circle?
I work hard slapping bitches for this. God.
Been working on my crip walk. Jeez. Gotta go feed Tina. Tina's a pit bull. Tina, you fat lard, come get some dinner. It's Kid Guts. Just scooping it in.
Who's Tina? Tina's my bottom bitch. Isn't she a dog? Sometimes you gotta make do, dog. God.
Don't be mad that I've been talking to hot chicks all day. He's on J-Date.
Just trying to find more skanks to grow my stable.
God, I just go to Walmart to keep my pimp hands strong. God. Definitely not gangster. His pants weren't falling off, says Mark Atkinson. Nah, there's some people you can tell the way they're yelling at somebody. Like a real badass, like gangster motherfucker doesn't go in public and yell like that.
Yeah,
Talks very quietly, commands respect, the whole deal.
Just kind of looks like, you sure you want to do this? I don't like where this is going to go. You are not going to like where we are headed. Like, that's someone who's you got to worry about.
Right. Imagine like an Italian, like a mobster. That's how a respected guy of any race talks. Like, they're just kind of like, look, I don't want to make this difficult, but things can get awfully difficult here. Like, once you lose that control, you know you're probably not dealing with someone who's that hard. Because someone who's that hard doesn't need to lose control.
And more importantly, they're well aware that losing control has consequences. So they kind of wait to do that until there's no other option.
Right? They don't want to do things that might, bring the fuzz.
They don't want to, shoot their shot heavy early on and then just say, hey, that's bound to work.
Eric says, Debo stole my bike. Oh, asshole. Hey, can I have some of your Skittles? No, they're my Skittles. God, get your own. He knocks the Skittles out of his pocket. God. Typically, the people you should worry about are much harder to notice, like 99% of the time. Yeah, you pick out the guy. If there's a guy going, God, I want my money. What the fuck are you guys doing? And there's a guy sitting there like this going, and he's tightening his neck muscles. You got to worry about that motherfucker. That guy's hanging on by like that much. That you can cut that with a play school knife. His string that's attaching him to sanity.
I feel like that the guy at the counter there could have been easily diffused with just ripping on him, like, oh, poor baby can't get his money. Like, it's just like,
oh, dude, can't get your money. You're gonna cry. Like he starts breaking the computers. He's like, we have an electronics department, fuckhead. We'll have those replaced before you leave. Anything else? You gonna squirt some? You gonna cry? What's the movie where he's bouncing the ball? He's like, oh, you gonna squirt? Goldmember.
Oh yeah.
Where he's like, you gonna squirt? You gonna cry? Or number 2, or whatever it was. And he throws the ball at number 2, and he starts crying like a bitch.
You're gonna start leaking.
Yeah. All right. Well, look, I don't think that ended well for him. That's where the video ended. I'm assuming the gentleman did not get his money.
I'm wondering if he ever thought about what he's going to have to do the next time he gets a check that he's got to cash. I'm pretty sure that place is just going to see him in line and be like, yeah, no.
Nah, that's all right. I don't think so. Did you see the DC comic they released recently about the Joker?
No.
Oh, you haven't seen this? Oh, it is so... a lot of the comic book people got angry about this. I saw it and I was like, come on, guys. Matter of time, right? Matter of time before we saw this. DC put out a comic where the Joker gets pregnant and then gives birth to a mud creature. Whoa,
wait a minute.
Whoa, easy, guys. I believe the preferred vernacular is black. We don't say mud creature anymore. Like I know DC Comics started in the 30s, but that doesn't mean that your language has to stay there.
Wait, so he got butt plumbed by Sandman? What happened here?
Yes. That would have been that's a good villain mating. That's way to match up the rogues gallery there.
Well, I gotta I live in a factual world, so if it's a mud monster, clearly dirt was involved somewhere.
Sure.
And Sandman is the only one.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the form that Clayface took at the end of Arkham City, the video game. Kind of that giant like Mr. Fudge in Candyland almost, or Mr. Molasses or whatever his name is. That's who I was thinking of. Wait a minute. He gave birth to Chad Zumach? Wait a minute. Oh, that's a...
Because if Chad was the Joker's kid, he'd at least be funny.
You know what? And physically threatening. You know what? Strike 1 and 2.
He'd have an upper lip.
You're out! Today, DC really... today being January 3rd, so last Tuesday, DC released a comic in which the Joker becomes pregnant and gives birth to a mud monster who transforms into a child version of himself who he adopts as his son. Guys, whatever happened to just he wants to set Gotham on fire and Batman stops him? I mean, did we really have to dick with the playbook that much?
So is this like one of those like trans affirming things where it's like, remember, you can be whatever and still whatever?
I don't know if it's trans man has baby. It could just be just stupid and gay. It could just be they've got shitty ideas.
Whoever you're aiming for here, you realize you also chose the villain. So it's like, so is this a punishment? Like,
well, what have we here? I think you're pregnant. Excuse me, I'm yawning. Oh, that's what you do a morning show for. I think you're pregnant. And Joker says, I think you're right. Do we have a good OBGYN we could use? Because that's something the Joker should say. That's a line that the Joker is really known for not being a sociopath and really caring about other life forms and really, wanting to nurture them and take care of them and cares if they live or die. That's really been a strong point in his character historically, I believe.
You have nothing. No morning after pill to threaten me with.
Look, getting pregnant is making a choice between having an abortion and not having an abortion and keeping the baby. And I'm going to let you decide. You can only keep one of them, the baby or your figure. Your figure is at Planned Parenthood. That's on 234 McDougal Street. And the other one is Eternal Parenthood. Oh. How many of your loads did I take? 6. You know, it's when they're coming in you that people show you who they really are. Do you want to know which one of your friends were criers? You see, a pregnant man like me, freak. Now, look, a pregnant guy like me takes many prenatal vitamins. All I want is my vitamins. The Joker, in his most recent comic, gets pregnant and then gives birth to a mud monster. Here's the... Okay, oh my God.
Dear Lord.
All right, let's show this to you guys. So there he is on the delivery table. And the doctor says, "You ready?" And he says, "Ready as I'll ever be, Atomic Skull."
Oh, great. So now his balls are getting irradiated?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess so. The Joker then heaves up a mud monster, which is apparently the birth. Okay, so that's what he gives birth to.
So it came out the rear door then? Like, I don't...
Right, did he squeeze it out of his pee hole or his butthole? These are the questions I need answered. Look, DC, you can try to be woke if you want to, but I also need story continuity, all right? How was the baby formed? Who's the mother? Father?
Look,
Mother?
we've been tossing around the how did Superman F Lois without killing her when he busted a nut conversation for decades. You can't just have the Joker shit out a kid and us not be like, well, how did that work?
I feel like Brody kind of nailed it for us on the Superman fucking normal chicks. Kryptonite condom, but that would kill him. And as far as like Stan Lee's take on Brody's obsession with superhero genitals, I think he was right on. Because there is something kind of gay about theorizing that Superman would blow a load like a shotgun through someone's back. I mean, that's a little too vivid for a non-gay.
Yeah, but he's not wrong.
What is, like, his cum might be strong and his seed might be strong. I believe his last words were, the seed is strong. But I don't think the actual force of him coming is any harder than anyone else's.
No, it would be because of the musculature stuff.
Okay.
His muscles are stronger.
Maybe he does. You're right.
He's
Maybe
strong enough to jump and then magically fly. You're thinking that somehow when you get down to his dick is like, but we're not going to put any extra oomph in here.
All right, fine. Lois is dead. Hit you, leave a 2-foot hole coming out. I would really love it if one of you would kill that thing, especially you, the skeleton. You are kind of the weak link today. And then, so the Joker wanted someone to kill his baby?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the baby turns into a little mini Joker. And Joker says, "What the hell did I eat?" Meaning like he took a shit. And then he looks at the baby and says, "He's so handsome." And then Joker returns to his female villain to show off the new child. This is just fucked up. Yeah, this isn't even like a story where you're like, okay, it makes sense. He had some voodoo done so he could have a kid. And then the kid will grow up and do evil shit with the Joker. It's more like just here, we had the Joker have a kid. And then they're like, oh, what next? And like, no fucking clue. We're just going to have him walk around and show people.
It's like a weird nightmare version of Twins.
Right. But at least Twins had a plot.
Yeah, this is just like if Arnold Schwarzenegger shit out Danny DeVito.
Oh my God, we're talking about the believability of Twins. This comic is so bad. Jesus. Guys, we're only $65 away from tomorrow morning's goal. Don't have to hit it today, but I'll be very honest with you. It'd be fucking cool if we did. Streamlabs and PayPal are right there in the chat. There's also super chats and memberships are great as well. OMG Wolf says, Aaron clearly doesn't understand how our yellow sun affects Kal-El's Kryptonian physiology. I am the asshole here.
Yeah.
I got to go watch Mallrats again, apparently. Labglass says, Superman is a premature ejaculator, faster than a speeding bullet. Oh, maybe that's what that means. Means his dick.
So, like, as soon as he can, like, tell she's getting aroused, he's just loading his pants? Just damn.
The 495 Marauder says, once again, the target audience for this nonsense is children and small-minded people. Propaganda. I don't know, man. We're getting kind of lame now. A lot of this is young men.
Yeah, I don't know if people realize the target audience. It's a comic book, so the target audience, whether you want it to be or not, is like 13 to 23 year old males.
It skews a little bit older, I think.
I mean, there are a few like ladies, girls, whatever that like comic books, but they're afraid to admit it because whenever they go out in public, they get attacked by comic book nerds.
Yeah, they get butt fingered by crazy white nerdy people.
You like the same cartoons and books I do.
Did you see the new DC comic where Joker gets pregnant? What do you think about it?
Oh, I think it's lovely. Girl, there's a girl. There, it's kind of like the nude beach in Euro Trip, where as soon as the girl takes off her shirt, everyone just looks and starts chasing after her. It's like, guys. I mean, really, it's a ladle hitting the ground in Jurassic Park, and the nerds are the velociraptors, and the chick is the spoon. You just have to chase after her. Let's talk about this story in Houston. This is a really interesting one. So I don't know what's going to end up happening to this guy, but there was a taco restaurant, like one of those little fast food. You know what? Great place to compare it to? The place, it's got 2 locations now in St. Cloud. Gilberto's.
Love Gilberto's.
Where you can sit down and you can eat your Mexican food, or you can just take it with you, whatever. They'll put it in styrofoam. They go to one of those little sit-down places, and somebody decides to rob the joint. While somebody's robbing the joint, the old good guy with a gun pulls out his gun and ballsily shoots the guy to death. Now the police are looking for the dude that shot him. They want to ask him some questions. Let's check this story out. You guys tell us what you think in the chat there down below, and we'll check this whole thing out.
Customer who shot and killed a would-be robber in the middle of a holdup this week. The incident was all caught on camera. Perhaps you've seen it already. Fox 26's Gabby Hart is live from South Gessner near Bel Air Boulevard where it happened. Gabby, what do you know?
A really disturbing video. I can tell you that that gunman, or the man carrying that gun, walked into this restaurant brandishing what turned out to be a fake gun. Unfortunately, though,
don't fuck around, dude.
Yeah, especially in fucking Texas.
Right.
Like, I mean, I could get it if you were in California or New York or anywhere else where it'd still be an incredibly stupid idea, but at least you got, like, a few things weighing in your favor.
People aren't allowed to carry guns legally, yeah.
Like in Houston, it's like almost like, hey, I just became a member of the state of Texas. They sent me a gun in the mail. Like it just
and a holster so I could carry it in public.
And a Yosemite Sam hat. I have no idea why.
They sent me a 10-gallon hat, a gun, a holster, and this weird Monopoly get out of jail free card. This is a great state. I love it.
And then just a little welcome note, and it says like, "Welcome to Texas. Now get out there and shoot some varmints."
Yeah. And they sent me a plastic toy badge that says "Official Varmint Keeper or Trapper." I don't really know what that means. I've never met a varmint. But to go in a place and rob it, you might as well use a real gun.
If you're going to brandish a weapon, you better brandish a real one because it's getting treated as such.
Exactly.
lost his life right here in this doorway after a customer pulled out a gun and shot him multiple times. I can tell you that we spoke with an attorney today about the possibility of that customer facing charges.
For what?
Right. For what?
For paying for his meal, for minding his own effing business, and then
for having a meal, a succulent Mexican meal. Oh, yes, I see you know your judo well.
He's the one with the fake penis.
This is the bloke who got me on the penis, people. Do I still have that guy? There's no way I got rid of that guy, is there? Oh, yeah.
This is the bloke who got me on the penis, people.
How dare you?
That's Greta Thunberg. I thought that was that guy.
This is the bloke who got me on the penis, people.
There is nothing funnier than someone robbing a Mexican restaurant to Mexican music. There is nothing better than a guy going, all right, everybody shut the fuck up and give me your wallets. And then you just hear, tequila.
I think it could be better if it was playing in Kanto. We don't talk about Bruno.
Oh, why?
Why?
Everybody's sick of that shit. All right, everyone give me your wallet.
Witnesses say after grabbing the cash, he was reported of saying, Iba, andre.
To which the other customer, the customer who shot the robber dead went, my name is Slowpoke Rodriguez. He's blew his face off with a giant pistol.
11:30 Thursday night, a masked man walked into a taqueria
Oh.
on the 60th.
Oh my God, it's Sting!
He's hitting up everybody at every table. So it's not even. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. You asked for that.
He's Pulp Fictioning them, where he just takes all the wallets and everything else.
800 block of South Gessner near Bel Air Road. Video shows him pointing a gun at patrons and demanding money. Pay attention to this customer. As soon as the robber walks in, he starts fiddling around near his waistline.
By the way, worst robber ever. He sees a guy clearly fucking around and going for something, and he doesn't do a damn thing.
And worst person to like represent the whole like responsible gun owner, like, oh no, something's going down. Where did I leave it? Shit, those are my keys.
No, I'll tell you what's happening here. Like, this is something that everyone who carries kind of not dreams about, but is like prepared for. Mm-hmm. And like, this is their worst case scenario. It's like your fire drill.
And so now he's just overexcited.
He's not overexcited. I think he's just nervous as fuck. I don't think anybody realizes how nervous they're
how much
going to be.
adrenaline is going to through.
Yeah, and he's just trying to take this thing out of the holster, and his hands are just probably shaking like crazy because I don't care how much of a badass you think you are. I don't care how hardcore you think you are. This moment is going to fuck you. You're never going to be ready for this moment.
And he doesn't know that gun's fake. So he thinks just doing this is putting him at risk of getting shot.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, you're right. The gun, nobody knows the gun's not real.
Except
and when
the guy.
that robber walked past him a second time, he opened fire. That customer fired 9 shots. Once the robber hit the ground, the customer continued firing as he approached the suspect and took his gun. After he took that gun, video shows the customer let off a final shot in the direction of that robber's
Okay.
Oh, uh-oh. Yep.
This is somebody who got a little too dirty hairy after the moment began.
Yeah, this might...
That's... It'd be one thing if he just unloaded a stream of bullets and that was that, but...
Yeah.
That's at least 3 different times that he opened fire on the guy. Like,
after he was neutralized.
Well, no,
so
twice after he's neutralized.
You took his gun away and then you shot him again. That might end up fucking this dude.
That will definitely end up fucking this dude. You know, one, even if the gun was real, he's not a threat anymore.
Right.
He's on the ground. He's already injured or whatever. You've neutralized...
He's unarmed.
You've neutralized every part of the threat, and now you're just like, and bang. Like,
Look, this is going to be one of those things where our take, you know, the chat, when I go back to the chat here, the chat's going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about? He saved it. I'm not saying that I would want him in jail. I don't give a shit. Like, this guy's garbage. He came in to rob the place and hurt people. Fuck him. I'm not upset that he's dead. I'm saying by the letter of the law, this guy's going to be in trouble.
yeah, because he went beyond defending himself. It's no longer self-defense.
I don't mind what he did necessarily. Good. Another, piece of shit is off the streets. I'm just saying legally, the police are not going to want to. It's kind of like that Byron Smith guy here in Minnesota. Years ago, there was this guy, Byron Smith, who had kids kept breaking into his house in Little Falls. And one night he decided, well, enough. I'm going to sit here. He had the most like serial killery snack ever. He had just plain saltine crackers and water. And he just sat down in his chair at the bottom of his steps with saltine crackers and water and a gun. And then sure enough, these 2 kids broke into his house. They start coming down the stairs, blows one of them away right away, wounds the girl, and he recorded it. Like, he recorded audio of the whole thing and then starts taunting the girl and telling her, oh, you're dying. You're dying, aren't you? And then she's like screaming and stuff like that. And he goes, oh, yeah. Oh, you shouldn't break into people's houses. And then you just hear him fire another shot. What he called on the tape a good, clean finishing shot. And then that guy ended up going to prison. Now, do I think if you break into a guy's home, you're kind of taking your life into your own hands? Yeah, absolutely. Do I also know how the law works and knew that guy was not going to get away with that? Yeah, because they're going to want to make an example of him because they don't want everybody doing that. Now, it's kind of like the attorney general in Shooter, where it's like, this isn't the Wild West where you can go out and clean up the streets with a badge and a gun.
Even though sometimes that's exactly what's needed.
Right, exactly. Do we need more guys like this standing up for people and maybe blasting some of these fucks in the face when they get out of line? Yes. Do the cops want to patrol a neighborhood or a city where that kind of shit is going on? No, it would be a nightmare for them. So they're going to want this guy put away. They're going to want this guy made an example of because they don't want other people. They don't want this breaking out in every fucking taqueria in the Houston area.
Well, I mean, we're already seeing a rise of like stores hiring private security and stuff that are armed to deal with things like this. It's getting to the point where businesses have to have their own like in-house police officers.
Right. Yeah, like
Because-
schools have a resource officer.
Yeah, it's just because you can't trust anything now, and like that's how you get stuff like this is when the cops don't intervene, people start going, well, I'm gonna have to defend myself.
Yep.
And then John Wayne's all like, oh, I'm saving the day, and then he goes a little too far, and now he's going to jail.
Right. It would have been more baller if he would have shot this guy, knocked him down, took his gun, sat down, put the guns on the table, and just kept eating.
Actually, yeah, that would have been pretty cool.
He just bang, 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 bang. Takes the gun, doesn't say a word, just goes. You just hear the guns hit the table. Here, these are the guns. Boom, 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 boom. Walks over, grabs the other guy's gun, comes back, sits at the table. You just hear this. He just keeps eating.
Hey, can I get some more salsa?
Yeah. Little bland today, Royce.
He died at the scene.
Spilled my
After the
horchata.
robber was down, the shooter realized that the gun he was brandishing was fake.
This is Texas.
Oh, yeah. He's pissed because he's like, I shot you over a fake gun. He's like, you made me shoot your fucking eye out over a fake gun, you motherfucker.
And I think he's extra pissed because he also realized that even if he hadn't shot, even if the gun were real, you don't look good now on the security footage with the follow through.
It would be funny if he went to take that last shot with the other guy's gun and just a stream of water shot at the guy's face. What the fuck? Wouldn't have gone to jail, though. Might have been okay if he would have neutralized the guy, grabbed his gun, then just water pistoled him.
And why did he shoot him? Like, you popped up behind him. You've got a clear shot. He's right in front of you. Just hit him with the butt on the back of the head. Just back.
Oh, see, I wouldn't. If I'm going to do that, I'm not risking it. Yeah, I'm shooting
Fair enough.
the guy. I have to. Because you got to think, that guy thought that gun was real.
True.
So like, you hit him and you don't hit him right, or the guy recovers, he goes to the ground, shoots you. Like, the best thing to do there is plug him right in the back.
Local criminal defense attorney.
Your favorite move,
to tell, just from looking at that video that was a fake weapon. And just by
really
taking out a weapon, pointing it at people, especially in a situation where you're robbing people, it establishes that, that person is willing to use it.
Some people might say, why do we have to shoot him so many times?
Until he's completely been neutralized, he is still a danger to everybody.
Customers retrieved their money and belongings and left. The customer who shot that robber threw a coffee mug at him as he exited.
Come on. He did a gangster move at the end, took a sip of his coffee, and I went, you piece of shit. Look, that guy is a little high-strung. I'll give him that. But he did just blow a guy away who came in and started sticking a gun in his face while he was eating dinner.
Oh, he's probably really pissed because after he leaves, he's going to have to come back. Mr. Clean's going to have to get the blood spots out of the floor.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
With
How am
his
I going to
magic
clean
eraser.
these clothes? What the fuck?
No one attempted to render aid. As of right now, the police would only like the shooter to come forward for questioning. And we asked Attorney Brown about the chances of a grand jury actually indicting that customer.
Probably not.
I believe it's unlikely.
And Brown says if the shooter is indicted, it would be an easy case of self-defense.
The individual who used lethal force to neutralize the situation was well within his rights to do so.
Now, we're told that shooter was driving a 1980s or 1970s or 1980s pickup truck without a bed. They
Wow, so he was like Gran Torino over here.
do again want him to come forward for questioning. They also want any customers who were here that witnessed this to come forward as well, because everyone left after that shooting took place.
Yeah,
And
didn't really feel like hanging around with that dead body in the entryway.
I'm just going to stay here until his bowels let out. Then
Yeah, kind of party pooper, that whole incident going down, By the way, who's the smartest person in this story? If you don't know, it's okay.
Yeah, I don't know who.
Mai's Tattoo Shop. I guarantee they saw the fucking news pull up and they
just
propped
stuck
the door.
their door open.
They propped the door open, and now right over her shoulder, Mai's Tattoo Shop. This video and one like it has like a combined 500,000 views. So Mai's Tattoo Shop in Houston is going to get a little bit of business out of this. God, that is smart. That's the difference. You got businesses that end up making it, and you got businesses that end up failing. The ones that work think of shit like this.
And as for the man who lost his life here, we're waiting on the coroner to release his identity. Of course, as soon as we learn more, so will you. I'm reporting live. Gabby Hart, Fox 26 News.
All right. There you go. What do you think?
It's kind of cold, but I think, yeah, it's probably about the way I'd want it to
Yeah.
go mostly. Like I wouldn't want people to get hurt, but at the same rate, I don't want people thinking they can just walk in and start robbing everybody.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And I think, look, the cops are going to want to bring him in and charge him.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that whoever handles the prosecution part of it is not going to be able to make anything stick.
I don't know, that second stream of bullets is like, all right, maybe, I don't know. But then once you take the gun, the one more shot thing, like, he's still a threat. What threat? He's a rag doll bleeding out on the floor, and you have his super soaker. What threat could he be?
But if you get an attorney, remember, it only takes one. You need one member of that jury to be convinced by the attorney that, like, hey, are you sick of this shit? Like, are you tired of things going this way? Wouldn't you like to see the streets cleaned up a little bit? Isn't this somebody just standing up for his neighborhood? I guarantee you'll at least be able to split the jury on a trial like that.
Definitely that one guy on the end is like, I just said we do this with all these people. I would round them all up. We solve the problem before it starts now.
Your Honor, I'd like to strike juror number 12. He seems a little biased. I ain't biased. I just don't think they should be coming into Mexican restaurants when it ain't even their people's food. Your Honor, you see what I mean? Yeah, sir, we're going to have to ask you to leave. You're a little extra. Doesn't even really seem like you want to be here.
Clearly, he was out of place. It was a Mexican restaurant, and he's a little bit more of what you might call the African persuasion. Now, if it was a few people from out, shall we say, south of the state, I'd understand them looking for somewhere to stop that feels like home. Holy Jesus, man.
I always believed we should all stick to our own kind's food.
Oh,
well, you don't have to do jury duty now. Congratulations.
the real crime is that Caucasian got himself caught at a Mexican restaurant. That's what you call betraying a bloodline, you son of a bitch.
Actually, when the guy was trying to get his wallet back, he was trying to explain to everyone what it looked like, and he said, it's the one that says bad motherfucker on it. I don't know what that suitcase he had in it, though. What's the working theory on the suitcase? It's Marcellus Wallace's soul? That's the one I've heard the most.
Marcellus Wallace's soul. But then why is it glows gold when they open it?
I don't know. I've heard the only two that I can accept are Marcellus Wallace's soul, and it's just a MacGuffin. Like, it's just a thing that you're supposed to think of what it is and just let it be whatever you want it to be. RGZ Max says, yeah, dipshit from Pulp Fiction, let them keep the money. What a piece of shit. Yeah, what did he say? I'm telling you right now, Jules, you let that motherfucker keep that money, and I'm going to kill him on principle. Yeah, people are saying that's the soul glow. The gold. Zilch says it's pics of Uma Thurman's feet. I mean, Tarantino is into feet. Right?
Yep.
Could be Uma Thurman's feet.
I've seen those pics. It makes sense.
He likes Dakota Johnson. He loves Dakota Johnson's feet in fucking Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah, that's...
Holy shit, does he love feet in that movie?
Yeah, that's why that movie, like, at a certain point, I'm like, all right, who is this for?
Yeah, Margot Robbie's feet in the movie theater. Just everybody's goddamn feet. Oh, Leo DiCaprio had him up in the pool at the end of the movie. Remember?
Yeah.
When he's singing The Red Baron?
Ugh. His big old revenant feet.
Which, by the way, what a gay-ass song to listen to if you're a dude in a pool. You're listening to whatever it is, the Ballad of the Red Baron or whatever. Ugh. Come on, buddy. It's the boss's dirty laundry, says Six String Man. Oh, literally. That'd be funny if he goes, it's my boss's dirty laundry. But it's just literally clothes that Marcellus gave him to wash, and it's just a really important thing. Hulkamasha Baby says, Jules, if you give these motherfuckers $1,500, I will kill them on principle. Next time, don't rob a restaurant in Texas, says Gene. Or at least keep an eye on the bald white guy staring you down with his hands below the table. That's the other thing, is this guy was such an amateur when it came to robbing shit. There's a guy literally... Okay, I'm sitting here.
Fidgety as fuck.
This is a guy sitting normal at a restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
This is a guy trying to dig a gun out of his hip at a restaurant. You see a guy doing this while you're robbing the joint, and you don't at least clock him in the head with your pistol. You can tell it's your first time.
Again, you chose to go into a establishment and rob everyone there with a fake gun. I feel like decision making isn't one of your skills.
Right. Oh, somebody does point out there's also the barefoot dancing scene in Pulp Fiction. Yeah. So you have that too. The twist scene.
He just spanks it to that movie now, doesn't he?
He's definitely got a foot thing. But you know what? Again, if you become successful, you get to,
let everyone watch your porn.
You get to let everyone, what's the point of being successful if you can't share your love with the rest of the world. All right, guys, let's check something out. Let's see where we're at likes-wise on today. We've been doing this thing lately where the audience kind of gives us a live counter of where the likes are at for the stream, and I kind of like playing with this. I like to get to the nearest 100 before we move on to the next story. If you're liking what you watch, by the way, become a member. If you feel like contributing on PayPal or Streamlabs, please do. We are very close to tomorrow morning's goal already. So if you feel like chipping in, there you go, guys. Let's knock out that last $65. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, and memberships. Pretty great. Lemmy says we're at 102. All right. Everybody hit like. Do you think we can get to 200 before we move on to the next story? There's hundreds and hundreds of people.
Yeah, we could do that.
Let's get to 200. All right. Everybody just start hitting like right now. We'll get to 150 real quick. Then we'll get to 200. And then we'll move on. And then I want the audience giving me the live counter update. So give us the live counter update real quick here. Everybody hit the thumbs up. Zanuka says you're going to have to show feet to get the likes.
I'd kick mine up there, but they don't go that high.
Oh, look at those pretty babies. All right, I don't want to show my ball sack for fuck's sake. Unless that's going to get us to 300. Am I right?
And then a copyright strike.
Who's copywritten my balls?
I have no idea. Probably
Jesus. We're at 155 already. Look at that.
Hot damn.
Already up to 155. Everybody keep hitting that like button. Let's get to 200, then we'll go to the next story. Let's also knock out Tuesday's goals. Let's make it a fucking party today, boys and girls. It's Steel Toe Day. 158. 168. 100 likes for each ball, says Dustin Hoffman.
Michael B. already claiming to have copywritten your balls.
Oh, okay. Damn it. Fuck.
Dick is still up for grabs, right?
Yeah, you still trademark the shaft, I suppose. And I'm going to be on the air until 10:30 Central, so I ain't going to be able to do it.
He signed the bottom of it with a mushroom stamp.
Oh, no, yes. It ain't leaving. G-Lock says, you aren't wearing boots under there? Son of a bitch. 176. We're already closing in on 200 likes. Thank you guys very much. Oh, and also hit subscribe. We passed over 7,500 this weekend. I think we're in the 7520s at this point. Paul Polito says, Chandler owns your balls, bud. That's a good point. The Mood with 50-somethings. It's in the $20 color, so we'll call it that. $50 away from tomorrow morning's goal. Crusher says he just copyrighted my taint. God, there's like a real estate boom for my nutsack area.
Apparently.
Shit. Show some of the good foot. Sorry. I want to apologize for not showing you guys the good one. 183. We are so close to 200. Keep hitting that like button. Let's get to 200, and then we'll hang out with the chat a little bit here. Get to our next show. How many likes if Aaron sits naked for the rest of the stream? You guys are fucking sick. I want you to know that right now.
I don't want to do that. I got to be here.
Disgusting people. And yeah, you'd be putting him through that. The hell's the matter?
There's a reason I get out of here as fast as I can when I'm done. I just want to limit the chance that anything unclothed happens.
Of a bitch. You should have way more subs. Hey, Shades Cal, thank you very much. Shades Cal started out hating us and is a fan, which is pretty commonplace for this show. And that's very nice. That's actually very nice coming from you.
It's how it goes with most people that get involved with this show, except for there was one guy. Oh, yeah, Chad's a douche.
We're at 190, 10 more likes, and we're at 200. Thank you guys very much. Someone says they were euros, and that's dollar for dollar pretty much. Why is it orange? I don't like that YouTube made it orange. All right, so that would make it 35. So that's another 20. We are 35, I believe. That puts us 35 away from tomorrow morning's goal. Thank you guys very much. Let's see if we can get to 200. Apparently, last I heard, we were at 190. Everybody hit that like button. Jack it up to 200, and then in about an hour and a half, we'll get to 300. How's that? 195 away. What were we at, 107 when this started? Like a minute and a half, 2 minutes ago? Jesus. 200. We hit it. There we go. Fettuccine El Poo-Poo. Thank you very much. Over 200. Ghost of DeMar Hamlin says, what the fuck size shoe do you wear? 13, 14, somewhere around there.
Damn. I'm just like I think a 10.5 wide. That's it.
13 or 14. People don't realize when I say this to people, I don't know what they think of me, appearance or voice-wise, that I don't sound tall or whatever. I'm 6'3.5".
Yeah, you're a pretty big dude.
And then people go, "Oh, wow, you're that tall." 6'3", 6'3.5". I like to say 6'4" sometimes because I'm insecure. 6'3", 6'4", 220. That's what I am. The fighting weight's 215. We're gonna get back there this week. I promise.
You know what you can do is you just say, "Hey, I'm 6'3", 6'4", depending on the gas station I'm at the time."
Attaboy. Aaron has big feet, but a very small penis, says John J. I like my penis. I wouldn't trade my dick for your dick. How's that? Because whatever difference there is in my dick and your dick, whether yours is smaller or yours is a little bigger, I'm happy
with what I've got
with my fucking cock, and whatever I would gain from switching with you, it wouldn't be enough to make up for the fact that it's not my dick. So that's my happiness level with my penis, where if I went to a little smaller or a little bigger, it wouldn't, I'd like it less because it wasn't my good dick. I don't want somebody else's good dick.
I just wish I could downsize mine so I could walk normal again.
Yeah, I hear you. I get that.
Throws off the gate.
Johnny leans forward a lot. He's very
dick heavy.
Yeah, he's very dick heavy. And he also has large balls, so it pushes the cock forward, which throws off the balance even more.
Mm-hmm.
Citizen
it's
M.
like I have a tail in the front.
Citizen M says, "You have small feet." I have large feet. How fucking dare you, my friend? How dare you? April has clearly stated that Aaron has an appropriately sized penis for his size. That's actually remarkably complimentary. I mean, if you're 6'3.5" and someone goes,
"Yeah, it's ratio.
Dick matches his size," well, then that's a giant cock. I mean, that's very nice of you. I'm very humbled by that. I just say, I got a good dick. You know.
How's his dick? Well, I don't mean to cast dispersions, but he is batting up a few weight classes. I mean, it's a little weird. I'm like, hey, is that a penis or a leg? What is that?
Shades Cal says 6'4". Hell, you're at least a 5 now. Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you. I didn't know I was batting under the 4s before, but I do appreciate the compliment. We got to get to this Walmart story, but first, thank you very much to Zachary for the $5 via PayPal. That means we are $30 away from tomorrow morning's goal. Thank you guys very much. That's very kind of you. I did say as my own vanity to knock that out to this morning would be cool. So thank you. There's the PayPal and Streamlabs links or the Super Chats, whichever one you feel more. Or becoming a member is great. Our membership is kind of flat at the moment, which it's at a good number, but want to see that keep ticking up every month. Somebody said if you want to cover the 8-month subs, today's a good day. No, we now count our subs at the beginning of the month and we lower the goal. So those are only the new subs count the day of, if you will. So if you want to become a member, please do. All right, let's move on. I can't hang out with you guys in the chat or I'll get bogged down here a little bit. Let's go to our next story because, God damn it, you deserve some entertainment for all those likes and dollars. Walmart has removed, April actually found me this story. Walmart has removed an online listing for a pair of men's hiking boots with KKK emblazoned on the tongue.
Did she find you the story when she was disappointed she couldn't order any, or?
Oh, yeah, she wasn't looking for stories. She was
looking
shopping.
for boots.
Right. She was just shopping, but this just happened to pop up there.
Son of a bitch! I lost my chance.
The retailer dropped the shoes from its website after it was flagged by the Council on American Islamic Relations, a grassroots civil rights and advocacy group. Now, of all the groups that you would think would have a complaint about this,
didn't see that one coming.
American Islamic Relations, you wouldn't think they would be one of them. I mean, the KKK, not big fans of Jewish people. Islam, historically, them and Jews haven't had the best go of it. See, I'm not saying they would be allies. I'm just saying I don't see them getting in each other's way.
They haven't really had any tussles. I feel like maybe they just kind of ignore each other.
Right. Just kind of you go your way, I go mine.
You wear your hood, she'll wear that burqa.
Exactly.
So much in common when you think about it.
At least with the KKK, their dress is voluntary. It's
not, any good Islamic man will tell you she's choosing to wear that.
Yes, just ask her. Ask her. You wear that as a choice, don't you, honey? Don't you, honey? That's what I thought. Allahu Akbar. This is one of my favorite things about Jesse Lee Peterson's interview with Hassan Piker. He goes, what about Allahu Akbar? It's like, what? Allahu Akbar. We thank Walmart.
Did you say Admiral Akbar?
Admiral Akbar, yeah, that was a trap. I was watching recently I was rewatching the Red Letter Media guy. Excuse me. That's like when a quarterback is calling out a play. He goes, downside! Hey! I was rewatching the Red Letter Media guy's take on not Rise of Skywalker. What's the one before that? Last Jedi, the really bad one. And they were talking about Admiral Akbar being there and Nyum-Nub being there in that battle. And they're like, God damn it. They're like, Nyum-Nub blew up the Death Star 35 years ago. When does this motherfucker get a break? Like, this guy has been fighting for 2 generations now, and these guys just don't get a break from it. Poor Nyum-Nub and Admiral Akbar. Well, I guess in The Last Jedi, Admiral Akbar got a break of sorts.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to fight. No, won't see him no more.
He's sleeping with the fishes.
The space fishes. We thank Walmart for dropping an online listing for oddly/poorly named KKK boots after we brought this to their attention earlier today. Now, if you have a design and it kind of looks like there's 3 Ks on the thing, that's one thing. But when it's actually called KKK boots, nobody saw this and went, I should probably kick this up the chain of command here and see.
Nah, why?
I guess
it's just letters, man.
It's just a collection of letters. I mean, don't mean nothing. Didn't mean nothing.
Letters don't hurt people. People hurt people.
A spokesperson for CARE told Insider the organization contact Walmart's corporate offices to respectfully ask that they be removed after receiving a tip about the shoes by email. All right. Question before I go on with this story. Is CARE going to ask that Walmart do any sensitivity training? Or are they going to be okay with them taking it down?
No, they're going to need something else.
Yeah.
Once you give in, they're going to want more.
To me, on stuff like this, I would respect CARE. I would respect any group that went, hey, that really actually upsets me. Would you take it down? And then the company took it down and like, hey, thanks for that. Appreciate it. Cool.
And we're done.
I would go, you know what? That's great. That's exactly how you should handle. If you're upset about something, contact the company, tell them you don't like it, see if they can do anything for you. Now, what happens with all of these groups, and this goes back to Jesse Lee Peterson calling the civil rights stuff a scam and all for money. What a group like CARE does is on their payroll, they have sensitivity training people. And so what CARE will do is they'll go, hey, you did this. Now you have to do this, and we want you to do sensitivity training, or we'll tell everyone you're a bigot. And the sensitivity training they have to hire is the one that CARE provides.
This happens to be an in-house service we provide.
Isn't that weird? Isn't that something?
We created the problem, and hey, we are willing to sell you the solution.
You know, Jesse Jackson back in the day shook down Coca-Cola. It's like, they're racist. Coca-Cola's a bunch of bigots, this, that, and the other thing. And Coca-Cola went, why are you doing this? He's like, well, I think you guys are racist, but, if you made a couple of black men, if you gave a couple of black men some Coca-Cola distributorships, I think that would make me feel better about thinking you guys were racist. And they're like, really? We just give 2 black people distributorships? I mean, we wouldn't even know where to start. Like, where would we? He goes, oh, it just so happens that I have 2 sons who need something to do. Why don't you give them distributorships? Guess what Jesse Jackson's kids got from Coca-Cola? Distributorships. He called them racist. They begged him for his mercy, and he got his kids a couple of Coke distributorships. Nice, Jesse. The spokesperson for CARE said they received an anonymous tip. All right, let's see if they asked. According to a Walmart spokesperson, the boots were listed by an outside third-party seller and removed because the item is inconsistent with the company's values and violates Walmart's prohibited product policy. We have a process in place designed to prevent third-party sellers from selling inappropriate items on our platform, the spokesperson said. Still, at times, inappropriate items make their way onto our platform. We are reviewing how this happened and will apply what we learned to further improve our rules and processes to prevent the sale of inappropriate merchandise. The boots listed as Harsuni men's tactical military Hakin ankle boot outdoor trekking shoes.
Holy shit, just call them KKK
I was
boots.
just going to say, those sound like clan boots to me.
I would say it just because they'd be shorter for the name.
Oh, you're just saying from a marketing perspective.
I'm just saying from a speaking standpoint, KKK boots comes out way faster and easier.
Than Harsuni men's tactical military Hakin ankle boot outdoor trekking shoes. And then some fucking dorks were buying it thinking they were trekking shoes.
These are 100% certified to crush colored people's civil liberties.
Jesus Christ. And if it can't crush their civil liberties, it sure will crush their skull. Like, what? What the fuck, dude? You see, you put their mouth on the curb like in American history.
God.
Dude, what the... No, Walmart.
You ever go camping with a fireman?
Oh, my dad gave me those boots. Their removal comes on the heels. On the heels.
Oh.
Never come on the heels. Only on the face. Let them know you're serious.
Well, on the toes if you're, a movie
Quentin
director.
Tarantino, yeah, of course. Their removal comes on the heels of a November congressional report that found black hourly employees at Walmart were fired twice as often as white staffers. Well, they steal.
And
shut up. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, well, I was going to say, but how much of that has to do with like performance reviews? Like, I hate this thing of like, they fired black people. Well, were they good at their job?
Maybe there were more shitty black employees. Like, look, if you're going to have particular races of people, everywhere is going to have a place where there's more shitty white employees or there's more shitty black employees. It's just how it's going to work out.
I mean, yeah.
There's going to be some places where you have more shitty male employees and more shitty female employees. Just because your shitty employees happen to be a certain color or gender, it doesn't mean that color or gender had anything to do with the decision. I mean, in this case, you said performance. I mean, showing up late to work will get you fired. I'm not saying that's what was happening here. I'm just saying that I'm just brainstorming.
But I mean, there is room for talking about how maybe Walmart does have some weird policies in place. Because, I mean, how many times do you see a black person as like the store supervisor, like the one in charge?
About as often as I'm comfortable. No, I'm just kidding. No.
So never.
No. I've seen
them put a woman in charge. That was a bad idea.
Wait a minute, Johnny. Actually, I've never noticed any black managers at Walmart. That's not because they don't exist. It's because I don't see color.
Well, you could just compare it to their shirt. Usually the supervisors wear a white shirt.
Okay.
I'm just saying the skin.
You're saying their black skin would stand out.
Yeah, I'm saying it'd be a strong contrast.
Right, from their white shirt. Thanks, buddy. The findings were part of an analysis of staffing inequities. Okay, see, the way they're setting this up in this article makes me believe that CARE is definitely going for the sensitivity training angle.
Staffing inequities? So wait a minute, it's Walmart's fault if they don't hire enough black people now?
You know what? Guess what, Johnny?
Look, you can't have a good, high-paying job because, I have a career and an education. Screw you. We're not meeting our quotas. Get over here and work minimum wage, black person.
You know what? I'll tell you this, Johnny. It does not, in this whole article, it did not mention them saying sensitivity training.
What?
Yeah.
We got away with it.
So you know what? CARE just asked that they take it down, and CARE took it down.
And now
Walmart took it down.
Now I got to find out where they chose to off-sale those boots so I can get a pair.
You want to see the boots?
I mean, it's not subtle.
That definitely says KKK right on the tongue of the shoe. Why, though?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Fuck, they were cheap, too. You get a pair for $50.
Yeah, dude, you're not selling me on this. I mean, I'm like...
Not selling me on me, maybe. So there's the shoe. KKK on the tongue. It does look like a racist boot. Like just the aggressiveness of the bottom here.
Just looks like it was made for goose stepping.
Yeah. Or stomping. It just seems like that a racist would wear that boot.
I'll tell you this, man. Nobody that wears a boot like that shows up late.
There's only two kinds of people who wear that boot. People who don't like minorities and hoverboarders in Back to the Future Part 2. Those are the only two people buying that boot.
And one of those groups doesn't actually exist.
Warren Gordon says good for stomping.
It's the first one.
Jesus, Warren Gordon.
I mean, that's not what they were made for, but I mean, yeah, I could see how it works. Yeah.
You know, we actually have somebody on this show who wears these boots.
Who?
You wouldn't believe it if I told you. We have a man on the show that we can ask who wears these boots.
Well, so it's obviously not April because I'd totally believe that.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the show Harsuni boot wearer customer Shaka Zulu. Shaka, hello. Well, hello, everybody on the Steel Toe Show. We are here and we're ready to go. We're hopping around like I'm dancing on a hot plate. I hope you all tonight have a hot date. Hello, Alan. What can I do for y'all today? Well, Shaka, we were wondering about Harsuni boots. Oh, Lordy, I sure do love my Harsuni boots. Look at how hot they make me stepping. Well, Shaka, you see, these Harsuni boots have been called racist. Racist? Well, that makes me just hopping mad. You see what I did there, Mr. Aaron? Yes, I did, Shaka. This is the most offensive, ventriloquist gimmick ever. So you don't think these are racist boots? Absolutely not. But they have KKK on the tongue. That's all right, because I can't read them. Oh, Lordy, I love my Harsuni boots on my Harsuni foots. Oh, they make me hot stepping and dancing all over the steel toe universe, everybody.
Oh, why is it he's not able to read?
Well, he's old. You know, he's probably eyesight.
All right. Cataracts or something.
Probably his eyesight that doesn't allow him to read.
I just figured that he was, needed more of an education. Like maybe he was gonna go to college.
I think what he's trying to say is it was a metaphor. He's saying love is blind. And that if you don't know that it's KKK boots and they fit really well and they make you feel good, what the hell's the difference?
The point is racist money spends as good as not racist money.
Guys, we're just kidding. It's a toy. It has nothing to do with anything. It is a toy that I picked up at an antique shop. It is an antique children's toy. There is nothing wrong.
You're going to break that
with
poor
Shaka
thing.
Zulu. God willing, right?
He's getting it rough.
Guys, Shaka does not smoke cools. He's old school. He rolls his own.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
It's easier to put the crack in there.
First of all, Dick, it's PCP.
Oh, forgive me.
Hey.
I'm sorry, Shaka Zulu. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Johnny. You has always been a friend to Shaka. There's never been any animosity towards you from me and me from you. So thank you very much for that apology, but it's wholly unnecessary. Caught my heel. All right.
His legs are as bad as mine.
I have a special kinship with Mr. Johnny over there, because neither of our legs working. They all floppy as dog dicks.
I'm going to need to borrow that pedestal stand thing later. Maybe it'll help me get to my car.
KF says, Aaron and April definitely have a few mammy porcelain dolls in the kitchen. No, this is just our buddy Shaka.
Hey, don't
likes
tell
to
him.
hang out on the
that
show.
was shared in confidence.
Oh, man. No, he doesn't hang out at Cup Foods in Minneapolis. He's a Jesse Lee Peterson fan, actually. He likes, as he says, as Shaka always tells me, I like the cut of that fella's jib, is what he always says to me. But, right now it's neither here nor there, folks. We have a show to do. Emotional support animals have gotten out of hand. We've talked about this many times. It started with dogs. And look, man, I get it. I get emotional support dogs. You're going through a tough time. You're stressed out, what have you. And you get a dog and it makes you feel better. It gives you some companionship. There's some therapeutic elements to it. And then I'll even give you cats, all right? I mean, I hate them. I want them dead. Sure. But I don't have them, so I don't need to go out killing other people's cats.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't
it's not
have
like they're pit bulls.
Right. Exactly.
We're alive.
Is he the one that shouts "Culo"?
I think so.
I think that is "Culo," or I could be wrong. But anyway, somebody got caught in the airport trying to bring their emotional support animal to the plane, and let's just say again, this is abusing the privilege just a little bit. And also, this is what happens when you cater to the mentally ill. We keep treating mentally ill people like we would treat each other, and you can't do that because they're not like us. You see, we see people do a nice, courteous thing for us, and we go, oh, man, I'd feel bad if I asked for anything more. That's really great. I appreciate them accommodating me like that. But like we've seen it with the LGBTQ community or the mentally ill. You give them something, and they go, what else can I squeeze out of you? Xbox 360, Xbox 360. They just go, oh, well, maybe you could do, like, you do something nice. You're like, all right, look, mentally ill people are losing their fucking minds at the airport. They're talking about their animals. They won't shut the fuck up. Look, we'll let you bring your emotional support animal on. Oh, that's wonderful. That's so nice. Thank you. Do you think I could bring my pet raccoon and snake on board? Now, wait the fuck a minute. We're letting you bring the dog on. Chill with the other shit.
Especially the raccoon. Those things have rabies.
Exactly, and they're always late. And you're sitting there, and you're going, you can't bring these other animals on. They're like, oh, now you don't care about us, and you're oppressing us? Oppressing you, we just let you do a thing that we didn't let you do before, a thing that, quite frankly, most people are very annoyed by and against. We just don't want you going too far with it.
It's my emotional support, Clydesdale. What's the problem?
Yes. It's my emotional support double dong. You're not going to let me bring it on the plane and sit on it? How am I supposed to go on a flight?
It's my emotional support Sibian.
Yes. Do you have a plug-in? It's not battery powered. Those just don't give me enough torque. If you know what I mean. All right, let's find out what one person tried to bring on a flight because they're an asshole.
Inside, TSA agents weren't kidding when they made an unusual discovery at New York's JFK airport. Inside a checked suitcase, they found an orange cat. You can see its red silhouette in the X-ray.
Wait, they found Chinese food? I don't understand.
So wait, was it Mandarin orange?
Yeah.
Or what
General
kind of
Tso's orange cat? I don't understand.
The passenger said he didn't know it was in there and it belonged to his roommate. Well, a TSA official joked, on the bright side, the cat's out of the bag and safely back home.
And then everyone beat that TSA agent to death for making such a terrible dog shit joke. But that's not the story we're talking about. I thought they were doing this story.
Alrighty.
That was the video they put with the article. A woman attempted to bring a 4-foot boa constrictor in a carry-on bag through a TSA checkpoint in Tampa International Airport last month. What? I need it. It helps me. I'm sick of these motherfucking tards on these motherfucking planes.
Damn it, I was going there.
I know, you were going to do snakes, but I...
Yeah, I was feeling it.
I was more using it as my vendetta towards the mentally ill. TSA spokesperson Lisa Farbstein. Oh, welcome, Lisa. Oh, I guess you should be welcoming us, right? Your show. TSA spokesperson Lisa Farbstein said that, which, by the way, no more fuckable last name in the world than Farbstein.
Can't wait to sink it in Farbstein.
Do you, Lisa Farbstein, take this man? Yes, absolutely, as long as it changes my name. Said that a woman claimed the snake named Bartholomew.
Oh, Jesus.
Any snake that has a biblical name, you know the owner secretly wants it to kill something.
Or
You know. If you have a snake named Ezekiel, you want it to bite someone's neck.
If you've got a boa constrictor, you want it to eat something.
Right. Was her emotional support animal, but after the airline was notified, it refused to let her have it on the plane. This is a TSA X-ray of Bartholomew, a boa constrictor who was in a traveler's carry-on bag. Oh, so they were going to bring the fucker, like, not on, the plane, like in the checked bags, but like on the plane.
Yeah, so they could hold it during it's their emotional support snake.
Great. So this manic depressive dipshit was going to open it up to get her can of Pringles that she brought on her carry-on and then forget that her boa constrictor's out, and he's going to pop out like a Jack in the Box and bite somebody's throat and choke him to death.
I mean,
wonderful.
I mean, what are the odds that the snake gets loose and decides to, I don't know, strangle a kid?
Right. This is my emotional support pit viper. You mind if I come on the plane? Oh, no, come on board. We don't want to, screw with anyone like you. This is my emotional support screwdriver for the snake that they brought on the plane. TSA notified the airline, which ruled that there was not going to be a snake on their plane. Good.
I just want to bring my emotional support shotgun with me. I don't see what the problem is.
I don't really see why you guys are being such bigots about it. I don't really care also. Oh, somebody pointed out Bartholomew, Bart, Lisa and Bart. But Lisa wasn't the person who owned the snake, so I don't think that counts, guys. And plus, whatever psycho has this snake as an emotional support animal wouldn't be that clever to pull that off anyway. The TSA posted on Instagram that airlines will not allow snakes in carry-on bags. Well,
they've learned their lesson.
Exactly. There was a situation with Samuel L. Jackson about a decade or two ago, and they said #never again. And only a few will allow them in checked bags if the animal is packaged correctly. In November, a cat was found in a carry-on bag at Kennedy Airport. The cat belonged to someone else the traveler lived with. Animals are not the only strange find TSA agents have encountered. Oh, do they have? I wish they had an ass box, like in that episode of Scrubs, like stuff they found up people's asses. I'm guessing 90% of it would be cocaine. But,
yeah. Would you do it?
The cocaine after it's out of the guy's ass, or shove the cocaine up my asshole?
I don't know either.
The answer is yes to both. The agency even created a list of the 10 strangest discoveries. Oh, yes?
Yes, we want to know.
Oh, okie dokie.
What?
The strangest things they've found in the stuff. All right, here's the list. Fentanyl pills and candy wrappers. That doesn't seem that jarring anymore. Where else are you going to put fentanyl if you're trying to get it on a plane? Right?
I mean, yeah, but candy wrappers?
If you can't sneak fentanyl in a candy box, what kind of fucking idiot are you?
I spend a lot of time trying to squeeze that nerd box up your butt.
No. You just put it in your bag.
Oh.
And you just have it.
I thought we were doing like things we found in people's butts.
Find it. Oh, no. This is things just in the luggage.
Okay.
So find a candy that looks like the pills you're trying to push. Put them in the thing, seal the box, put it in your carry-on, run it through the scanner. You should be fine.
Yeah, actually, there's a variety of like breath mints and stuff. Like an Altoids case could score you some sweet business.
Now, don't do that, obviously. It's highly illegal, and I'm not telling people that they should smuggle drugs onto an airplane.
Yeah, what are we, the news, explaining exactly how to commit crimes?
In no way do I think you should do that. I'm just saying, how do these fucking people get caught when there's so many options to like hide? Well, look, nobody's ever checked one of my candy boxes. That's all I'm saying. If I bring them on the plane. It is time to stop now, Mac.
Is it?
Yeah.
Time to stop now, Mac?
Gun inside a raw chicken. Oh, I remember that one last year. Yeah, somebody tried to smuggle a gun in a raw chicken, and I think seeing the raw chicken in the luggage was weirder than seeing the gun. They sitting there, they're like, ma'am, are you flying with a fucking chicken? They're like, yeah. No, you're not. That's going to make the plane smell horrendous if that goes back. Like, it's not refrigerated.
Look, all it's a salmonella.
A what? A salmonella?
I was going to say salmonella automatic, and it got mixed up.
Yeah, that's two heavy words right back to back. Salmonella automatic. Yeah, that's you tried to scram. I'm the scat man. Why can't you look at him? Look at me, Johnny, while I dance for you.
It just seems wrong. I feel
my buddy
guilty.
Shaka Zulu.
I don't know why.
Don't feel guilty. But yeah, it feels like they take out the raw chicken and be like, all right, get on the plane. And then they go and they're like, wait, you, stop. Did you put a fucking gun in here, bro? Where do you put your guns? Not on planes. Disassembled gun inside jars of peanut butter.
Why? Okay.
How badly do you want to get a gun on a fucking plane, bro? Can you check a gun in your luggage?
Can you eat the peanut butter after you get the parts out?
A lot of questions here. I understand. But we're going to only answer what we know. So can you like put one in your luggage and like give it to the airport and have them put it in the cargo hold? Or?
I think if it's in like a sealed case and it's checked ahead of time and it's like locked and stuff, and obviously
you can bring a gun with you.
Like I don't think you can bring ammunition with it, but I think if you had like a gun with no ammo, like I said, in a locked case.
Can you check a gun in your luggage? You may transport unloaded firearms in a locked, hard-sided container. Checked baggage only. Okay, you're right. So you can. Gun inside an arm sling. Everyone's trying to bring guns on the plane. Jesus, guys. Knife found inside a laptop. That's creative. Drugs inside of hair scrunchies. See, the drug smuggling onto the plane, I understand. You got to get your product out there somehow.
Mm-hmm.
But like all of these things being found in checked bags, or in not checked bags, carry-on bags instead of checked bags, I don't get it. Gun inside a PlayStation video game console. Oh, some of this had to be checked bags then because you can't get this shit in your carry-on. Cattle prods in a guitar case. Okay, some of these I need to know what it was for.
Yeah, what are you trying to... I can't get cattle prods like I can at home, so I got to bring mine with me.
A guy who likes to play the guitar, but he also likes to transport large amounts of cattle prods.
Look, what that man can do with an axe is just shocking.
Inert grenade. I think that means a dead grenade.
Brick, is that a fucking grenade?
I mean, if it's inert, can't they just take it on the plane with them? I mean, it's now it's paperweight.
It's akin to a rock.
Yeah, exactly. Soiled money in crutches. I told you to not piss on your money anymore.
But then if I don't mark it, how will they know it's mine?
That's a good point. It's always by smell. Whenever I find a 20 sitting around the house,
sniff it.
Before I find out if it's mine and I dropped it, I always smell it and I go, oh yeah, that's Johnny Piss. He marked this one.
Mm-hmm.
That is. It does. It saved you at least $230.
It's something I learned from the ladies when I used to work at the strip club. Like every time they tipped me out, I always thought, like, why does my money smell like seafood? And I was like,
they were pissing.
There we go.
Yeah, shoving it in there.
You could always tell which one gave you which bills by whether or not it smelled spoiled.
Right. You say, oh, that one's Lisa's.
Yeah.
Okay. That one's. She tipped me nice tonight. That's good. I'm going to take this to the bank as soon as I can and let them fucking deal with it.
And then wash my hands.
Yes. Brush my teeth. Probably just a full-on scrub.
I got to find a way to wash my soul.
Chemical bath, maybe. I don't know. Just need something to burn off. What can burn off the first layer of skin to a point where I'm still healthy and relatively pain-free?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm asking. Yeah. Hey, guys, don't fly with your firearms. Have them shipped to you by our friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Thank you, whoever put that in the chat. MidlandArmory.com. No matter where you live, you can order from our friends Derek and Tracy at Midland Armory. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley. MidlandArmory.com. Again, a great selection of firearms, ammunition, optics, knives, magazines, parts and gear, suppressors, NFA, and so much more. Go to their website, midlandarmory.com. Use the promo code SteelToe when you order, and your shipping will be taken care of, and it'll take something off that bottom line. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, but online for the rest of you at midlandarmory.com. It helps the show out a lot, and of course, if you have a firearms enthusiast in your family or you are one, go ahead and use midlandarmory.com for all your firearms needs. The link is in the chat, midlandarmory.com.
They just got a new batch of chicken in, so they're ready to ship.
Yes, absolutely. They're ready to pack it all in there. Also, boys and girls, $30 away from tomorrow morning's goal, and I think it would just be stellar if we hit that today. So if you feel like chipping in at any point, most of you have gotten a nice break for the holidays. Thanks to Fred and David and Cody and some other people. They've been incredibly generous keeping us ahead. So if you feel like getting back to contributing to this listener-supported show, there's the Streamlabs, there's the PayPal, Super Chats, and memberships are huge as well. That's $30 away from tomorrow morning's show goal. Let's knock that out by the end of today's program. Also, what are we at for likes, guys? I don't think we need to hit 300 necessarily right now.
I do.
But let's see how close we are and see if we're going to do that before we get to this Lizzo thing. Because you guys are going to have to watch Lizzo in a bikini for a little bit.
Yeah, I want my dessert first. Let's get those likes up to 300. We're about to take an emotional dick punch.
Brown Candy says we're at 237. Well, shit, we got to have 500-something people in here at this point. I don't know. Let's everybody hit the like button. Let's get her up to 300. Then we've got Lizzo. Oh, we're already up to 241. Kyle says, I'm out. No. Lizzo's going to be talking to you about body positivity and cancel culture, guys. It's shit you really need to hear. 250. All right, we're at 250. Let's get her up to 300. What do you say?
Thank you, Fettuccine Alfredo.
Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. That would be wonderful. We are over 7520 at the moment. Getting over 7520 is great. Getting to 7600 would be awesome. We've officially crossed over 260. Now we're on our way to 270. Let's get to 300 likes. Let's knock out tomorrow morning's goal, and let's continue to do a great show. April's Parents Hobby Farm says, make up your mind. Either money or likes. Can't have both. Well, I'm not asking for both. I mean, no, you're right. I am. You know what? You're right. I'm a piece of shit. But you know what? I promise you a good show in exchange. 1 like for every pound of Lizzo, says Tooth Russ. That is kind
so
of
we need like 1,000 likes? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. 1,600. That's a ton. There we go.
I thought 2,000 was a ton.
I thought it was 1,600.
Oh, shit. Now what?
Or maybe I'm getting it wrong because of the 16-ton song in my head is fucking... I got to look it up now because I'm stupid.
You've got a fucking Tennessee Ernie Ford song telling you what basic measurements are. 266 likes at the moment. Let's keep jacking them up. Let's go to 300. Sorry, guys. I needed the lozenge as my voice is tapping out on me.
2,000 pounds to a ton.
Okay, good. Dub says, I thought Lizzo was closer to 400. All the more reason why you guys should keep hammering away at those likes. We're at 270, on our way to 300. Keep her going. Michael B says, 1,600 pounds. What do you get? Another day of Lizzo in a bikini set.
She weighs 1,600 pounds. And what do you get? When she does a music video, it's 20 pounds of sweat.
270 away. Or 270 likes. Let's keep it up, guys. Let's get her to 300. We're at 275, apparently. We're right there, knocking on the door. 25 more people hitting the like button. Just go right to the video. Hit that little thumbs up. It helps the show a ton. We've never missed a rally yet, but it looks like I might move on here because I can't sit here just being a carnival barker all day. I got to do a show for you fine folks. So $30 away from tomorrow's goal. We're about 25 likes away from hitting 300. Let's see if we can knock it out. There's the Streamlabs and PayPal if you feel like chipping in. Let's stay ahead. I've really enjoyed being ahead. We appreciate that, guys. Lizzo is saying that cancel culture is appropriation.
Of what?
Well, we started with these concepts of cancel culture and cultural appropriation, and they kind of went hand in hand. If you do cultural appropriation, you get your cancel culture. Mm-hmm. Cultural appropriation, by the way, which is what this country's built on, which is being a melting pot, which is, hey, you come in with your stuff, we all kind of sample it. We come in with our stuff, we all kind of sample it. We all kind of get... It's amazing that, like, progressivism says diversity is our strength, but then also wants to rail against cultural appropriation. They seem like conflicting ideas.
Yeah, because, like, diversity is what allows us to, like, everybody brings something to the table, then we just keep the parts that work, and then we ditch what we don't. And then if you're one of the people that's bringing something to the table and you don't want to ditch the parts that don't work, that's on you. Like, cool, but the rest of us are just going to keep going.
Exactly. Like, cultural appropriation is diversity is our strength. Why is diversity your strength? Well, because we all share something with you, and it enriches our lives, and it makes it better. That's how diversity could be our strength. So now, decide, are we going to be diversity is our strength? Because if so, you can't bitch about cultural appropriation. And if you want to bitch about cultural appropriation, well, then clearly diversity is not our strength, and everyone should just kind of separate from each other by that logic.
Well, I mean, just generally, if you have a problem with cultural appropriation, just say, hey, I love segregation. Because that's what you're saying. You're saying keep in your lane.
Right. You're basically saying stick to your own, which is a little odd because I like spaghetti and I'm German. We wouldn't have come up with it.
I love pizza and I'm like a mutt.
Kyle's right. I believe diversity is an old wooden ship. So let's see what Lizzo has to say about cancel culture. I'm sure it's really interesting.
Well, she is the prophet of our time.
Yes, very well thought out. She's really Bob Dylan. This may be random time to say this, but it's on my heart. Cancel culture is appropriation.
Oh, I thought it was a blood clot. Fucking, it's on my heart. Oh, you mean a clogged artery?
It's on my heart. The Widowmaker. So maybe a random time to say this, but it's on my heart. Piece of turkey leg I had for lunch yesterday. I didn't swallow it all the way down.
Might be a random time to say this, but it's on my heart, and it's a cholesterol blockage the size of an egg.
There's maybe a random time to say this, but it's on my heart. A Buick, or it feels like it anyway. It's just really, it's heavy right there.
There was real outrage from truly marginalized people, and I prefer butter.
Yeah, maybe that's what she means by cancel culture. She's like, cancel culture is wrong. I hear about marginalization, and I go, why aren't we using butter? It's bullshit.
What's wrong with the butter we got?
The butter we got drink's pretty good. Lizzo, you're not supposed to drink it. I've got something on my heart. Trans fats.
Look, just to clarify, and that's the only way I eat it. Wait a minute, what?
Oh, man. You know what I'm looking for? A nice hearty soup. But they don't have it here at the Hardee's I'm in at the moment, so I'll just get a Monster Burger, thanks.
I got to go get a bowl. Someone said it's chilly outside.
Oh. Somebody asked me if I was chicken, and I said, well, if you are what you eat. Oh, Lizzo. It's not good. Actually, Lizzo ran into a bank robbery because apparently the bank robber came in and told everyone the goose is cooked. And she came in with a knife and fork and accidentally stopped the robbery in progress. We can't be done.
I'm trying to think.
There's no way we can be done.
Harrison Ford was working on the new Indiana Jones movie, and he picked up the wrong prop, and then Lizzo just fell down and rolled down.
Oh, no, that's no good. You know, I was walking through a prairie one day, and Lizzo must have just fed because there was a giant steaming pile of shit that was about 8 times taller than I was. And they were all just fascinated by it. It was a mistake. They thought it was a triceratops.
Several people were watching Lizzo head to the stage, and they go, wow, they do move in herds.
You know, I was thinking something. I saw Lizzo one time, and I did not know this, but she has an alter ego named Buddy Love. I don't know, but she turns into this Buddy Love, and it's just this real. It looks a lot like Eddie Murphy. It's very strange.
People who've worked with Lizzo have said, that's no moon, it's a space station.
Oh, really? That's very odd. One time, Lizzo was moving close to our planet, and Jeff Goldblum looked at me and said, time's up. One time, Lizzo walked into the room. You know how we have the backdrop here? You can't see her. But I knew she was here. I just knew it.
Mm-hmm. How?
My water started rippling. And the light fixtures started shaking. It was very strange.
You know, Lizzo's boyfriend, I don't mean to talk about personal things, but they said this publicly. So he's very into cucking and stuff. So apparently, I guess when things get hard with their relationship, he just looks at another man and goes, you promised me that you can hit that depth.
I have never missed a mark I have aimed for.
You promise on my life, on my family's life.
You promise on your daughter's life, on my family's life, that you will hit that mark.
I will find Lizzo's G-spot.
Then let's jack this bed up.
I don't feel good about that one.
And before he's about to start humping her, he looks at the boyfriend. He goes, I told you to get the hell out of here. It's getting bad down here.
I just want to feel the power between my legs.
No nukes. I was riding on Lizzo's back, and I started chanting, no nukes, no nukes, no nukes.
She started squirting. We struck oil!
Oh. Actually, you don't need to change this line. You just yell at Lizzo, you know how much diesel that clunker boat pumps out an hour? After the guy was recruited to have sex with Lizzo, the guy did go, I hate to be the materialistic weasel in this group, but are we going to get hazard pay on all this?
I heard when they were arranging everything, someone was reputed to have said, look, we're trusting a dildo in the hands of a bunch of people. I wouldn't trust a potato gun.
I'm putting sex with the fattest woman alive in the hands of a bunch of retards that I wouldn't trust with a potato gun.
Now, look, if you just explode on her chest, nothing happens. But if you put that same explosion deep inside of Lizzo,
if you take the same firecracker, you bury it deep in one of her fat folds, she's going to be wearing a one piece for the rest of her life.
She's going to be sitting on a cream pie for 7 months.
Oh no. If they're going to have sex with Lizzo, they've come up with some concessions that they want. The last one, none of them ever want to pay taxes again. Ever. Actually, the whole brainstorming session of Armageddon, it's just them going, how do we get Lizzo out of bed? And they're like, well, we take a solar sheet and we capture solar winds and it uses it as kind of a sail and we push her out of the bed. And Billy Bob Thornton goes, come on, guys. We've got 15 days left before this thing hits us. And we got to come up with something a lot better than that. Guys, listen to me.
This can't be your only plan.
You know, the president's advice. Why don't we just launch a bunch of nukes at this Lizzo and blow her out of the sky? Blowing a nuke at it will. What does he say? Like shooting a nuke at it. It's like shooting a BB gun at a freight train. She'll just smile at you and keep on coming. Oh. I'm sorry, but Lizzo, she can't walk. She can't walk. You know what you do when these singers won't walk? You pick them up and you spank their little asses. You spank that ass, Les.
Spanking Lizzo only turns her into a fat snot.
I know a place where a person's worth is measured by the amount of plates they take at the buffet. That's where you take your pansy-ass singers. All right. Well, should we get to what she had to say about cultural appropriation?
I mean,
we didn't make it past the first sentence of her tweet.
Yeah, because I'm still too busy with the image in my head of like when anyone tries to get in on Lizzo, they just hear a voice down below going, "Feed me, Simo, feed me."
Thank you very much, KF, for the $20 super chat. We're 15 away from tomorrow morning's goal. Oh. I just want to see what you guys have on this because it's got to be good. By the way, we're at 290 likes. Let's jack her up to 300. Thanks, everybody. Oh, man. Lizzo makes me want to hit the gym in the worst way. Oh, no, April got to this one before I could. She has. I heard Lizzo had 2 sons, Gilbert and Arnie.
Oh, no.
I heard that their house burned down and Lizzo was just stuck in bed the entire time.
Well, I mean, do you keep a crane on hand?
Oh, man. You know, one time I was watching TV when I was in high school, and I watched a 737 crash into Lizzo, and she burned for hours before she fell to the ground. Oh, you know what? That was the North Tower on 9/11.
I don't know how you could confuse those. One's a rectangle, the other's a sphere. It's basic shapes.
Do you think when she finally goes to the gym and loses weight, she'll look like Alderaan exploding? You know where you can actually find the shield generator for Lizzo on the forest moon of Endor.
I can't let my daughter see like any music videos with Lizzo because she has like this autistic thing and she loves to count and she gets stuck on Lizzo's folds and she's like 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm like, come on, no, that's rude.
You know, one time. Someone says that was a 757, stupid. I would bet my life that the planes that hit those towers were 737s. Do you want to play? I'm playing this game. What kind of planes hit the towers?
Doesn't matter because either way, jet fuel can't melt steel beams.
Oh, we were both wrong. An American Airlines Boeing 767.
But then it said at 8:45 a.m. Make up your mind.
Too many numbers. Jesus. All right, 767. We're both dipshits.
Where were you on 9/11? Balls deep, and now every time I come, I just remember the tragedy.
Balls deep says, trick question, there were no planes. Matt Melt says, well, shit, I suck. I like to do that too, Matt. When I'm wrong about stuff, I like to just go, I'm a fucking
fuck
idiot.
Me.
Yeah. I really am a dipshit. Oh, they're saying that jet fuel can't melt Lizzo. Oh, Brittany Martini says she really does look like the shit emoji. You know, in the middle of their...
Just smiling everywhere she goes.
In the middle of their fight on Titan, Thanos actually threw a Lizzo at Tony Stark, and he went, did you just throw a... No, what did he say?
You throw another Lizzo at me, and I'm going to lose it.
Lizzo, yeah, Thanos threw Lizzo at the Avengers on Titan. Oh, boy. I heard they're sending Bruce Willis and Ben Affleck into space to blow up Lizzo so she doesn't hit Earth.
Yeah, but Bruce Willis doesn't even know what he's doing there.
Lizzo was diagnosed with flesh-eating disease. Doctors say she's going to live forever. Thank you, Toonses. The prognosis for Lizzo is very good because there's plentiful amount of bounty for the flesh-eating parasites they eat. She got leishmaniasis. It's going to take at least 4 years before she even notices. Actually, I was watching this movie one time. It was a documentary about Lizzo. Did you know she was out swimming in the North Atlantic one day and she just got sideswiped by a fucking iceberg?
I thought that was a boat.
Oh, no. It was a Lizzo. It was terrible.
I think they made a documentary about that. I remember somebody saying just, draw me like one of your fat girls.
Actually, one time I was watching a fisherman, and he saw Lizzo, and he started singing, "Farewell and adieu to you fair Spanish ladies. Farewell and adieu, fair ladies of Spain." The last thing I saw the police chief say after he saw Lizzo and his boat was sinking, he said, "Smile, you son of a bitch." You wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it.
Lizzo had to recently run out of a public place. She's being chased by Captain Ahab.
Oh my God!
Did she have more of a tweet? I forget. Did we have a thing?
We got plenty of story, but hey, we have time. We have time.
I feel like if we don't, dig into all of this soon, we're gonna have leftovers. Something Lizzo's never experienced. But
you remember when Lizzo starred in that movie? Oh God, what was it called? The Crimson Tide.
Oh,
where she played a sub.
I thought you were gonna talk about her breakout role, The Blob. It was just, look, she was young and impressionable.
Oh. She was great in the Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl. She played a great ship. Almost as good as her turn in Free Willy.
A lot of people forget that she was in a movie with Ben Affleck. It's called Phantoms. She played a dark sludge that could move around, consuming everybody.
Lizzo's first work in Hollywood was as a stunt double. Remember when that kid ate the blueberry in Willy Wonka?
They almost didn't have enough paint.
They didn't. It was really touch and go there for a little bit. My favorite role is Lizzo, where she jumped over that kid. They called her Willie for some reason. Well, everybody's got a...
Who could forget her role as the Peach in James and the Giant Peach?
Right. Oh... Academy Award-winning role as Dumbo's mama. Oh, Jesus. Oh, do you remember when Dan Aykroyd conjured her into life at the end of Ghostbusters? She was in whiteface. It was offensive, but groundbreaking. No, there's no way. When I was at gymnastics, we would turn on the music and songs would come on that would make us dance. What did you do, Ray? It's the Lizzo.
I thought of something so innocuous it could never harm us.
Mostly because she doesn't seem to have good mobility.
We used to watch the Lizzo twerk by the fires at Camp Oconda.
Thank you for remembering the name of the camp. I never can. Now, young Skywalker, you will see the full range of this battle station.
Ray, when Lizzo asks you if you have a buffet, you say yes.
So, somebody saw Lizzo on the 45th floor. Big one? Bite your head off, man. Let's go to the phones.
From
Ryan, the garbage man.
Hey, Ryan, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, do you remember Lizzo's breakout role when she tried to eat Bill Paxton and Helen Hunt?
Oh, I think they called her the finger of God.
Yeah, finger of God.
All right. Thank you, buddy.
F5.
Thank you. You know what I remember, Lizzo? I remember when you had to beat her face at the end of Star Fox 64. If you saved up enough bombs, just take her out pretty easy.
It's always really hard to fly down her throat and get out the poop chute before she blew.
She was great. Hey, remember when she played Otho in Beetlejuice? But then she did a double role as one of the sandworms. Sorry.
No, it's good. I was there.
Sorry.
It's fine.
Oh, she was great in the movie Dogma.
She was?
Yeah. Remember the bar scene where they had to fight off that monster?
Oh, the Golgothan shit demon. She was that one.
She was the Golgothan shit demon. You remember?
I remember.
Oh.
I really loved her in Clerks too. I mean, not many people can play a donkey like that.
Oh, man. I always loved fighting Lizzo in Nintendo's Punch-Out. I don't know why they kept calling her King Hippo. Licensing reasons, Joseph Stalin. Licensing reasons.
She didn't want to be typecast as a fighter.
John Satera says, I remember Lizzo got struck through the stomach by a boat after Ariel got her voice back. Oh.
I really felt bad about that scene she was in The Boys when, Billy Butcher murdered her with a boat.
I get that reference now.
It's fucking hilarious.
Oh, why'd Billy Butcher have to do that?
Dude, that whole movie is just, why did that have to happen?
Oh, you know what I thought? You know what really made me hate Lizzo as a kid?
Hmm?
I didn't know that it was just a video game, but she kept throwing barrels at Super Mario.
I mean, sure, Mario had to learn to jump, but she never learned to swim.
Look, I know that the Japanese bombed us on Pearl Harbor, but I don't think they deserve to have Lizzo dropped on them twice in order to end the war. A lot of people died. A lot of people.
Lizzo recently started a new tour in Japan after leaving the plane. They said, Godzilla is attacking!
You know what was wonderful is I remember I saw Lizzo one time. She was actually playing a driving instructor on SpongeBob SquarePants, and she would always just James Gore letting us know Lizzo was great in Con Air. Oh yeah, that's right. She played the plane. She was the jailbird. It was a great.
What the hell's going on with Lizzo? She just sank through the stage. Someone startled her and she doubled in size. Don't worry. She just has to calm down and it'll shrink again.
She did great in that movie, The Whale. I thought that was really, really good. She did a solid job. She was great as the dad on Dinosaurs. Earl, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Earl in Dinosaurs.
Mama.
Oh, you know what was really sad? One of the saddest moments in movie history to me is when Carrie Fisher choked Lizzo to death in Return of the Jedi. I didn't think she deserved it.
I really loved The Strain. I just didn't like the way that they portrayed Lizzo as a, blood-sucking vampire.
Oh, she was great in American History X as Seth. We've witnessed all the glory of the... Oh. I think we can... Should we read her tweet?
Yeah, should we maybe get to whatever this is actually about?
All right. So Lizzo went ahead and tweeted, "This may be a random time to say this, but it's on my heart." So
that's what started this.
Yeah. This may be a random time to say this, but it's on my heart. So it wasn't a salad. We knew we weren't going to hear about greens.
It's on my heart, so clearly not vegan. Right. Going on.
This may be a random time to say this, but it's on my heart. Oh, so it wasn't good blood pressure.
This may be a random time to say this. It's on my heart. So you're using chopsticks then, I take it.
Yes. This may be a time to say this. This may be a random time to say this, but it's on my heart. Oh, not a consistent breathing rate? But cancel culture.
It's on my heart. Oh, an arrhythmia.
I almost had it.
Almost got out.
We almost got there. By the way, if we haven't crossed 300 likes by now, it's your fault, not mine.
This is amazing.
This may be a random time to say this, but it's on my heart. Cancel culture is appropriation. We did it. We got past it.
I was waiting to see if you had one. I just figured
nope. I was, look, you expect some out of us, but not, the whole way.
It's on my heart, which means it's been coated in Pam cooking spray.
It's maybe a random time to say this, but it's on my heart. Butter. So mean.
So there's real outrage?
This may be a random time to say this, but it's on my heart. A stent.
This may be a random time to say this, but it's on my heart. It's called a pacemaker.
Okay. Cancel culture is appropriation. There was real outrage from truly marginalized people, and now it's become trendy, misused, and misdirected. I hope we can phase out of this and focus our outrage on the real problems. You know what? Fuck you and everyone like you, because we've been saying for years that this cancel culture shit is just stupid. It's not an actual solution. It's all just jacking each other off so you can all feel good. This is kind of like all the COVID regulations and people coming around going, oh, we were really shitty. Yeah, well, guess what? Too late.
Yeah, you don't get to just apologize like it didn't happen. I spent the whole time being called a demon and getting fucking deplatformed and shit. Like, I don't really feel like, oh, we can just brush it under the rug now that I was right the whole time.
Yeah, I feel like with the Lizzo deal, like her saying like, oh, it's, just become trendy to be in cancel. No, cancel culture was always bad. I don't like that she's doing this thing where now that she realizes it's horseshit, she's got to pretend that there was a time where it was good. There was never a time where it was good. It was always bad. Oh, now it's become trendy, misused, and misdirected. I'm guessing she only feels this way because they've attempted to cancel her a few times now over lyrics and shit.
Over lyrics and over her desire to lose weight.
Right.
That big fucking thing. Like, hey, I think I'm going to maybe try and be healthier. What the fuck's wrong with you? Never mind. Fat's the way to be.
Exactly. Yeah, she got bullied out of losing weight.
Yeah.
God. By your dumb fat fans. So you have this thing now where she's like, oh, well, when it wasn't coming from me, it was really, really good. But now that it came from me, it's really, really bad. No. It didn't change. You did. So I'm not going to sit here and shun you. It'd be too long to move you. We don't have railroad spikes big enough.
I don't know if I can cast that much shade.
Yes. You can. But it's like, okay, I'm glad you acknowledged it. I'm glad you're saying it's bullshit. But now get out of the way. Don't try to help. We don't want your help because we saw what you did for this movement.
Mm-hmm.
Don't try to help. You just step out of the way, acknowledge you were wrong. That's great. But I don't want your help. It's like in Malcolm X where he goes, white people can join us, or white people can help us, but they can't join us. I'm like the opposite. Lizzo, you can join us in this belief, but I don't want you helping us. You can't let the people who caused the problem go like, oh, you can trust me to solve it. It's like, no, I can't. So then she said, we need to talk about the epidemic of believing any and everything y'all see on social media.
That she tweeted. Hi, my name is Irony. We haven't met, have we?
I was just going to say, she tweeted. That's like that meme of Abraham Lincoln. Don't believe everything you hear on the internet. Quote, Abraham Lincoln. Oh, shit. So then she so now she made this video. And she's going to talk about body positivity during this video. And, if I saw a really skinny person talking about how great it is being fat, then, you know what, I'd put a little more, pardon the pun, weight on it. If somebody lost a bunch of weight, went from really fat to skinny and fit, and they went, oh, it was so much better being fat, I was so much happier, this and that. But you know how many times that's happened?
Zero?
None. It's never happened because everyone feels better when they don't have breathing problems, muscle problems, skin problems. They're happier when those things aren't in their life.
It's literally a whole snowball. Your joints don't hurt as much. Your body doesn't hurt as much. Nothing takes as much effort. So you enjoy doing more and you're actually a happier person.
Right. So here's Lizzo in a bikini talking about body positivity. And the saddest part to me about Lizzo, I've always thought this way, and about people who look like her size-wise in general.
You could put Wrestling Otaku's face on her shoulders and it would fit perfectly.
Wrestling Otaku and Lizzo would be a perfect couple. My problem with it is it clearly is insecurity and not liking that you're fat, but not wanting to put in the work to fix it. So then you just go ahead and pretend you're okay with it and you own it and whatever. It's one of the saddest things to watch.
And you try to bully anyone who doesn't buy your bullshit.
Right. If you're happy and you're good with how you look, then
who cares what other people think?
Right. Who cares if people think you're gross or if other people want to lose weight or if other people say that being thinner is healthier because 9 times out of 10 or 999.999 times out of a million, you would be correct. Then yeah, why would you give a shit if you're not insecure? But let's watch her. And she does that annoying. If she couldn't sing, She would just be an annoying TikTok bitch. I swear to God. Watch how she does this.
Discourse around bodies is officially tired. The discourse around bodies is tired.
Like that bikini from holding you up?
Well, if it's been carrying you around, I could see where exhaustion could set in.
The discourse around bodies is tired, yes, only because it's been carrying the excuses of the obese for so long.
I'd just like to know what that thing's made out of. We could build some impressive structures if they can hold that.
Guys, we're going to Mars. What we made the ship out of? Lizzo's bikini.
It's indestructible.
I have seen comments go from, oh my gosh, I liked you when you were thick. Why'd you lose weight? To, oh my gosh.
Time out. Who told you that? Who told you that you lost weight? Because I found it.
Am I the only person weirded out that her belly button often looks like a bird track in the snow? Like it just there's
How about the fact that she has nothing to put, like there's no area of her body where underwear usually goes that she can use. She's actually got her underwear wrapped around her gut.
Yeah.
Her gut is like usually it's your waist and your hips that hold
and your
pants
gut comes on
and
over
underwear
it.
And your gut is, yeah.
Yeah, but with...
she's strapping her swimsuit onto her stomach.
Yeah, but with ladies, especially some of the heavier ones there, that can just become one giant slope.
Oh.
Why'd you get a BBL? I liked your body before. To, oh my gosh, you're so big. Ooh, you need to lose weight.
That one's correct. I would never tell someone they need to lose weight because I don't give a shit. But I would say, hey, if you want to be healthier, you could drop a few pounds.
I would simply say, if you're going to expose yourself publicly, I'd like if there were less of you to expose.
And look, here's the other thing: is people like her, they want to talk about this subject, but they don't want to hear anything back.
They don't want any criticisms.
Right. She will go to other people and tell them how bodies should be. I would never do that. Someone comes to me and starts talking that shit, I'll say something. But I'll never come out of nowhere and go like, you fat fuck, you should lose some weight. But if some fat fuck is going to come to me and going, this is what's healthy, this is not, the rest of you are stupid, I'm going to go, all right, now I have to hurt your feelings. I'm sorry.
For your health, to, oh my gosh, you're so little. You need to get ass or titties or something. To, oh my gosh, why did she get all that work done? It's just too much work. Are we okay?
Answer, no.
After watching you speak, I would say you have a few problems upstairs.
Yes, I would say you're kicking around a lot of shit. And by the way, people who do this, they don't hear people say this. These are the voices in their head.
I just feel like it's pretty obvious you've been eating yours and everyone else's feelings.
Are we okay? This whole video is a projection. All those things she was saying, those are things she's heard or like said to herself or thought about in the past and everything else as a defense mechanism. And now this part going, are we okay? Yeah, I'm fine.
Are we okay? Well, according to the cardiologist.
Yeah, I'm okay. I listen to my doctor in terms of what's healthy and whether or not you could lose a few pounds and everything else. Are you okay is what I'm asking, because you're the kind of person who for almost a decade now has been making excuses because you don't want to lose weight. You're trying to make what you are. It's kind of like when you were a kid and your friends got a PS3 and you still had a PS2, so you made up bullshit reasons why the PS2 was still better than the PS3.
I just don't want to upgrade to the new thing. I like what I have.
I like what I have. That's a fat person who doesn't have the willpower to lose weight. Is they just go, well, actually, fat is good. And it's actually, I went to I'mRight.com and found ways that I could cope and actually just pretend I'm okay with being gigantic.
Well, in her case, I will say she did have that moment of clarity. But then, like I said, she also built an entire frickin' audience and fan base around, I'm big and I'm beautiful and I don't care what you think. So then the minute she goes, you know what, I'm going to try and do a little thing that's healthier and lose some weight, everyone's like, you're betraying us. And so she had to dive back in.
She became a prisoner of her own creation in a way. And by the way, she's sitting here going, are we okay, y'all? You can't stand up straight. Don't tell me that being big is okay and being fat is healthy. You can't stand up straight. Do you have any idea what that posture alone does to your body and your organs? No offense, you have a condition. But do you have any idea what that's doing to you, health-wise? You won't be walking right in your 40s and 50s.
And you don't have a big dick like I do.
Right, Johnny's got a dick weighing him down.
Do you see the delusion?
Yeah.
Yes, it's hard to miss.
Do you have a mirror? You can see it too.
Yeah, you can see the same delusion we're seeing.
I mean, wide angle, but...
Right, yeah, get the right camera.
Zoom
for
out.
fuck's sake, yeah.
Do we realize that artists are not here to fit into your beauty standards?
No, you just show up and beg for attention.
Says the artist who gave up on her beauty standards when her audience criticized her.
Mighty convenient from someone who abandoned their beauty standards as soon as she got a little pushback from fat, unhappy people.
I just hope Boba Fett climbs out of her belly button.
I love how these fucking artists have the balls to go, artists aren't here for this, that, or this. You literally tap dance and sing to try and get our attention. Stop pretending you aren't whores for our eyeballs and ears. You sit there and you literally do things that 3-year-olds do so we'll look at you. So you sit there and play a flute and you tap dance and you literally shake your giant fat pudding ass at everybody so that they'll look at you. So don't tell me that you're not there to be looked at or noticed. You're just such narcissists, all of you celebrities, that you only want the attention on your terms. That's not how it works. Get off the internet, retire from entertainment, or deal with the fact that you put shit out there and people get to judge it. That's it.
Artists are here to make art. And this body?
Oh God, hold on. Give me a second. Oh my God. Shaka Zulu, what do you think? Even Shaka Zulu doesn't like it.
And he barely has anything left to throw up.
He has
that
no
guy
standards.
sticks.
Yeah.
It's art. And I'm going to do whatever I want with this body. I wish that comments costed y'all money so we can see how much time we are fucking wasting on the wrong thing.
I would pay $20 to call you fat.
I wish comments costed y'all money. Says someone who doesn't realize that you put your comments out all the time.
Right. I wish comments cost y'all money. I thought they didn't bother you. I thought you were a bad bitch and this was all just, none of this shit mattered. But now you want comments to cost us all money. I hate the disingenuousness. I hate the fake. I hate the false bravado of all of this stuff. Pretending you're dealing with this in a position of strength when you're clearly insecure and you're clearly projecting all this stuff. It's just, like, who are you trying to kid, me or you? Which one is it?
Ladies, just because you slap your ass doesn't make it sexy. Especially when you slap your ass and I can watch like the waves go through and I'm like, when it hits the other shore, a city's going to be wiped out.
I'll tell you this. When it doesn't look like a body part, that's what I think of when I see her ass. I go, that doesn't look like a body part. That looks like a chunk of something. It looks like it belongs in an engine block of a vehicle.
It's like one of those videos where you see it like super zoomed in and it looks inappropriate, but then when they zoom out, it's totally innocuous. Like the one with the one that looks like a lady's nether bits, and they zoom out and it's just a guy with his shoulders back, and you're just like, wait a minute,
27,000 Indonesian villagers died as soon as she slapped her ass like that. It was disgusting. I couldn't believe she would do something like that.
What causes these tsunamis to happen? Well, some say it's when Lizzo claps her cheeks together.
What's thunder, Mom? It's just Lizzo walking. That's why thunder happens so rarely, especially in the winter months.
That's why they say thunder rolls.
Yeah. It's actually what they call her obliques. Thunder rolls. She should twerk to that song. She should make a cover of that song and twerk to it when the chorus goes, and the thunder rolls. And the loose ass strikes. Another gym closes down on Lizzo's night. Lizzo's body could stop an asteroid from hitting the Earth. Side note, don't need food for a week. Thanks, guys. You're welcome, Mr. St. Caesar. Just trying to help.
But the buffet will never close because she ate it all. I've had it up.
Inner thunder rolls. As the buffet goes on out of control, deep in her gut, there's thunder rolls. Oh. Tonight will be the last night she ever feels full again. Doom, doom, doom. And her thunder rolls. And her titties strike. Another buffet's closed on an all-you-can-eat night. She can't see her toes. They're out of control.
Her gut grows on in the thunder rolls.
Oh, I'm on the Lizzo diet. When I get hungry, I look at a picture of Lizzo. That might actually work, buddy. Might actually work.
Didn't work for me. I kept vomiting.
Boys and girls, we are $15 away from tomorrow morning's goal. We can knock that out before today's show ends. There's the PayPal. There's the Streamlabs if you feel like pitching in. That is 15 away. There's the PayPal, the Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships. It all helps. Thank you guys very much. 15 away from tomorrow morning's goal. Let's see how far we can put off getting back to goals.
Yeah.
We've had like a 4 or 5 week break thanks to some very generous people, including but not limited to Fred and Dave. We appreciate that, everybody. These two.
Well, howdy, Fred.
You'd all be dead now if it wasn't my David.
There you go. All right, we got to open the 7 o'clock hour stories. While we do that, let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Our friends at All Care with the quickest drivers and the quickest service you're ever going to find when it comes to being towed. Look, ice, snow, it's stacked everywhere here in Minnesota. In central Minnesota especially, you can't see around the big snow piles when you're backing out of places and stuff like that. It's going to cause some real problems. If anything does happen and you can't go and you find yourself with car troubles,
you say the classroom camera.
What the fuck? Use our friends at All Care Towing of St. Cloud. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Coltrane with $2 says she's why Bonanza went out of business. Bitch. Look, guys.
Bonanza.
I cannot blame people for things if I don't have confirmation. So unless there's been a sighting that I'm not aware of, I can't blame her. I'm sorry. I'd love to, but I can't.
What's attracting Lizzo this way? The potato wedges are downwind.
Oh, no. I told you to turn that fucking fan off when Lizzo's in town. It's the potato wedges. The Lizzos can smell potato wedges.
Actually, I'm here for the cheese sauce.
Oh, no! Thank you very much to Mark Gill for the $20 via PayPal, and we have knocked out tomorrow morning's goal very much. We are on. Thank you very much, Mark. We are $250 away from Tuesday evening. That's again $250 away from Tuesday evening, which will be a shorter show and an earlier show. We're going to start at 6 o'clock Central tomorrow night because we have a very, very important guest that's going to be recorded on Tuesday evening. And
Chris D'Elia.
It's going to be Chris D'Elia.
He's going to set it straight
tomorrow night. Thank you very much, Mark. Muck Mark. That's what happens when he bangs Lizzo. They call him Muck Mark. Anyway, thank you very much, buddy. Have we knocked out 300 as far as likes go? Because if so, I'm just going to move on to the next thing. I'd love to get to 400 by the end of the show, but 300 is very, very nice. Yes, April's Parents Hobby Farm. Oz is going to be so happy. Oh, wait. You know what's funny? April's Parents Hobby Farm was one of the people saying something's wrong with Oz. So, a little disingenuous as usual. It's good that you're keeping on brand, though, buddy. I like that. You're committing. That's good. We're at 316.
Well, goddamn, son.
317. All right, take it to 400. We'll continue on with the show here. We hope we earn your like and we earn your subscription on this program. All right, Johnny, I don't think there's going to be a lot of happy parents with this one. We've said before that daycare, teachers, cops, there should be a certain amount of time you serve, and then you got to get the fuck out.
Yeah, it's going to wear on you.
You're going to get burnt out. You're going to do something stupid. Let's take you to Tennessee.
The hospital after deputies say her preschool teacher threw a metal chair at her head. The teacher has been arrested.
Okay.
Preschool teacher, so we're talking, 4 years old?
4, 5, maybe 6 at the most?
No, she's probably in her 20s. Oh, you meant to get, yeah, you're right. So we're talking about 4-year-olds. And the 4-year-old got out of hand, so the teacher decided to go Waffle House in Georgia on a bitch and chuck a metal chair at a little girl's head. Wow. Like, even if you think it's a warning shot and you're just trying to scare the kid, there's a good chance you can knock the kid in the noggin.
Dude, even if it's a beanbag chair, you thinking?
And 4-year-olds aren't good at dodging shit. They might just walk into it.
Dude, they'll catch it with their face with a smile. They don't know what's happening.
Right.
On aggravated child abuse charges today, WSMV's Brendan Tierney reports it was all captured on video.
Oh. We're going to watch a teacher throw a chair at a 4-year-old. There's going to be a big split in this audience of what a monster, and then people going, I got to fucking see that again.
Is it weird that I'm on the second one?
I'm on both, actually. I'm just kind of teetering the line. I'm non-committal.
If the little girl looks like my daughter, I might get a little like, oh, you bit. But other
You're
than
saying
that,
if it's black, you don't care.
well, I mean, that's an insensitive way to put it. But yes.
The preschool teacher here at Stay and Play Learning had first told her bosses that the...
Hey, wait a minute. Why did they bring the reporter who isn't allowed within 500 feet of the place? Is that...
3-year-old girl fell and hit her head.
Oh.
The deputies say the classroom cameras tell a much different story. Deputies say Cameron Hunter threw a metal chair...
Okay, you know what? Not what I was expecting to see.
Nope.
I was expecting older white broad.
over a table and at the head of one of her students as the girl was playing with others in the middle of the classroom.
The teacher just stood up and picked a chair up over her head and threw it straight at the little girl.
Detective Savannah Martin says...
That's a detective? Wow. All right, Tennessee. You guys, look, stereotypes exist for a reason.
Look, I'm here investigating a recent child abuse crime.
Was she a great big fat person?
She reminds me, it's like Ricky Bobby. She's going to be like, I'm sorry, I don't know what to do with my hands.
Quid pro quo, Clarice.
Oh, wait. Wait, no, a metal chair? No, not here.
What did he hiss to you? Multiple MIGs in the next cell. He hissed something. What did he say to you?
He said, I can smell your cunt. I love that. I
myself cannot.
He takes that big creepy sniff.
The girl was not doing anything out of the ordinary that could have led to the attack that left a large welt between the girl's eyes.
Holy Jesus.
She hit her with the metal chair.
I'll give her this. God damn, that's some good aim.
Yeah.
Bean that bitch right between.
Wham. They're going to hire the Waffle House chairbender lady to do security at this daycare from now on.
The video of the incident leaving her speechless.
I don't believe that it was an accident at all. There's no way it could have been an accident.
And I don't believe that you're just a detective. Those fingernails scream stripper.
I was going to say, like, hey, I've been assigned to your case. Oh, so this one isn't important to the department? What do you mean? I mean, you got glittery fingernails. Let's do the math here.
Detective Martin says Hunter was arrested on aggravated child abuse charges. They've not been able to figure out why the teacher threw the chair. So we went.
Probably.
Of course, we'll knock on her door. She'll talk to us.
Yeah, probably because she's watching a bunch of 4-year-olds all fucking day. I mean, I can understand. Look, I don't think she should have done it. But at the same time, if you go, we don't understand why she threw it. All right, we're going to put you in a room with 24-year-olds for 6 hours today. And then we'll see. He like has all the like metal chairs glued to the ground. He's like, I don't trust myself. If I don't do this, I will harm one of these things.
Why are you riveting them to the ground? Because they can't come back up again.
You mean you'll harm one of the children? No, I'll harm one of the chairs. I will throw it that hard that it will hurt the metal chair. The child is just a casualty of my frustration.
Two of you can go in a room with the lights off. You'll make another one, okay?
Charges. They've not been able to figure out why the teacher threw the chair. So we went to Hunter's home looking for answers.
Because of course she'll answer to you. You look like a reasonable
but no one
offender.
came to the door.
What?
Hot damn.
Nobody came. You mean the girl who's known as the biggest villain in town because she threw a metal chair at a 4-year-old's face doesn't want to talk to the news? Well, what a bitch.
But maybe she'll talk to Publishers Clearinghouse. Like, all right, so now why did you hit that kid with a chair?
Candygram. Local news. Land Shark.
I am a singing telegram. Bang.
Dubé lives near the preschool in Bell Buckle and says it's heartbreaking someone would do
Oh, great. They're going to talk to a middle-aged white woman with children. Even though she has nothing to do with it, they know they'll get some good outrage out of her, and she'll be more than happy to get her face on TV.
I just don't understand why someone would throw a chair at a kid.
Oh, thank you. That's that adds a lot to the story journalistically. That's really good. Just find us a white bitch. They'll want to blab about this for 20 minutes, and then we'll take the best 30 seconds and cut her down.
I love it if I hit it dead on.
This to a child in their small community.
It's just horrifying and terrifying at the same time.
The preschool release.
Right. It's horrifying and terrifying at the same time. It's terrifying.
I mean, if it were just one of those things,
Right.
that could be okay, but it's both, and that's not acceptable.
If she were to spank a child, that would be horrifying. If she were to hit the child, that would be terrifying. But she threw a projectile at a child and hurt it. That's horrifying and terrifying at the same time.
That's horrifying.
Yes, that's hortifying.
A statement saying we followed every state protocol.
Except the state protocol that says, don't chuck a chair at the child's face.
We followed every state protocol. She had a good follow-through. Overhand the whole way.
The teacher was terminated immediately from the daycare. We turned it over to authorities immediately.
Basically, what the preschool is trying to say is, don't look into us one iota, all right? We got our own problems. The bitch be gone.
Look, she was immediately given another position higher up the ladder. That's right. We gave her a promotion.
She threw a chair at a child. She was abusing it, so we made her a nun.
Detective Martin says the preschool is fully cooperating with the investigation and even called DCS to report the issue themselves.
There was no way they could have known that when they hired her that was going to happen. There's, bad employees at every workplace.
A source with...
Thanks to that detective gives me zero confidence.
Yeah, because it's totally the same. Like, I hate it when someone spits in my food versus... I hate it when someone beans my daughter with a chair and possibly gives her a concussion.
I hate it when my food comes to my table and it's lukewarm.
The DCS tells me the preschool is in good standing and has no previous violations as they're now searching for a new teacher. In Bedford County, Brendan Tierney, WSMV4.
All right, guys, remember, when we do the interviews, this time we add one extra question. What is it? Do you ever feel the need to throw a chair at a child's face? Very good. I'm with Brian. I wish they would have showed the video.
Yeah, I'd like to see the wind up and the swing.
Guinness letting me know it's actually cheering, not children. Oh, I'm sorry. Guy Sartell calling the girls a bunch of rats. Toothrust says, when a game of musical chairs goes awry. Ian says, I see the chat is fucking with you today since you were at 26 likes. Oh, well, then I guess it's all over, isn't it, Ian? Guys, what are we at for likes? Maybe we're close to 400.
Kids were all playing in the center, and a little girl spoke up saying, I'd like to play Duck, Duck, Goose. And she says, Duck, Duck, great up, bitch!
Why are we getting in such a fight over this? It doesn't
It's semantics, people.
It doesn't seem that important, you guys. April's Retarded Chicken with a $10 PayPal contribution. Thank you very much. That's very sweet of you. Well, it looks like we're at 332.
Now, cluck off.
Looks like we're at 332 in terms of likes. If you'd like to throw a like at the video, that would be great. Let's get her up to 400 by the end of this hour. We got about 53 minutes. By the end of the show, let's get to 400 likes. So if you feel like hitting the like button, please do. That would be nice.
Mile high. If you can dodge a chair, you can dodge a ball.
Ian, you're wrong. You might have to refresh your browser, buddy. It's not 26 likes. Sorry, pal. I'm not going to look at it because that's what you want. You can't have multiple. I think there's something wrong with your browser, though, buddy. Ian, if you do think you're being serious and you don't think you're fucking around, there is something wrong with your shit. You know what we'll do, Ian? We'll have Lemmy tell us how many likes there are. That will tell us the truth of it. Even though, yeah, they're saying, Brown Candy says he's looking at dislikes, New Boot Goofin. Well, hey, 400 to 27 would not be bad. That's not, let's see, that would be what, a 94% like to dislike?
And I feel like a lot of those 27 would be people just doing it to be cool. Like, I'm not going to like this. I'm not one of the fucking marking bitches.
And also, I love how Ian put a laugh crying face emoji like he did something. Ian, we just found out you don't know how to work YouTube, buddy. You might want to fix that. 340 likes, says Lemmy. So there we go. All right, keep hitting the like button. Get her up to 400. Let's do this thing. Sorry, Ian. I didn't mean to pick on you, buddy, but you were being kind of silly. A Monroe Dollar General Store clerk has been arrested on a charge of manslaughter after shooting and killing an armed robber, according to the Monroe Police Department. Now, this story I didn't get because Monroe Dollar. I want to see if we have a video version of this so they can tell us the story. This has all the hallmarks of like clearly self-defense.
So yeah, it's this weird thing now where apparently like if they're robbing the store, they're a victim, and if you're if you defend yourself and or the store, you are now a perpetrator. Like what?
I can't call the police. The police won't come anyway. I can't, have the security physically intervene at all. So unless I just let people come in, stick a gun in my face, and steal all my shit, I'm a criminal.
Oh, and by the way, there's no guarantee that they won't choose to murder you because why would they?
Officers say they responded to Dollar General at 711 South. Oh, how ironic that a Dollar General is on 711. South 8th Street on January 2nd in reference to a shooting. Arrest records say there was an armed robbery at the store, and the store clerk shot at the suspect. The suspect was shot along with another customer. You got to look beyond your target, in case somebody else takes one. The armed robbery suspect was found outside of the store lying in the money he had allegedly taken. Oh, so poetic. What did it cost? Everything.
So you're going to take all that cash with you, huh, buddy?
The customer who had been shot was treated at a hospital and later released. The store clerk, Rafus Anderson, says he locked the store after and left after the incident. Anderson went to the Monroe Police Department and gave a statement. MPD says that Anderson told them he was afraid the suspect was going to kill him when he pulled out a gun and robbed the store. Anderson allegedly told MPD that he shot at the suspect but did not know he hit him as the suspect continued running. Officials say that Anderson told them this was the 6th armed robbery at the store since August. Okay, so somebody needs to explain to me why this guy's being accused of manslaughter.
Yeah, that's 6 robberies in 4 months.
Right. That's more than one a month. This guy's putting up with like a robbery every 2-3 weeks.
Like at a certain point, unless you want to just quit your job, you kind of, have to take your defense into your own hands. If nobody else is going to defend you.
Right.
What are you going to do? Just decide to be not defended at all?
It is. You're right. It's just very strange that like we're now getting to a point where you have to, like, if you don't just sit there and take it. But then again, if you sit there and take it, a guy can blow your head off. Or what?
You have no guarantee that person isn't some nut job who's just going to decide to off you for whatever reason. Like, they came in with a gun, they took all their money. Now, if you were guaranteed that, I did this, so that means I'm going to be fine, it'd be a lot different.
Yeah.
But, I mean...
Yeah, you know what? Mo Green makes a great point, though. It's a dollar store. You have to rob it often to get any money. You gotta keep. It's a persistent thing. It's got to be more of a. It can't be a hobby. It's got to be a living. Robbing a Dollar General. Not a lot of big bills in that register.
He shows up every Tuesday at 9:30. I'm like, here to rob me? Yep. All right, doing it again.
All right, got another 17 in singles for you. There you go. All right, see you in a couple weeks. Yeah, like.
Hello, pack of cigarettes.
Well, look at the difference between like how Texas operates and the rest of the country operates. Now, this is Monroe, Louisiana, so it should be relatively lawless, you'd think, in a good way. But like you look at that Houston, Texas story, and we have a guy who shot a man who was robbing people at the taco restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
The guy neutralized the dude, took his gun from him while he's lying there bleeding from shooting him 9 times, and then backed away and shot him again. And even the lawyers in Texas are going... He probably won't face any charges, and if he did, they would acquit him anyway.
They're going to get self-defense out of that.
Yeah. Now you go to a story where a guy just shot a guy because he was robbing the store again with a gun, and now the police are like, well, we're accusing him of manslaughter. Jesus, dude. What again?
The only way I can see it making any sense is for the innocent person who got hit.
Right, but they're accusing him of manslaughter, and that person's still alive.
Yeah.
So they're not charging him for that. He could get sued for that part, by the way. That innocent person could get out of the hospital and sue him. Actually, he'll have lawyers in his hospital room asking him if he wants to sue. That's what happens when something like that happens to you. You just start getting all these letters from lawyers.
Well, I guess I'm not shopping at Dollar General anymore.
Yeah. Not in Monroe, Louisiana, anyway.
No, I just mean I'll be out of its price range. I'll be up too high after.
After you have your lawsuit, yeah, and So you probably sue Dollar General, not the guy, right? Unless, wait a minute, ready for legal cover? Dollar General has a rule not permitting its employees to carry weapons on premises.
And then they get rid of him, and then he loses his job because he fought so hard to keep it.
Affordable sign guy says, give me all your money and an oven mitt set for my wife. Yeah, see? You got to multitask while you're in there. Do you guys want to find out why being skinny is racist?
Oh, God, no. Come on.
And would you like to find out from whatever this is?
I've seen plenty of fat white people. Don't get me this whole skinny is racist thing.
Skinny is racist, bro. It's time.
Hey, you want to see some skinny people? Go to Ethiopia.
It's time for you to join the brave new world. Are you ready?
She's as round as her glasses.
This is not like racism. It is racism. Anti-fatness is rooted in anti-blackness. And the
Why do these people who are trying to brainwash the culture have to even speak in an affected manner that sounds like brainwashing?
Why are you talking about black people? You're awful light-skinned.
Yeah.
It is racism. Anti-fatness is rooted in anti-blackness. And the reason why people are pursuing thinness is because they're pursuing proximity to whiteness.
Right, because you know all those giant-assed Asian people.
I remember when you look back throughout history, you see nothing but skinny white people ruling different countries.
Right.
You don't remember how this worked, do you, bitch?
You want to take a look at King Louis? No. You don't want to take a look at King Henry? No. Just you want to take a look at any of the Viking commanders? No. Okay.
You want to look at any of my ex-girlfriends?
The reason why people hate fat people is because people hate black people.
Again, you're taking your hatreds and projecting them on other people. Stop telling us that we're as ugly as you on the inside. While we are gross, we're gross on the outside. All of our disgustingness comes right off the top.
I don't like the way you're painting me here, saying that I don't like fat people because I hate black people. I'll have you know I have enough room in my heart to hate fat people and black people.
And flat people.
And flat people.
Johnny
saying
has
I
high
can do
standards.
both.
Remember, his dick's weighing him down.
Hate fat people is because people hate black people, and appearing curvy or bigger is associated with blackness, especially black women. And
Here's what I get to do. I get to make some shit up so that it fits the bullshit I'm trying to tell you. Well, you see, people don't want to be curvy because curvy is associated with black, so therefore if you don't want to be curvy, you don't want to be black, so you hate black people. No. How about I don't want to be gigantic because it'll stop my heart and make me die younger. How is this difficult to understand?
You are aware that the music videos and the things with the black ladies shaking their curvy round butts, like that's all made by black.
Oh.
No. They were hired by.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
But it was made by black people.
God. If your anti-fatness is rooted in anti-blackness because thickness is associated with black people. I love how you can't look this person in the eye. They won't believe you because they've got this all set up in their head. You can't look them in the eye and go, I don't want to die early. Oh, so you choose to be anti-black because you think being pro-black will kill you early? None of this has to do with black people. I don't want to be fat and have my heart explode when I'm 45.
Yeah, but depending on where you live, that might not prevent that original situation from happening.
True. Black.
Ironically, if you live in a neighborhood with a lot... Never mind. You know what? It's not worth it.
Look, I have to stay skinny in case I have to run from your friends.
You always try to steal my starter jacket.
They want my shoes.
Appearing curvy or bigger is associated with blackness, especially black women, and that's why they're discriminated in the workplace.
You're only mad because you can't find your neck. I will help you if you just ask nicely.
I feel like you're just taking everything that you don't like about the world and you're rolling it into one giant, it's racist, like Tootsie Roll here.
Weird. Odd that you would notice that out of this woman because it doesn't seem to be pouring off of her at all.
No, it's just apparently like hating fat people is because you hate black people, especially black women, and that's why they have trouble getting jobs in the workplace.
You have a very keen eye for shit like this, you know, because
Well, let's just say it was a signpost that was hard to miss.
Women, and that's why they're discriminated in the workplace, overly sexualized, and this has gone back for centuries and centuries.
Right, because like Johnny said, fatness has never been seen as a sign of royal affluence.
Yeah, it's
centuries.
Never been a desirable trait that people have aspired to. It's like, oh, that fat bitch got plenty of food. I like that.
And by the way, I will not be lectured to by an unshelled turtle. That is just a personal preference that I have.
Could you maybe not use a crappy fucking earphone microphone while standing on your freaking butt? Could you? I know it takes a lot of effort, but try walking just 5 more feet till you get out from under the overhang and the echo chamber that you're in here because it just sounds horrible.
The only place people like this are happy is in an echo chamber.
I feel like I hear the echo and
Bigot.
coming off your voice, and it's the skinny person inside you screaming to get out.
No, I mean, you'd think that if you were a racist.
Systems of oppression, capitalism, sexism, racism, it all comes back to white supremacy, which is the foundation of the fabric of America and rules every sector and aspect of our society.
Then fucking leave! I've had it! I'm done!
I'd just like to say you're welcome. You're welcome that you need a scapegoat for all of your problems, and congratulations, it's racism, so don't try.
If it's all of us and we're all so terrible and we've built this horrible place, then get the fuck out. I would not stay in a place that was this terrible to me, that was this awful. I wouldn't live in South Africa and try to own farmland. I like my head attached to my neck. So I don't go there and tell them to change what they're doing. If everything we're doing is so awful and so terrible, then fucking split. I mean, people like this, the worst crime they commit is that they are privileged, they are happy, they're not happy. They're privileged, they're fat, they're fed, everything else. But then they want to talk about how it's awful and terrible and bad and nasty. And it's like, well, then put your money where your mouth is. If it sucks here and it's bad, get the fuck out. And they never would, because everywhere they'd have to go otherwise would suck a way bigger dick than it does here.
And it turns out it's just really, really fun to just go outside and go, this is a problem with society and we need to do something. And then walk in and go, I did it. I worked.
Yeah, like Barack Obama said, a lot of these people put something up on YouTube or Twitter.
And they think they've changed things.
Pat themselves on the back. And that's why I thought it was great that Sam Hyde, when he did that bullshit TED Talk, dressed as like a futuristic samurai.
Yeah.
The first thing he did was he goes, okay.
Everybody pat yourself on the back.
Before we get started here, why doesn't everybody just pat themselves on the back? Yeah. You deserve it. You deserve that. TED Talk was so great. It also showed how bullshit TED Talks were and how easy they were to get into.
Yeah, now I want to try.
Sam Hyde TED Talk. We'll just play the first couple of minutes here. We won't play the whole thing.
Got some notes here. Did I just drop the mic back?
He's dressed like a centurion.
Keep that on.
You have the same costume.
Can we reset the clock so I have another minute extra, please? Thank you. There we go. Okay. Hey, I wanted to start sitting down anyway. Guys, pat yourselves on the back right now. Okay, let's do it. Come on, everybody. I'm not gonna let you stop until I see everybody doing it. Let's pat ourselves on the back. There we go. You two, you're patting each other. That's cheating. You couldn't keep your hands off her, could you? Yeah. Hey, I don't blame you. She's a beauty. Hey guys, that pat on the back right there is for saving the world. I'm looking at young minds right now. You guys are all intelligent. I know that you did good in school. I didn't do that. You especially. You're very smart. Look at us. We're the machine that keeps the world going. Okay? I'd like to start this talk off with a parable, a story, if you will. I was at a college, a second tier, not an Ivy League school, a second choice school. And I was in a class, and there was a student in that class, okay? And the teacher, he was spouting some horrible nonsense about how, it was something about how women's rights are not legitimate, something that everybody knew was false. But if anybody had spoken up...
I just love that he goes in there and he tells them everything they want to hear, but because when people like that hear what they want to hear,
they don't trust it?
They don't assume satire. They just go, yeah, this is, I love hearing things that I like. I love when I like things that I hear. Like, they don't even question it. This is why people like this, they want to judge humor. They want to judge satire, but they have no ear for it.
They don't know what it is.
Right. So they want to go in and be like, oh, this comedy is bad and that comedy is bad. It's like, how can you say it's bad when you don't even understand what it's doing? Because you don't get satire. You don't get sarcasm. You don't get being fucked with. You just hear some guy sucking your dick and kissing your ass and they go, oh, why question it? Sounds good to me. So what if this man is wearing a futuristic fucking centurion samurai armor and telling you to pat yourself on the back. You're hearing what you want to hear. Must be good. God damn.
I mean, I don't know. I'd feel like if I'm agreeing with this guy, I got to start analyzing my life choices because look how he's dressed.
They don't. Again, they just like what they're hearing the things they want to hear, so who gives a shit? You ever see who some of these activist types run with? Some of the shit they get caught doing? It's because it's not that they forgave it or they looked past it. They never even saw it because they weren't looking for it because that person was on their team.
Look, I thought it was consensual.
I wasn't talking about you this time. Shut the fuck up.
I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
Or in the ring.
No, in real life.
Sam Hyde did that whole deal. By the way, losing weight is also fat. It's fat phobic unless you're a fat liberation activist. I got one more here, and then we can move on to something else. But I have one more. Then I want to talk about what's happening in Mexico. I don't know if you saw this weekend, but it's like a full-blown war down there now. What? The drug cartels are going to war with the military down in Mexico.
To let people in or what?
No, they either arrested or killed El Chapo's son.
Oh, yeah, I read about that.
Yeah. Was it arrest or killed?
Arrest is what I read. If something's changed, that's since Friday.
So they arrested, like, I wish it was like back in the day with, who was the really big drug dealer that we killed? Put him up against the wall. Not Noriega. Escobar. Like, I wish it was like the Escobar days. They didn't take Escobar in. They just went, just fucking kill him. Like, he's too... Remember how many times El Chapo escaped? Like, he had underground tunnels and shit like that. Like, at some point, you just got to whack these guys and hope nobody's looking. But, they arrested El Chapo's son, and now the cartels are, like, going full-on war. Not with the police. The military is in there now. Like, they're fighting a war with the Sinaloa cartel. But before we get to that, let's show you guys this gem.
Jesus.
Come on. You don't think she's pretty?
I think anyone that's about to tell me how losing weight is fat phobia is someone who's, let's just say, fat on the inside and out.
Again, I'm not going to say that this woman is projecting her own insecurities onto the rest of us and pretending we're the problem. I'll just let you guys see if you...
Generally speaking, there's three kind of big buckets of reasons why someone might engage in intentional weight loss.
One, popcorn. Second bucket, cheese. Third bucket, ice cream. Sounds nice.
But
First is just
engaging in intentional weight loss. I don't know about you guys, but I follow the Dennis Leary school of thinking. If I can't see my dick, I stop eating.
Yes, exactly.
Desirability. Second, health. Third, stigma.
Do you see that? 1, desirability. 2, health. 3, stigma. So again, they take the argument that makes them lose, and it's so lazy. You just put quotes around it. I'm sorry, but putting quotes around something doesn't make it not true. You can't say, well, you come back down to earth when you jump because of gravity. No, it exists. It's a real thing. You can take away those chubby fingers with the quotation marks.
I honestly want them to keep believing that this whole health thing is an imaginary thing. I think all of you guys that have no desire to improve your lives should just eat yourselves into an early grave. It's like a Thanos snap the long way around.
Yeah, I see. You're going long form with the Thanos snap. Like, let all these people who are too dumb to stop eating and who have convinced themselves that it's healthy to look like they do, let them fuck around and find out.
I'm liberated and I'm free. And like, yeah, and you're not going to make it to 33.
Yes. Right. I'm liberated. I'm free. That blood pressure cuff doesn't say you're liberated. Yeah, how do they explain that away? So they're like, oh, being fat is fine. Okay, how about when you go to the doctor, they take your blood pressure and it's bad?
Well, that's because they're fat phobic.
And you look at the cholesterol numbers and it's bad. Like, how are we excusing that? Because fatness is the symptom that we're talking about that causes all these other issues. How are you going to explain away the issues it's causing?
Look, it's just so freeing to embrace who you are. Yeah, it's freeing to embrace who you are. You do realize you can't leave your bed.
It's also impossible to embrace you.
But at the end of the day, all of those are rooted in fat phobia in different ways, and I'll explain. First, desirability. That is kind of the most obvious when it comes to fat phobia.
God forbid someone wants to fuck a skinnier person and that person then goes, well, I'd like to get fucked by a person like that. Perhaps I'll try to become skinny.
I swear, it's like none of you bitches has ever heard about chubby chasers. All right, they're real. Just because you aren't getting them, maybe it's you.
Says the guy who's into Japanese chicks.
Yeah, that's just because I have good taste. What's your point?
There's no, you're talking about, hey, come on, there's chubby chasers out there. You ain't one of them.
Yeah.
You don't see a lot of chubbies on the island.
I have good taste. What's your point?
We currently live in a society that uplifts thinness, able-bodiedness.
Well, we can't uplift you.
It's exhausting.
I don't have the equipment.
I don't have the lower back strength.
It's a sheer feasibility issue. That's all this is. It exudes way too much energy to pick you up and lift you. I will lose strength and damage myself. It hurts my own self-survival. Lifting up skinny people is an early Darwinian precept.
Look, I have to lay there like a CPR dummy, and if you're on top of me, I'm going to die.
Yes, he doesn't want to hurt. And remember, he's got that big, heavy cock. Tip right over.
Whiteness, cisness, and heterosexuality as the things that are most desirable. And so if you are wanting to...
Yeah, I mean, how dare we not use you as the beauty standard? Boy, have we been fucking up for hundreds of years. I love how they throw all the isms and isness in there. Cisness, whiteness, thinness, this and that. It's like, do you just get points? Is it like the dumb cabinet member in Idiocracy who when he always says brought to you by Carl's Jr., he gets paid? Like the more isms and isses they use, they get money. Brought to you by Carl's Jr.
It's, it couldn't possibly be that people aren't into you.
Right.
You couldn't have anything to do with that. I mean, I suppose you could spend time developing a personality or something interesting, or you could just blame the rest of the world.
When you got a winning personality like this one, why would you change it?
I mean, your hair color does scream indecision. I got 3 different ones I'm seeing, red, orange, black.
I think she's just she's an old school WCW fan. She picked NWO Wolfpack.
Okay.
Because they eat a lot.
To lose weight in order to become more desirable, you are upholding a fatphobic beauty standard.
If you don't stay a fat bag of unhealthy shit like me, then you're an ist or you're upholding white supremacy. That's what this all is. Don't ever let one of these unhappy, miserable broads trick you. This is someone who wants more people to look like them because the more people lose weight and look better, the more isolated she will feel. She will feel terrible about herself, and God forbid she might actually try to change something. She wants other people to stay fat the same reason skinny men want their women to stay fat, because they don't want other people jumping ahead of them. God, people like this are so see-through.
I don't think she realizes, I mean, I don't know, like, her persuasion, but, like, just speaking from a cis straight male point of view here.
Bigot.
Probably.
Go ahead.
But it's just, you larger ladies, especially like doggy style, we got to get past your ass to get in there. You know what I mean? Like at a certain point, your weight goes straight to your vagina, and I don't want to push through that much. You know what I mean? Like, it's too much work for me.
Right. You don't want to have to show up in the bedroom with one of those things from The Last Jedi that blows the door open.
Look, all I'm saying is before, I start, plumbing the waters, I don't want to have to, like, crank and lift up your vagina folds. You know what I mean? Like, all right.
You're pulling up an old vaudevillian stage.
I got to hit the clicker for the garage door remote. Like, there we go.
Oh, I wish when you hit that clicker, it activated what Heisenberg activated.
Oh, no.
As well as, white supremacy and all that jazz. So next is health.
Oh.
What we know is that weight is not a good indicator of someone's health.
It's a wonderful indicator. How fat you are is going to put strain on the joints, blood pressure, muscles, and everything else. This is a lie you fat fucks have told yourselves so you don't have to exercise and you can eat all your yum foods.
Weight is not a clear indicator of health. Just talk to all the 103-year-old morbidly obese people.
Yes, exactly.
None of them.
Yes.
We don't have one. I mean,
no.
We saw a couple where both of them beat 100. They've been together for like 80 years.
They look like sticks.
Yeah, neither one of them is fat.
No.
And also, your health is not an indicator of your worth. You can have health and body-related goals for yourself that are not about fat phobia and not about weight loss. So
I bet you she's about to say, basically, in a way, as long as they're okay with me.
As long as...
and us other fats.
As long as you're being happy and, not working for it. It's what you're naturally supposed to be. Like, you guys think that it's naturally supposed to be this way because you sit on a couch eating ice cream every night. Like, you don't realize your choices are affecting this.
Exactly. Natural would be running around hunting animals and eating 4,000 calories a day, but we don't have to do that. It's been made easier for you.
I still have a gut because I can't turn these things away. I'm well aware what's causing the problem.
Your sugary treat?
Yeah, it's I switched it up. It's creme brulee now. So that's
Oh, so it's not fat, it's gay.
Yeah, it's super gay.
So let me give you an example.
I use jizz as creamer.
You might
Yum.
decide that you have a goal of hiking a particular mountain in your area.
You're never
now,
gonna
you
reach
would
that.
be engaging in different types of movement in order to achieve that goal. You may or may not lose weight in doing that. And
Okay, but you can't look like you and climb a mountain.
You realize performing physical activities is easier to do when you regularly work out, so your body is used to performing physical activities.
It's like shooting fish in a barrel, knocking down these people.
I want her dream man to be like at the top, or woman, whatever she's into, to be at like the top of a flight of stairs. And we're like, all right, you got 45 seconds to reach him. And then just this is fat phobic. It's like, no, this is just a golden example of like, you can't just decide to be suddenly physically active. You got to do it regularly.
She's grabbing that handrail on the stairs like she's doing Marine Corps drills.
She's like right there at the very last second. The person just goes and blows her right back down the fucking stairs.
there's lots of fat mountaineers.
No, she gets to the top of the stairs and the dream guy's going like this and she just reaches for a leg of chicken that he dropped.
I think she's about to fucking ignore reality and tell us there's lots of fat mountaineers.
Okay, let's hear it.
You may or may not lose weight in doing that. And in fact, there's lots of fat mountaineers and hikers.
No, there isn't.
Wait, but you guys just used the same phrasing exactly. Like, you nailed that right on. That was matching every number in the Powerball.
Holy fuck, man.
She's going to say there's lots of fat mountaineers. She goes, that's why there's lots of fat mountaineers.
But there isn't. It's literally harder to climb with more weight. Like, that's how that whole thing works.
Third bucket reason is that you might be facing extreme fat phobia and anti-fat bias in your own life, and you have personally mentally hit a wall where you can't deal with it anymore, and so you decide to intentionally lose weight. That is actually the case with Roxanne Gay, who is very tall. They are like 6 foot or 6'1", and prior to their weight loss surgery, they would have been categorized as a super fat.
I thought I saw that movie.
I thought I saw Super Fat too.
So being a super fat and being that tall comes with a particular type of physical accessibility challenge as well as anti-fatness. And so for that
Physical accessibility challenge, yeah, you can't do anything because you're gigantic.
That reason, Roxanne Gay elected to have weight loss surgery. But it's really important that if you still go through with intentional weight loss, that you don't sacrifice fat liberation politics, because otherwise it's still just fat phobia, even if you're doing it for you.
How bad is this chick using her own fear of isolation because of the choices she's made as a way to guilt other people into not making themselves better? What a piece of rat shit this woman is.
It's just fat phobia, and we fat people need to stick together. Well, that's mostly the gravity.
Yeah,
I don't know
that's,
if you're aware.
yeah,
large bodies attract other large bodies.
Form super masses, yes. Thank you to Marble Arms for becoming a Yeehaw Club member. Those memberships are very important, guys, and we appreciate you being members. Just hit the join button on our channel. We are 2:35 away from tomorrow evening's goal, so we're through tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. Yeah, I agree with B. Smiley. He says fat liberation politics equals fat commies. That's, yeah, fat commies is about right.
I just think they need to get out and march for what they believe in. Just, you know.
Yeah, there you go. Get out and march.
A 1,000,000-pound march.
There's going to be
the
four
streets will be shaking. All 10 of them will be lined up.
A 1,000,000-pound march. And then afterwards, everyone's writing angry letters to the city council because of the potholes.
Fat people always move single file to hide their number.
This is too accurate to be fat people. Oh. Hot Billy says Dave Portnoy mentioned you guys on his IG Live. I hope he did. Is he mad at us for the Alex Stein stuff? Is that what it is?
Love a clip and a time.
There's no way Dave Portnoy, who's got millions of fans, mentioned this little show. There's no fucking way.
But I will tickle myself pink if he did.
Hot Billy, if you have a clip, you got to send that clip over to us. I would love it if Dave Portnoy said something about the old steel toe. Lemmy also lets us know that the like number is at 361 this morning.
Thank you.
361. Let's get it up to 400. If you haven't hit like yet and you're liking what we're doing today, absolutely hit the like button. I want more info. I want to stop everything, and I want to know more about this Dave Portnoy thing.
Okay.
I want to know what Dave Portnoy said about steel toe. I want to know how he brought us up. There is, by the way, a Dave Portnoy mentioning in us. There's no victory in that for him.
Yeah, dude.
And us getting mentioned by Dave Portnoy,
only good.
There's no loss in that for us. Like, there's no way a Dave Portnoy mentions this show and it doesn't help us.
I don't know. I mean, I think our audience might leave us if Dave starts talking about how much we suck. I think that's all it'll take.
That's true. You know what I think?
Everybody's a buzz about the toe guy.
That's what I think, too. The toe guy. I'm guessing it's probably negative because we shit on him hard after the Alex Stein thing.
And I just feel like he wouldn't mention us and be like, oh, and those guys are really cool. I really love that show.
Those toe guys are really awesome. They're fantastic. I'm sure we're hacks and we suck and we're shitty and all that stuff. Look, I've heard it all before, Dave.
And it's all true.
Aaron would vigorously jerk off if steel toe was said. Absolutely.
He's half chubbed already.
I'm a whore.
This table's almost pitching up.
Dave Portnoy talks about us. Jesse Lee Peterson was on our show. We got a big guest on Tuesday night. Oh, I say.
Everybody's a buzz about the toe guy.
Yeah, just ask D'Elia, though. Is it cancer? Like, he looks like he's melting.
We will, if it were D'Elia, I would have a lot of fun with that interview. Put it that way. I would have well, no, I don't like putting that stuff on the show. Maybe just pick a random, like I was going to say, have a picture of my 8-year-old daughter on there and be like, now, Chris, are you going to be able to focus or do I have to turn this photo upside down? Like what?
Actually, it doesn't need to be your daughter. We can just get like
anybody's
a picture frame.
daughter.
Most picture frames have those like fake generic photos. Just find one with a kid in it.
There you go. That's a good idea.
$8, problem solved.
Yeah. Come on, guys. What happened with Dave Portnoy? You can't be the person who told us that he mentioned us and then not give me the details. Yeah. Throw me the details. What did old Davey boy say?
While we're waiting for those deets, I'll just remind everybody, as soon as this show's over, there's a premiere coming on my YouTube channel if you want to see what kind of gets down over there.
Look, guys, I don't like this blue ball and shit you're doing. Don't do that thing where you tell me something happened and then you don't give me the goods. What did he say about steel toe?
The suspense has got me baking a mud baby right now. I can't not think of that. I'm sorry. The Joker gave birth to a mud baby.
He did.
It was literally what happened in the comic, okay?
Fauci's Pangolin says he said he loves you. No, he didn't. No, he did. Not after what we said about Tico, Texas, and the Alex Stein thing. I'm sure he didn't say that.
Little Lemmy link in the channel for those.
Yes, Lemmy has the link to Johnny's channel in the chat. Go ahead and click that. And
sub up and be sure to check out that premiere happening right after this show.
Yeah, sub to Johnny's channel and help him build that up. Joe the Toe says Dave can make this easy or hard. Yeah, like I said, there's no W for a Dave Portnoy mentioning an us, and there's no L for us getting mentioned by Dave Portnoy. All I want to know is what was said. And if you're lying to me about Dave Portnoy mentioning us, what a weird lie to make up.
Yeah.
It doesn't really make any sense.
Well, I mean, how pissed would you be if you found out it was all a lie?
My boner would be gone.
I don't know. That just seems like that'd be reassuring. It's always
man.
so hard to walk.
Well, that's because, remember, we established this today. It's because your dick is so big.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, Brown Candy says I couldn't find anything. God damn it. I just wanted the mention. All right, guys, we have to do a show for you. Please hit the like button. Lemmy says, hey, Aaron, Joe Rogan was talking about you this morning. Darn. Guys, smash the old like button. Let's get her up to 400 because apparently someone said we're very, very close. There's some serious shit going down in Mexico right now. El Chapo's kid was arrested, and now 30 people died yesterday. The Sinaloa cartel is retaliating by burning cities, shooting commercial airplanes, and trying to kidnap doctors. Like it's insane. It's quite literally as close to a domestic war zone as you can get.
I feel like if they're going to go that crazy, like, you really got to crack down on these people.
What? How dare you?
I'm just saying, they just seems like a bit of an over. So he got the guy's son. The guy's still running things, right?
Oh, man.
What did the guy's son do?
Well, I think he took over when the dad was gone.
Oh.
And so now they're fighting for their leader. They want to bust him out of jail.
I mean, that's a complete waste of time. You really can't help him very much. You know what you guys should be doing? Fighting amongst yourselves to see who should take over.
Scott Richard Saska saying, oh, so it's a mostly peaceful protest then. Yes, according to CNN, the protest has been mostly peaceful. There's also like a January 6th thing going on in Brazil right now, We can watch this after that, then we'll get to the D'Elia thing for overtime. But like the Bolsonaro or whatever his name was, the former president of Brazil, got voted out.
Right.
And now like I think tens of thousands of people had stormed the government buildings. Like they did their own January 6th thing yesterday.
I hope one of them's
Brazil.
dressed like a water buffalo.
Aiton Amon says, Johnny is hilarious. Y'all almost got me in trouble at work with that £1 million march. That's a very funny line. That's a very good line. All right, let's find out more about this Mexico thing. Sorry, I get hanging out in the chat. I get a little chat cancer. Mexican authorities arrested the son of notorious Mexican drug cartel leader Joaquin El Chapo Guzman on Thursday. The Sinaloa drug cartel has retaliated by turning a city in Mexico into a fiery war zone. A significant Mexican military, not police. Fuck the police. When the Sinaloa cartel goes to war, paid for by those lovely American citizens who buy all those drugs that they ship off over across the border, which our current administration is doing fuck all to solve.
Well, I mean, how would things get in across our border? I mean, we got such a secure border down south that nothing can make it through there.
They keep saying like, oh, you guys just want to stop Mexicans from getting here. I'm sure a lot of people do, but also it's to stop people from breaking the law, which is coming here illegally, and to keep these fucking drugs out of here, because when we buy these drugs, we send money back to Mexico, which goes to the cartels. They buy automatic weapons, artillery, tanks, armored personnel carriers. They become a militarized force, and then they create havoc in Mexico. They kill people, they rob, they steal. And then people want to leave Mexico and come up here. So it creates this feedback loop where America just gets more and more people who
I wonder where they learned to
our
do
speed.
That. Right. I wonder who came up with that idea. Whoever did that must have been a real piece of shit.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, who could have taught him that? Sinaloa has done this before, says P.A. Cheddar. Burned whole towns and killed everyone to get a snitch. A significant Mexican military force swooped into the city of Culiacan to take Ovidio Guzman into custody. The Mexican army ordered Black Hawk helicopter gunships. Oh, I wonder who gave them those. God, what a fucking racket for the U.S. government. I'm sorry. So you get to have this porous border, so you get all these fucking votes of yours, and then people on welfare and shit like that. Then they bring a bunch of drugs across the border, which keeps people poor and dependent. That gives you some votes. Then they take the money that American citizens give to these drug dealers, and they go buy giant weaponry with it. And then now the cartels are armed to the teeth, so now the Mexican military needs Black Hawk helicopters. Well, guess who so happens to make Black Hawk helicopters?
We got a shitload of them.
We got them. So you're going to buy our Black Hawk helicopters to fight the drug cartels our drug money is fun. It's fucking ridiculous.
Well, I mean, it's really the better way to go about it. You don't got to pay for the service and the maintenance. And really, other than the $6 insurance when you take off, you're good.
If you don't give a shit about your people, like we clearly don't here in America, then that is a brilliant scheme to run.
At Enterprise, we'll pick you up and fire photon torpedoes.
It's really full service.
Oh.
So you let the scumbags in. You let them sell the drugs. They send it back to their scumbag buddies. They buy giant weapons. You go to the Mexican government and you go, oh, they got a lot of weapons, that cartel. You want to buy some weapons from us to fight them? Yeah, sure. Meanwhile, war zone, artillery, missiles, explosions. Oh, the Mexicans decide we better get the fuck out of here and go to America. Loop continues.
Man, they got these new armored APC things now, man. The cartel is crazy. Yeah, those are pretty badass. We built them a couple years ago, sold them to them. I mean, I know exactly. But fortunately for you,
would you like a new model? Abrams tank? Oh, that'll stop them. Wait until these fucking cartels have an air force. They're flying F-17s and shit.
Yeah, and then the military's like, hey, so we've got all these boats with these lasers on them that just blow planes up in the air like that. They don't have to lock on a missile or nothing. It's just literally, you know how you used to use a magnifying glass and the ant? The airplane is the ant. And since we already sold them the airplane, blow that fucker to pieces of shit.
Now, this should absolutely be surprising to all of us because after all, I'm sure it's the first time America has supplied and sold weapons to two sides of a war.
Well, I mean, it sounds so devious. When would we have ever done something like that?
So, Mexican law enforcement was able to arrest Guzman. However, 10 Mexican military personnel and 1 Culiacan policeman were killed during the operation. Imagine how fucked of a problem it is when you're like, we lost 11 people. It was successful. Defense Secretary Luis Crescencio Sandoval said that there were 17 police officers and 35 military personnel injured during the fighting. That's a battle. That's not an arrest. That's a battle.
That's literally like the numbers in Black Hawk Down. Like,
yes. Authorities believe 19 members of the drug cartel died during the mission. This is, I don't know. Oh, yeah, by the way, yeah, that's just tracer fire. Yeah, I believe that's just helicopters pounding the compound.
Gunfire that sounds like someone who had a really, really difficult Mexican dinner.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. How do you live in that region?
I believe that would be the big gun of a Black Hawk helicopter. That's lovely. Oh, look. Did you see that return fire?
One bullet.
Great. So that means the Sinaloa cartel has anti-aircraft weaponry. Isn't that wonderful? Fuck. Oh, man, that lightning bug's really hanging in there. Jesus Christ.
Just the sound of the bullets hitting.
No mames. No mames, a la verga.
That's how they do. That's how they make drug arrests in Mexico. Just letting you know. That's how they make drug arrests. The Sinaloa cartel set the city of Culiacan on fire in an attempt to force Mexican authorities to free Guzman. According to Fox News, the violence became so heavy that Sinaloa Governor Ruben Roca said cartel members showed up at local hospitals attempting to kidnap doctors to take them back to the front lines and treat wounded fighters. Roca said it got to the point at one moment, the doctors were saying, "We're getting out of here." Witnesses who spoke to El País paint a picture of terror where packs of armed criminals on motorcycles or on foot played cat and mouse with the authorities. Roberto, a painter who left home shortly before 10 a.m. on Thursday, said the criminals seized his car at gunpoint. "I don't know what a war zone looks like, but I think it's the same thing," he said. I mean, it sounds a lot worse than anything we see when, what's-his-name is walking around Ukraine.
Well, I mean, yeah, but this is a totally different situation. I mean, that's like the Ukraine. We haven't been throwing money and guns into that at all, have we?
Right. Six String Man says, now that's an insurrection. CNN, eat your heart out. Mikey says that those are ricochets, not return fire.
Okay.
Jesus.
So wait a minute. So you're telling me that a tracer round fired off of that thing bounced that far back up?
Yeah.
I'd hate to be the face that got in front of that.
Right, exactly. That just goes right down you. It just goes shears you right in half.
All right, I'm gonna go offload.
All right, you go offload with that that lovely visual you just gave all of us. That's it's very sweet of you.
You're welcome.
We got a couple of stories I want to get to before we get to the D'Elia thing. We got about 10 minutes before we'll do the D'Elia story. I don't know if you guys heard what happened to Jordan Peterson off in Canada, but Jordan Peterson must attend mandatory re-education in order to remain a licensed clinical psychologist in Canada. Now, look, I'm not saying that Jordan Peterson wouldn't benefit from a little head shrinking. I mean, the guy's gone off the reservation for a while now. I mean, when it was the benzos thing, and then here's how I know that Jordan Peterson was going a little nuts. He allowed his daughter to go on that fucking meat hustle. Like when Jordan Peterson was like, "Oh yeah, my daughter's pitching a meat farts diet," or whatever the fuck it was, I was like, "Oh, Jordan's lost control." He's allowed it to become a family business because there's nothing about Michaela Peterson that makes her qualified to do or say anything that anyone should listen to. You know, Jordan Peterson could at least say, you know, he's a clinical psychologist or whatever. He's a doctor, you know, this, that, and the other thing. Those, okay, all right, you can listen to the guy. You can make an argument. But when he decided that, like, he wasn't going to stop his daughter from getting in on the grift, that's when it seemed less legit. That's when it seemed less, what's the word I'm looking for? Meaningful. It seemed less genuine, as it were. Because his daughter got out there and started talking shit, and there was no reason for her to. She didn't know anything. She was just Jordan Peterson's grown-up cum. And now all of a sudden, what? She's going to tell us how to eat? Nah, we're good. But he supported it. And I get it. Like, you got to support your kids and stuff. But I think that was a time to lose a lot of respect for Jordan Peterson. Then he went nuts when his wife got sick. Then he did the benzos thing. Then he went to Russia and, like, I got to clear my head. Then he blamed it all on apple cider vinegar. And it's just like, Jordan Peterson legit had a very tense relationship with sanity. And I think somewhere in the last year or two, that relationship with sanity snaps. I know when I put up anything Jordan Peterson related, people go crazy and they hate it. Like, his supporters go in and, like, they just, no, you're not allowed to say anything bad about Jordan. It's like that kind of blind liking someone and that blind just going along with whatever anyone says because they have your back on some kind of social issue. That's the reason we get led by fucking lunatics and sociopaths. Is because people go and they just follow them no matter what. Listen to what people like myself are saying about the guy and don't just defend him because you like him. Galaga says he cries too fucking much to be sane. Joe the Toe says, I saw through Jordan Peterson back in 2018. Now, look, he may be nutty, but I don't think he needs to go to a re-education class. And is it really, does Canada really have that where they send you to like a re-education thing? Or is it a board of psychologists thing where they're like, you have to go to a training seminar or something like that? Because a lot of these, like, no offense, because when it comes to like social debates, I'm probably usually on their side more often than not. But a lot of these really hard right people, they do this thing where they'll take something and they'll kind of misrepresent it disingenuously because it fits the kind of narrative that they've set up. There's a lot of times where doctors and shit have to go to seminars and they have to go to classes and they have to do shit like that just to keep up on whatever the latest thing they're being taught is or the latest strategy or medicine, what have you. With Jordan Peterson, I don't know if they're actually saying, oh, he has to go to a re-education camp, or if the board of psychologists told him, hey, could you watch this to see, what our board believes in and how we do business? Brian says, Aaron, get your facts straight. He went to Russia in a desperate attempt to try and cure his benzo addiction. Okay, fine. I'm not saying he didn't. I'm saying that's a crazy thing to do. You can do that here. He's a little off the reservation, that's all. It should come as no surprise that he was told by the Ontario Board of Psychologists that in order to continue to operate as a licensed clinical psychologist, he needed to attend mandatory social media communication retraining.
That sounds dangerously like you need to fucking sit down while we hold your eyes open like freaking Clockwork Orange until you learn, no, we don't like you doing this.
Well, see, to me, it just seems like the shit doctors all have to do, actually.
Really?
Yeah, like what was it? What did they call it? Mandatory social media communication retraining. Like, that sounds like something they make doctors do at hospitals. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's like you're a slave to whatever the board of directors wants to do. But it sounds like something people who work in the corporate world and stuff have had to do forever. Like, it's nothing new. Like, hey, we think that you're being a little fucking crazy on social media, which is not out of the realm of reason if you're talking about Jordan Peterson. I mean, after all, the guy does.
I want to drown in cum.
I mean, there is that. But he has gone a little crazy on social media a few times. He has gone a little nuts. And, like, while I don't think anyone, to keep their job should have to go to some fucking class. It's so stupid. The mandatory social media communication retraining is not something that's uncommon, unfortunately, in like the corporate world or medicine. They want you to present yourself a certain way all the time in public.
If you want me to be okay with fat people, well, bucko, I think we're going to have a problem.
Peterson's job is to call anyone who questions things an extremist, Nazi, white supremacist. Oh, is that what they do in Canada with psychologists and stuff? Pluto Mlum says, is there a live stream other than YouTube? No, we will work on it someday. Right now, it's just we're continuing to get this thing bigger. Thanks, buddy. It should come as no surprise that he has to attend mandatory social media communication retraining. Before Elon Musk took over Twitter, Peterson had been banned for being unwilling to post things that were untrue. Namely, he dead-named actress Ellen Page, who is now masquerading as Elliot Page. This is from Not the Bee. They're really big on that shit. Like, to me, someone wanting to be called he instead of she, my attitude has always been, I don't fucking care.
I mean,
like, whatever makes you happy.
I don't really care that much about it. Masquerading, though, like, didn't she get if she got double mastectomy, then that's more than a masquerade.
I'll say this about the change in gender thing. People can think it's weird. They can think it's fucked up, whatever. You put yourself under the knife. At least I got to give you respect for committing, you know?
Yeah. That's clearly something that's important to you.
Yeah, so I think with the Jordan Peterson thing, I think he said some shit on social media that the Canadian Psychiatry Board, which he's licensed by, doesn't agree with anymore. And it is Canada. They're fucked up. I get that part. But this wasn't like Jordan Peterson going, oh, he's trying to pitch it as, oh, they're sending me to a re-education camp and they're going to brainwash me and scramble me. And no, what they're saying is like, they think you've said shit that's fucked up that doesn't represent them. And they want you to take this it's the equivalent of sensitivity training. We want you to take this sensitivity training thing so you can stay a psychologist here. But he's got that grift going, and he's got all these fans that'll eat this censorship shit up, that he goes, they're making me go to a re-education camp if I want to keep pursuing my dreams. It's like, dude, it's not quite that. I mean, it's gay, don't get me wrong.
So don't go to the camp.
But it's, just don't fucking go then. Don't be a clinical psychologist in Canada anymore. If that's the stuff you have to do, tell them to go fuck themselves. Jordan Peterson needs to go to MAID for re-education. Somebody says, that's not good. Boston Bob says, so listen to you by taking bits and pieces from different stories of someone's life, and you're right. Strange. Huh? What? I don't understand what you're trying to say. Pluto Mlum, thank you very much for becoming a member. Those memberships are huge. We appreciate that. And only 2:30 away from tomorrow evening's goal. Canada wants him to think and say what they want him to say. Exactly. If you want to be a licensed psychologist in Canada, here's the shit our board now believes. Here's what you have to believe. I say if you don't believe that stuff and you're Jordan Peterson, tell him, well, then go fuck yourself. I'm not being part of your group anymore.
I mean, yeah. Does he really need the license at this point?
No.
I mean, most of what he's known for at this rate, like his education doesn't really factor in. It's just he speaks his mind, people buy it.
Right. He writes books. He does
internet talks
and stuff like that. I'm sure he does speaking events at colleges and stuff. So
all I know is I'm grateful that there's someone on the internet who just does mashups of his talks.
Yeah,
that's really his contribution.
Like
I want to drown in cum.
I don't know if that guy puts his stuff on YouTube, but who's that guy who does the really good Jordan Peterson impression? Somebody wrote it in the chat a little bit ago. It's I don't think it's that guy.
No,
it's somebody had it, and I really enjoyed it, and unfortunately, it's this guy.
Yeah.
More Jordan and Peterson impressions by Mason Hunter. That's who it is.
What the hell are you doing? That's not even a turn lane. And I don't see a turn signal. That's not going to work out well for you. And you can be damn sure of that. It's like check your blind spot every now and again, maybe. How can you expect to know where you're going if you can't even be bothered to look in the rearview mirror at the past? That's just what I believe. What?
It's kind of, I mean, it's dumb, but I think he's the best one I've seen do a Jordan Peterson impression. There's one where he does one on Elmo. Oh no, SpongeBob SquarePants. That's the one.
And you may ask yourself, well, who actually lives in a pineapple under the sea? You'll say, well, SpongeBob SquarePants, of course. But what does that imply? Well, suppose you could say it implies that in order to survive aquatically as an inanimate bathtub object, one must equip highly angular trousers. It's like if you can carve out a living for yourself, preferably inside of a large tropical fruit, well, that's a bloody good start.
Shit! Somebody wrote it down in the chat. I hope I don't miss it again. Do you know the second person in charge? New mashup in your Twitter with DM Jordan. Oh well, fuck. Let me go to my Twitter then. If Sage has me a nice little Jordan Peterson mashup here. Jordan Peterson drunk on Dr. Oz. Fuck yeah.
He's undeniably one of the Jordan Petersons of our generation. I've never heard of him. Dr. Jordan Peterson has catapulted into the wall. Thank you for joining us.
I'm doing pretty good. I'm flat broke. I drank a lot before the show, and I have a bad cocaine problem. Rats like cocaine, that's the rule. You put your two rats together, one's 10% bigger than the other. The 10% big rat just flattens the little rat. But if the big rat snorts cocaine, the big rat would die, face down in a ditch 3 days later. Hooray for the little rat. So the next time you pair them together, the little rat will get naked.
What is it that you're saying?
You have to beat yourself on the back of the head with a stick. Get the hell at it.
There are so many people.
There's probably two.
It's so paradoxical, right?
That's the thing. You got to keep an eye on it.
I really appreciate all the...
Well, by the way, blindness doesn't exist. No sympathy for that.
I'm a fan of Jordan Peterson now.
I like those. I like that he doesn't have any sympathy for the blind.
Yeah, screw those people.
Yeah, they're just, I got to say, oh, darn it. I saw something. Somebody was tweeting about Opie, and I thought maybe he broke his no Opie and Anthony talk for 2023 rule. Actually, I think he did. If we go and look at it.
I was going to say, it's almost been a week. Has he made it that far?
I do think Opie did do some Opie and Anthony stuff recently. So, yeah, Opie talks Opie and Anthony drama part 4.
Two
days ago. Let's see if that's real or if he's fucking around.
Ken Kramer. You and Ant will always be radio legends. Well, thank you, Ken Kramer. Even though there's a lot of bullshit, unfortunately, 100% I believe that to be true.
Okay, so this is a 24-minute video. I don't know if it's a mashup
I don't think
of him talking about him or if he couldn't go 8 days or 7 days into his pledge of I'm not going to talk. I think what happens is he puts up videos that get no views, and then he goes, shit, I got to do an Opie and Anthony one. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, but then don't go, but now in 2023, I'm done with Opie and Ant. God.
Yeah. You've been saying that since 2014. One of these years it has to be true because you'll just drop dead from the stress. I don't know. Lemmy says we're at 379 for likes. Let's go ahead and get that up to 400. If you haven't liked the show yet, please hit like if we've done a good show for you. Don't do it out of pity. If you think we suck dick, fucking wait, make us earn that like. But if you like what you're hearing, just go find where you're listening to the stream. Hit that thumbs up. Let's get to 400. Lemmy's telling me we're at 379. We'll see if we get to 400 by the end of the show. Thanks, says Aaron. Did you see last night's Miserable Men show by Shuli? Oh my God. No, I did not. I did not see that. A Wells Fargo executive has been fired for urinating on a woman. He's been terminated. Wells Fargo has terminated its vice president of operations in India after he allegedly pissed on a 72-year-old woman while they both flew business class aboard a recent Air India flight.
Bad news is he still has that golden parachute.
Oh, man, that's it. Yeah, he took that way too literal. He thought he had to earn it that way. No, that's not what the golden parachute is. The money is the gold. You don't have to piss on an elderly person. To which he said, you do not have to, but it is a great way to go. They wouldn't let him out of his deal. He was telling his wife he wanted to retire, and the only way he could get that retirement package is if he forced them to make a move on him. Like, he couldn't quit and get it. They had to let him go. So he's like, all right, on this next flight, I'm going to piss on an old woman. I want you to know when you see the news, I am fine, and this is just for our family.
It wasn't working just enough to pee on her. He started slapping her with his dick while he was going on. Just anything he could do.
That was a little too much. That's what offended me, you know. Shankar Mishra, who worked for Wells Fargo at its Mumbai corporate offices, was identified as the executive who was terminated, according to the English language news site of German public broadcaster Deutsche Welle. According to the woman's complaint, she asked flight attendants and staff to have Mishra arrested and to keep him away from her. Instead, the crew brought the offender before me against my wishes, and we were made to sit opposite each other in the crew seats. Wait, hold on. So they did the thing you do, like your grandparents make you do when you're fighting as kids. They made you look at each other.
And work it out, apparently.
With piss dripping from her face. Mishra is then reported to have sobered up. He apologized to the woman and begged her not to file a complaint. I don't care what you offered me. You're starting at 6 figures to get me to not report you for pissing on me. If you're still alive for pissing on me.
I mean, again, look, we all have our bad days. Yeah, but most of us don't pee on people. Like, right. I feel like that's crossing a line, a very short yellow line.
The thin yellow line. That's what he crossed.
Oh, no.
Thank you very much to Andrew for the $5 via PayPal. Very nice of you, buddy. 225 away from tomorrow evening's goal. So it looks like we are still ahead of our goal for at least another 2 shows, an evening show and tomorrow's morning show. We'll see if we knock it out again tomorrow.
You know, she didn't press charges because she's an optimist. She always looks at the glass as half full of piss.
Of piss, of course. She was mad it wasn't cum, says Brown Candy. Yeah, she felt slighted.
I want to drown in cum.
Exactly. Let's do the Chris D'Elia story. Of course, have you seen the actual documentary, the Chris D'Elia?
No,
problem?
I have not. I actually have that on my watch list now.
You have watched our coverage of it.
Yes.
It's pretty thorough. We're making jokes and being funny and silly and whatever, but it's a pretty good synopsis of what the documentary's about. This guy, Kyle, did a very good job talking to the people who have been accusing Chris D'Elia of basically trying to run a sex cult, making these women get tattoos and shit like that. Well, Chris D'Elia decided that he would show that he's contrite. Now, remember, he made a big apology about a year or two. No, not 2. You're right. Close to about a year ago. He made this big apology about how I'm better and I was texting inappropriate with people. Here's how you know he was full of shit. 1, his mouth was moving. But at the time, you knew he was full of shit because he was only apologizing for the stuff we heard of.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, if you're actually contrite and you apologize, you go, look, here's everything I did, and I'm really sorry for it. He only apologized for the shit that was public. All the other stuff has come out since then, plus we find out he never stopped.
Yeah, that's kind of walking back your apology when you're like, hey, I want to apologize for this thing that I'm going to go do when I'm done here.
Yeah, as soon as I hit the stop button, I'm going to go text my harem girls. And we're gonna keep it going.
Look, this isn't cool, and I don't support it. But as soon as we're done recording, I will continue.
Did he maybe treat it like Catholics treat confession? Like, oh, I said I'm sorry, so that washes the previous sins. Now I got to go commit my new ones. Well, don't worry, Johnny. Chris D'Elia is feeling a little heat from the Chris D'Elia problem, but instead of actually changing or turning himself into police or talking to these women so he can help them through what he's done to them.
Mm-hmm.
He's now putting his wife on his podcast and talking about how he's in rehab. Not in rehab. He went to rehab for a month. So, guys, it's fine.
Why don't you just do a show called I'm Guilty? Right. I don't really care. I'm guilty.
Rehab Chronicles 293. Congratulations, the Chris D'Elia podcast. Yeah, this is the... reveals he's been in rehab over new allegation. Let's take Unique's clip, and then I want Too Lazy to Try. His video is pretty good as well.
Oh, I saw a clip on there. It's like 1 year of sobriety, and I'm like, do you want to say that?
Chris D'Elia desperately tries to save his career. All right, let's do Unique's video. And by the way, subscribe to Unique. He's got some good gossip shit on his channel. Let's see. Does he play? Oh, he doesn't play the clip at all? All right, fuck it. We'll do Too Lazy. All right, subscribe to Too Lazy to Try. He does a great job, too.
I was like, should we stop talking? He's like, no, I don't care.
When he posted the apology video, I remember watching it and being so lost because I thought at the time, does this mean he is ending things with all his girlfriends? And I wrote him about it and I asked him, like, is this enabling to you? Do you want it to be the kind of thing where we back off and, this is where it ends? And he told me point blank, I don't want anything to change.
Right. This is right after the apology video. So these women saw the apology video and they're like, hey, do you want me to back the fuck off? Do you want me to No, nothing changes.
Hey, so I saw that apology video, and I'm, one of the people you were talking about, so should we probably just call it quits? No, I already apologized. We're good.
Yeah, I cleansed my soul. I'm totally fine. So Too Lazy to Try also grabbed a clip. For a guy named Too Lazy to Try, he sure does work hard for people. He's a good guy. So Too Lazy to Try. Lemmy, if you could put a link to his channel up in the chat so people can
weird,
subscribe.
Too lazy to try, and he's putting in all the effort. Hardworking man, can't get up on time to save his life.
So Chris D'Elia also shows, well, I've been in rehab for a month for like anger and emotion control. It's like, dude, that's not what you were accused of. You weren't accused of, well, like Chris D'Elia, he's a prick. You're a sex pest.
Yeah, dude, if you're going to be like, I was in rehab for, manipulation and sexual grooming. Like
Yes, that would be
more accurate.
Sexual manipulation, guilting people, sociopathic behavior. Those are good things that you should go to rehab or counseling for.
Me and my friend Andrew Tate.
Oh, man, there's some accusations coming out about Tate now. Anyone who's a fan of his will just say, well, it's only because they're trying to get him.
It's the Matrix.
Your boy is not that important. He's got a couple tens of thousands of young kids who will eventually grow out of the bullshit he's throwing out there anyway.
He's literally just selling you guys a fake product that you all want.
Yeah.
And I don't think you guys realize most of his facade that he's selling you is fake.
Right. And he's also selling you something that he's also selling you this idea that he's being picked on and targeted by the Matrix, and you buy that too and you fuel it for him. Don't get me wrong, he's smart. His followers are dumb. That's the difference. But that's how it is with all those cults. So here's Chris D'Elia. Remember, he's accused of contacting all these young girls.
Okay.
Telling them to get on all fours, take pictures for him, all kinds of dirty, devious shit. Then he gets caught. Then he pretends that he's this family guy. Oh, I love being faithful. He had social media posts about how much he loves being faithful to his wife. The women in this documentary said immediately after he was releasing these pictures, he was texting me about how fucking hot I am and what he wants to do to me.
And, I love being faithful. Well, it's about time you started.
Yeah. So people have been asking, like, what's his wife's role in all this? Like, is she like a Camille Cosby where she's kind of okay with it seemingly and doesn't give a shit and knows it's happening? Is she in on the lie, or does she just believe this fucking crazy person that she's with? Or is she just married to a millionaire and has a kid with him and wants to stay on the gravy train?
I think that's the most likely one, because I can't see how you are with someone, you don't notice this, and then this stuff comes out and you don't at least start putting together like, okay, this might explain some things. I've been like, well, what's that about?
Yeah. So now this is him talking to his wife, and to look at how gross and manipulative and deceitful this is. And I don't know why he put this up there like it was a good thing. He talks to his wife about his taste in women. Now, Johnny, what was it about his taste in women that people were grossed out by at first?
The age?
The age.
He liked them a little green.
Yeah. So watch this clip with his wife. And this is where I kind of agree with you, where his wife might be in on it with him. Because watch how she also helps to run cover for her man.
Just thought this would like make him look good or something. I don't know. These two are just so out of it.
I don't know who mine is.
Out of your league, firstly. Let's just say that right now. Like,
she's very pretty.
Yeah, I'm betting she came aboard before the first derailing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Now, the whole setup here is they're talking about hall passes, and they're trying to guess who each other's hall pass is.
Dude, no. Why are you doing that? Chris, don't fucking talk about hall passes.
Yeah, right, exactly. The guy, he doesn't need a hall pass. He's already been hall passing on you for years now. So
we've been caught with truancy, my friend. Just stop.
You've been fucking your fans for a long time, allegedly. So she's going to ask him about his hall pass, and watch this turn into Chris D'Elia PR minutes.
Jessica Chastain?
She's great. Yeah, she's great.
You know, Jessica Chastain's in her 40s.
Mm-hmm.
That's clearly his taste. He's Jessica Chastain.
Yeah, because, you know.
Get it? She's older.
He loves the cougars.
Oh, yeah, he likes the older broads. Why would you put this? He's putting his wife out on his podcast after the allegations resurfaced with this documentary now. A clear attempt to look like the family guy. This is a manipulative, gross piece of shit. Putting the wife on there to deflect that you're some kind of a sex pest. And then every word out of your mouth is damage control. Every word out of your mouth is PR spin. I don't mind if people do that and admit it. If they go, look, to show you I'm getting better, to show you I'm recovering this and that, here's some things I want to talk to you about. But if you're just doing it to kind of make people forget what's going on over here. Look at how many old bitches I like. This motherfucker would dig up B. Arthur's corpse and fuck it if he thought it would be a get out of controversy free card.
Look, I realized what I did was wrong, and now I prefer my vagina with a nice layer of dust on it.
Oh, guys, I want to apologize for my newest sex scandal. Oh my God, Chris D'Elia is finally going to admit what he did. I'm fucking Judi Dench.
I want to knock the dust off that puss like a powdered wig.
Oh, I'm fucking Q. Is she Q or M?
thought she was M.
She's M.
Q's the inventor.
Ah, yeah.
She's great. She could be. Yeah. Could be her.
All of your like go-tos are like hot women over 40.
No.
See what she's doing? So now what do you think of her?
I think she's a piece of shit and she's in lockstep with it.
I was just like Camille Cosby.
That is a planned rehearse line. You cannot look someone straight in the face and lie like that just off the cuff. Because I think all of the women you're attracted to are hot older women over 40. Like, yeah, but those weren't the ones he was fucking.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly. Right.
I'm pretty sure there were some hot women over 40 at some of those comedy shows, and they wouldn't have minded, I don't know, a young tussle with an up-and-comer. Pun. Anyways, but, yeah, I don't, no, he was aiming for a little closer to the ground.
See, guys, my wife says I'm into girls over 40. These allegations can't be true. And my wife wouldn't lie. Are you going to call my poor wife, who's been through so much, a liar? Dude, this guy is textbook. I'm not saying he's not good at it, but he's textbook.
I'm hoping she's at least taking, like, the pool guy's dick or something. Just, like, if he's stepping out, she ought to be.
Hey, ready for a fun babyface turn?
Okay.
Like a fun I'm a good guy now turn?
Uh-huh.
Brendan Schaub's deep dicking her. Brendan does a babyface turn and goes, I'm just here to save you from Crispy.
Yeah.
Want to know if you want to get tiger thick, yo.
You know? Because they know some shit that I don't know. You know what I mean? 50, 60, 90.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is this
so uncomfortable?
Because they know some shit that I don't know, like how to convince younger women to pose for me.
Yeah. It's so uncomfortable. Do we have another clip of him in Too Lazy to Try's video? I haven't gotten through the whole thing. Oh, yeah, this is the clip where Callan outs him for making his fans get tattoos. That was one of the accusations, that these girls all have CD tattoos somewhere that he's been trying to make part of his, little sex cult.
Because, if you ever go to court, that can't be held against you as evidence.
Yeah. This is on an episode of Rogan that people are now going back and digging this shit up. Again, Too Lazy to Try deserves a lot more credit. The name is misleading.
It was a plan. I told her to go.
What?
I tell people,
Yeah.
I tell people
These
to
girls
go.
get these tattoos for him.
I tell people to go to his show and wear my merch, and they show up all the time, and they wear.
And it looks like Chris is all caught off guard. Like, shit, dude, you're not supposed to bring that up. And I know a lot of the people that defend him, they try to make it seem like, the guy's just hooking up with some of his fans. It's like a rock star having sex with groupies. The guy's just having a good time. If it were just that.
Okay, I got news for you. If you found out what those rock stars were doing with those groupies back in the 70s, they'd be canceled. Yeah, you'd be canceled today. It'd be done. All right, what else do we have?
Business.
Yeah, you are.
I have a cult, and it's a cult, and
Chris,
and I am
and we are. That picture looks like a cult.
It
leader.
does, doesn't it, dude?
I admit I pissed on 14-year-olds brown.
That's it. Credits. I admit I had a sex cult.
Brown.
That's it. By the way, I don't think that's that bad. I'm trying to get one. Now, every time.
Everybody thought he was joking. Ha, Chris is being funny.
I don't think that's that bad. I'm trying to get one.
Allegations that came out in the documentary. Yeah, he was trying to get us all in a house. Trying to get us all tattoos. Trying to text us at all minutes of the day and telling us to do things. And if we didn't, he'd threaten to kill himself. That's what these girls are alleging in the documentary. I mean,
Did you never think any of the stuff you did on camera might be, I don't know, brought back to be held against you? Like
guys like this, people like this who are sick, and Chris D'Elia is a sick guy. We're talking about a sick man here. And I still don't mind shitting on him, even though he's a sick dude.
Brown candy, what's wrong with sex cults?
He's a sick man in that he says all these things that drop hints. That's part of the fun for him, is he drops the hints. People don't get it.
They take it as a joke and he moves on. He has a little internal laugh.
And that's him kind of venting. That's him just kind of getting it out. And like, oh, see, there you go. I got to admit that I want a sex cult. Everyone else laughed. I'm not going to get caught. It's hiding in plain sight, basically. Oh, I just seem like a fun, weird, quirky comedian guy. He doesn't think any of this is wrong, by the way. The reason he's coming up with all these excuses and putting the wife on the air and trying to say that he's into 40, 50, 60-year-olds that when he's clearly not. Even if this was all consensual, even if it was all legal, if he didn't break any rules, which I don't believe, he still clearly has a penchant for young women. So saying that you're into the 40s and 50s and stuff like that and having your wife on to say that is you covering your tracks, but you're also putting her on and putting her in harm's way because you don't think you've done anything wrong.
Well, I mean, come on. We all remember when he got caught while he was playing a character who was just a total cougar hunter.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, wait. No, that's right. He He was playing a pedophile.
Yes, he was. Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, I thought you were saying pedophile. Yeah,
No.
right.
He was playing a pedophile in a Netflix show, and then this stuff came out, and we're like, you were way too good at that character.
Yeah, you know what? I thought you were just talented. I didn't know it was a documentary. But then there's there's the wife thing, but then there's the thing where right after the apology, he never stopped. Again, this guy is just doing what he needs to do to get the heat off him. Notice, we never heard about Chris D'Elia going to rehab before the documentary came out. We never heard about how into 40, 50-year-olds Chris D'Elia was until after the documentary came out. Every time this happens to him, he tries to do something to get the heat off of him so he can keep going. And eventually it's all going to fall down. But the guy doesn't think he's doing anything wrong. So he gets the heat on him. He understands other people think it's fucked up. So he pacifies those people, gets them at an arm's length, and then goes back to business.
I mean, he does realize they're going to have to address this on the golden shower hour that he's on with.
I like that you call it the golden shower hour. That's better than calling it the golden hour.
Well,
I like the golden shower.
The golden hour thing is a photography thing, and I know there's another show that actually had that name first, so I'm just we'll call it the golden shower hour.
I think that, you're saying they're going to have to address this at some point. I don't know why they haven't. Brendan Schaub, look, we may goof on Brendan Schaub, and we may make fun of him. He's not a bad human being.
But he's hanging out with people who are catching a lot of smoke. How long until that wears off on him?
I wonder, and I wonder out loud. I don't know if it's true or not. I know that Theo Von was getting too big for that thick boy crowd and that he needed to leave that show. But I wonder how much of it was him going, dude, you're involving D'Elia in our fucking episodes, and I don't like D'Elia. He's weird. I don't want to be associated with him. He's a creep, so on and so forth. I'm getting the fuck out of here. And if you're Brendan Schaub and you kept D'Elia and you didn't try to keep Theo Von instead, as hard as you could, you're an insane person. I mean, you're right.
Is there a friendship thing? We're friends, B.
Yes. And he feels he owes Chris D'Elia, which Chris D'Elia has done more to harm Brendan Schaub's career than help it, ever. I don't know. He probably did a lot of plugging for him early on. That's true. But now being tethered to this albatross is hurting you big time. Big time. So if you're Brendan, you either got to get rid of this guy and you got to be done with this shit on the golden hour, or you deserve to go down too. If you're going to keep defending this guy and you're going to keep bringing him back and you're going to be associated with him, then it's kind of like when Mike vouched for Worm in Rounders.
Yeah, dude, what's with the Griffin guy that sits on that show then too?
He's a funny guy, but somebody told me he got canceled for some Me Too type stuff.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. Brendan Schaub is the meat between a sexual offender sandwich?
Yeah, now people in the chat are telling me Brendan is a horrible person. Just look who he hangs out with, a rapist. No. I get that part. He hangs out with terrible people. Brian Callen's been accused of some nasty shit. Chris D'Elia, in my opinion, has done all the nasty shit.
He definitely looks like he has.
So if you want to say that Brendan, you are the company you keep, then yes, in that case, I will concede to you. Brendan Schaub's a bad guy. But in my heart of hearts, I do believe that Brendan's an idiot. I believe he's stupid.
He's an innocent. He doesn't realize.
You guys could be right. Those of you who are saying, Aaron, I fucking hate Brendan. He's evil. He's terrible. He's bad. Where you and I part company is I just think the guy's that stupid. And again, I hold out the possibility that I could be wrong on that. But the D'Elia thing, if they don't get the fuck away from him, then they deserve everything they deserve that they get in terms of backlash on this. You can't just say, well, I'm not Chris. I didn't do those things. But you gave him a platform and you gave him a place to, repair his image, quote unquote, at the expense of these girls.
And now if you're Brendan, you're going to have to make another show.
Black Ornament says Brendan is a genuinely bad human being all on his own. Okay. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe Theo Von is the only good guy in that room, and that's why he had to get the fuck out. I could see that being the case. But as far as D'Elia, he's, it just seems to work out magically that every time he's under fire, every time some more bad shit comes out about him, that's when he's a wife man again, and he's a family man, and look at my wife on the show, and oh, did you know I went to rehab, and I just am such a solid guy and a good dude, and I'm just trying my best to make it in this crazy world.
I got to get my numbers up so that way I can try and interview his wife. I really want to do, I'd be like, hey, I really want to have you on. Glad to have you on the show. I wanted to have Chris on, but I have this thing about pedophiles. I don't like to be close to them. I control.
You think she'd back him?
I mean, yeah. I mean, she's not going to sit there and suddenly go, yeah, it's a horrible thing, and I've been going along with it this whole time. Whereas I would just be like,
you know how big your channel would get overnight if you were the guy who somehow broke her and got her to say it?
Yeah, dude, I'm having a fantasy about it right now.
Enjoy your erection. You're not going to be able to walk straight up. It's going to weigh you forward.
Yep, but at least if I lean forward, I won't fall over this time.
Guys, thank you for crossing us over 400 likes today. P.A. Cheddar says 412 likes. Is that true? Wow, thank you very much for hitting the like button. Appreciate that. Subscribe to the channel, too, if you like the show today. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Our buddy Cheetos and the team at Stoney's have the best Bloody Marys there are. I almost said pearl necklaces for some reason. I don't know why that popped into my head.
I mean, I'm sure if you asked Cheetos, he would oblige. He's a businessman.
He is a faithful
man. You're
going
to pay for it, though.
He is a faithful man.
Ain't cheap.
That's Cheetos. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Great Bloody Marys. Great place to go watch Wild Card Weekend. And live bands every weekend. That is fun, man. Go watch football all day. Dance your balls off. Listen to some live music.
Pick up a pearl necklace.
At Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. That's Stoney's. Johnny, you've got your show coming up.
Yep.
Tell them where they can go, and let's throw Johnny's link in the chat. Go ahead.
All right, so you can go to Twitch or YouTube because we simulcast, and it is Just Kidding LLC. So youtube.com/@JustKiddingLLC. They're linking it in there.
Lemmy's got the link. Lemmy, one more link I want, or balls deep before we go. Saturday, January 22nd. That's about 2 weeks from now. Tickets are half gone. If you're a VIP and you want to go to the Steel Toe Comedy Show at Partners Pub in Sartell, January 21st, I will be there. Johnny will be there. We're also going to have Tom Chilstrom, Jonah Maddox. It's going to be a very fun show.
Very funny night.
And get your tickets at Eventbrite. There's the link in the chat, guys. Click that link. Order your tickets. We're about half sold out. We got 2 weeks to go. That is a great place to be. So pick up your tickets. Bring some friends. If you're a VIP, you get 2 free tickets. Go ahead and claim them by contacting April, and we will get you on the guest list. Marauder says 417 likes, just 50 short of Lizzo's weight. That's very mean-spirited. All right, Johnny, thank you very much, buddy.
You're very welcome.
And to the rest of you, Johnny and I will see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. April and I will be on tonight at 7 Central. Talk to you.